This Henry guy just can't seem to catch a break. When we last left the blacksmith's son turned knight at the end of the original Kingdom Come Deliverance, things were finally starting to look up for him.
We did a fine job.
But the sequel, in true video game sequel fashion, starts by knocking him down a peg or two and dumping him into a new, larger open world to regain his dignity, one side quest at a time. And to be honest, that's refreshing.
If you do not believe me, try me.
The story of Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 picks up almost immediately where the first one left off, but it's certainly not essential to have played it to follow what's going on. Thanks to an extended intro that brings you up to speed on the broader strokes. The year is 1403. Henry is a village boy from Bohemia, modern-day Czech Republic, who saw his home burn to the ground due to a civil war for the crown taking place between two half-brothers. He ended up in the service of a frustratingly good-looking nepo baby Sir Hans Capon to try and help out the supporters of the royal brother, who isn't going around burning down villages. And that plan got a little sidetracked.
What's the matter? Females! Let's go to them.
It's not exactly a start back from square one though. Henry began the first game as the kind of old school RPG protagonist who is really just some random guy with no skills to speak of. He could barely hold a sword, and the unforgiving combat really made you feel that until you put in the time to master it. But Henry's a seasoned adventurer now. He knows how to read, which is practically a superpower in medieval Europe. And while you were out partying, he studied the blade.
You are.
I surrender.
This is reflected in the changes to combat in KCD2, which the developers described as lowering both the skill floor required to play competently and raising the skill ceiling for the most devoted warriors. There are only 4 attack directions now instead of 5. Thrust attacks are no longer a separate attack button, and have instead been folded into the combo system for weapons that make sense with them only. Parries are a bit easier to pull off, and much to my delight, blocking can now defend you from multiple attackers, as long as they're all in front of you.
Come on then!
Basically, whether you mastered KCD1's combat or not, the lower skill requirement at the very beginning models the fact that Henry is simply a better fighter by now. But careful stamina management is still the core of every scrap, and button mashing is one of the quickest ways to die. I came across plenty of challenging encounters even as someone with more than 100 hours across 2 playthroughs in KCD1. It's not as easy to spam your way through them by getting a couple of powerful combo moves down to muscle memory.
Mercy, spare me.
The world of Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is quite a bit larger as well, with 2 distinct maps about the size of the first games that you can travel back and forth between once both are unlocked. The terrain feels fairly familiar, for the most part. We're still in the central Bohemian woodlands, basically just over the hill from where KCD1 left off. But the level of detail on the terrain and vegetation is a noticeable step up, and better yet, it's way more optimized. My RTX 4070 Super still can't run KCD1, a 6-year-old game, on max settings. But what I played of KCD2 rarely had any performance problems.
You won't.
The centerpiece of this new world is the city of Kuttenberg, which is quite a bit larger, denser, and more vibrant than anything we saw in KCD1. It's certainly no Paris or Prague, but navigating its crowded streets and markets, taking shortcuts through back gardens, and admiring its grand Gothic architecture is a complete change of pace from wandering around muddy woodland trails. It's big enough to get lost in, built on a realistic scale that makes towns in a lot of other RPGs feel like tiny dioramas. The side quests I got to play were also very open-ended and complex. The most notable example of this was an arc involving two rival sword schools in Kuttenberg, with the older and more established one, who just so happened to support the wrong king, trying to force out the newcomers, who were loyal to our boy, the rightful heir. It fell on my shoulders to steal a ceremonial sword from the established school and display it on the walls of the town hall, which would be seen as an open call for challengers. The quest doesn't much care how you get the sword. I took a sneaky approach, picking a lock to the guild side entrance, but often you'll be able to choose violence, or even diplomacy, to solve your problems. What it does care about is whether or not you got caught carrying out this little false flag operation, as it can affect how the tournament between the two schools play out. I, of course, maintained plausible deniability and won the competition for my school, but there are a variety of other ways it could have progressed, some of which have long-term consequences.
Look at that! Henry remains unbreakable and undefeated!
Another quest gave me the option of killing or talking my way past some quote-unquote bandits, and I was told that if I didn't kill them, they might show up later and present me with new opportunities.
Lord von Bergov sent us to find the renegades who ambushed some knights' company down by the pond yesterday. A couple of them fled and are hiding out here in the rocks. So tell me who you are and what you know about it.
Skills and perks have also been expanded upon, and the perks themselves are generally more powerful. Some of the ones in the first game offered a boon and a penalty, which made them feel more like side grades. Perks in KCD2 are more straightforward upgrades, which they should be, especially if I'm going to spend my scarce, hard-won progression points on them. Almost everything else Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 has to offer feels like a careful refinement of its predecessor. Warhorse isn't reinventing the wagon wheel here. Diplomacy still takes into account factors like what clothing you have on and how clean you are, with a new system of saved favorite outfits so you can quickly switch between combat gear and something more suited to a soiree. But this time, there's more emphasis on picking the right thing to say for the situation, instead of just the option you have the best stats for. Alchemy is back, allowing you to craft various potions and concoctions. It's been made less fiddly. There's a new blacksmithing minigame for forging your own gear and making a bit of coin, following in Henry's father's footsteps. The reading skill has been replaced by scholarship, which is gained by reading books and can provide boons like opening up new dialogue options. Henry's still crap at reading Latin though, and I'm not sure if that can be fixed. And in addition to new, more diverse movesets for all kinds of melee fighting, Henry can finally get his hands on some guns. Now, this is the early 1400s, so we're talking about extremely primitive firearms, the kind that had the tendency to blow up right in your hands.
My leg!
So don't go expecting to be medieval John Wick. But if you point them in the right direction from close enough range, there's really no amount of armor that will save your foes from the blast. Then you probably want to grab a sword because the remaining foes will not stand and wait for the subjective eternity it takes for you to reload.
Sorry. Take that, sir.
In just about every sense, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is shaping up as simply a smoother, prettier, more refined continuation of the things I liked about the original. The core mechanics are mostly the same, but sharper and with deeper progression. The world looks familiar, but broader and more grandiose. I had 2 whole days to play it, and it felt like far too little. When I was first turned loose from the stocks to pick my own path to glory, I felt that tingly feeling you get the first time you play Skyrim or The Witcher 3, of a massive world full of diverse adventures that aren't just clearing icons off a map. I look forward to spending dozens of hours exploring, gearing up the authentic medieval weapons and armor, and progressing through the improved perk system. Maybe Hans will stop being a huge bag of dicks too.
We've got no message, no coin, nothing but our ragged asses.
You know, anything is theoretically possible. I'm just glad I won't have to wait much longer.
As 2024 comes to a close, there is one question on everyone's mind. What is the game of the year? At IGN, we take this award very seriously. And this year, you're invited to join in on the debate. The payoff to our Game of the Year watch begins on the week of December 16th with our podcast, Nintendo Voice Chat.
Hey, what's up, Super Ninfrendos?
Beyond.
I can see you wielding a Buster Sword.
And Unlocked.
What'd you think after playing it?
Where we'll deliberate and bicker about each console's Game of the Year. It all culminates with the reveal of the big winner on December 20th on our special episode of Game Scoop.
It's been a great year for games already so far. Lots of great games.
Log on and join us in celebrating this year's Best in Gaming. Only on IGN.
Even after the positive preview for Avowed this summer, I found myself wondering if it was a fluke. Maybe it was just a fun mission. Maybe Obsidian won't be able to keep my interest as more quests are discovered. Maybe it was just a nice day. Nope! Avowed is just a lot of fun. Coming fresh off of trying out Dragon Age the Veilguard, I was so happy when I discovered just how evil I could be to people I met along the way right from the start of Avowed. Something Veilguard just didn't fulfill.
I am ready. Do it.
From the start, I had one NPC dropping F-bombs because I was going to leave her in prison. A short while later, a duo would try to intimidate me on a bridge only to meet a swift demise. I wasn't in the mood for their nonsense, I just wanted to be evil, and while I could have handled it the nice way, sometimes being evil is just more fun.
Another win, but who's counting?
It's not just the fact that you have more nuance with every conversation, it's empowering to craft the kind of hero or villain you want to be. Sure, Obsidian has a story to tell, but I feel more in control when deciding how these scenarios play out. The character customization options will allow you to craft the face of the character you'll build, and while you don't see it all that often, you can make someone perfectly lovely, or someone that looks like they came straight out of that creepy claymation episode of Adventures of Mark Twain.
Try to survive. Same thing I do every day.
Even the vendors have unique banter. I had the chance to meet the ex-husband of another nearby vendor, and the two would talk badly about each other because of their failed marriage. Another vendor had a past relationship with my companion Kai and warned him not to cross her again. These little beats do a lot to make the world feel like it has a history, and you'll uncover more of that as you adventure. I love these dangling threads that are teased throughout the playthrough. Hopefully, I get to tug on some of them and see how deep each story goes.
I told you not to show your face around here again.
On the combat front, I also immediately noticed improvements, especially in the sound department. Obsidian clearly spent a lot of time working on the audio and combat flow, and it's immediately noticeable. The sound spikes are so satisfying to hear when you've stunned an opponent and can execute a flurry of blows or bullets, or when using stealth and you're able to execute your prey with an ethereal blade. And one addition we got to see for the first time was the ability to use third-person or first-person combat. Both feel great, and while I personally opted for the first-person perspective most of the time, third-person is looking and feeling good too. The only slight gripe I have is that the movement can have a bit of that floaty Obsidian style to it in third-person, but that doesn't affect combat all that much.
Who's there? Watch out!
And while I'm discussing minor complaints, knowing full well that Obsidian still has months of polish time left, I did feel that your companion Kai was a bit too handholdy with his tips at times. There were a few moments when I was simply scavenging for loot and found him whispering tips about a puzzle in my ear.
I think there's something on the upper floor. We might be able to reach it from outside.
I know Obsidian is trying to help out new players, but it takes away from that feeling of accomplishment you get when solving the mystery for yourself. Kai, I know how to solve the puzzle, okay? Like, give me a second.
You got everything you need to fix up your armor. Let's head to camp.
But to get back to the positives, loot was also a highlight, even early on. Upgrading from a bow and arrow to an arquebus felt awesome. And even though I probably said arquebus wrong, the trade-off with the rifle is that it has a long reload time, but once you've upgraded your abilities with it, you'll unlock faster reloads and more damage. And the ragdoll physics add to the fun factor as well. Yet again though, my time with Avowed felt all too short. And make no mistake, there was plenty to explore in this small area. I found a spider cave where I took on a spider boss. I found the entire hour-long demo that we had the first time we played Avowed, and a plethora of small stories within the world, like this one guy who happened to be missing a ring and trying to find it. And I left wishing that Obsidian had given us more time to play, but that's a good sign. And so far, everything seems to be coming together in what I can best describe as a really fun RPG. But more importantly, it feels like an RPG where I'm in control of my own destiny, and while the decisions I'm making will have consequences, I love knowing that I get to be the one directing the orchestra, so to speak.
We'd be most appreciative, of course.
In both of my hands-on sessions with Avowed, I've only been able to see the Dawnshore section of the map and not much more. I do hope there's plenty of content here, but I'd really like to see more given how close the February release date is now. When I asked Obsidian about this, they promised several biomes would be explorable, and that will no doubt add a lot to the visual diversity of the world. I just wish we could get a peek at it beyond the footage from the very first gameplay reveal from many months ago. No spoilers on the story here, but the one narrative hook that is set up early on is a mission which takes you to the Voice. This voice leads you through the map and is clearly an entity you'll hear from again during your adventures. When given the chance to help it or refuse to make a deal, I decided against siding with a blue light, as I've learned nothing good ever comes from a deal with an all-powerful entity. But I will be curious to see how that plays out in the end. The Voice did not seem happy.
Who poisons us? We cannot see.
And that's really the best you can hope for from previews of an RPG like this. You get just enough to leave you wanting more, and Avowed certainly accomplishes just that. I want to power up my companion Kai to see what other attacks he can do. I want to discover the coveted weapons the design team told us about during the pre-hands-on presentation. I want to kill more people and betray my friends, and Avowed is empowering me to do exactly that. Maybe I'll let the Virgin live this time.
It's all right. I'm sure someone else will give me a hand.
Avowed is set for a February 18th release date, and I can't wait to find out just how evil.
So, contestants, are you ready?
You coming?
These are the times in which legends are born.
The video game industry is currently in the thralls of a paradox. For players, it could be argued we're in one of the greatest times for gaming. There's incredible breadth of choice across consoles, handhelds, and PCs made ever more accessible through gaming subscription services like Xbox Game Pass and PlayStation Plus. But from an industry perspective, things could not be more dire. More and more studios seem to be closing, original IPs are being scrapped mid-development, and vast legions of game developers, programmers, artists, and animators have been cut loose. To put it simply, the AAA video game bubble has finally burst. Across the past 2 years, over 23,000 jobs in the video game industry were lost, with a staggering 6,000 in January 2024 alone. Over 30 video game development studios have ceased operations, including Arcane Austin, Volition, and most recently Firewalk Studios. What's worse is this trend only shows signs of continuing rather than diminishing. So how did we get here? Well, some analysts have concluded these closures and redundancies are a necessary remedy to companies having overextended themselves in response to inflated demand in the market during the COVID-19 pandemic. While that's undeniably a factor, that's just one of many issues that have been gestating for years within the AAA project bubble. Just 5 years ago, AAA projects' average budget ranged from $50 to $150 million. Today, the minimum average is $200 million. Call of Duty's new benchmark is $300 million, with Activision admitting in the Competition and Market Authority's report on AAA development that it now takes the efforts of 1.5 studios just to complete the annual Call of Duty title. But it's far from just Call of Duty facing ballooning costs. In the same CMA report, an anonymous publisher admits that development costs for one of its franchises reached $660 million, with $550 million of marketing costs on top, which makes it a $1.2 billion game. To put that into perspective, Minecraft, the world's best-selling video game of all time, only broke $3 billion last year, and keep in mind that's what it made since it launched way back in 2011. The realities of these budgets mean entire publishing houses are massively overstretched and are now desperately facing the consequences. If their developers' huge projects don't make money immediately, they gotta go. Sega's sci-fi shooter super game Hyenas was in development at Creative Assembly for 7 years, and just as it was publicly playable for the first time via alpha testing, it was promptly cancelled. The reason? Sega preemptively concluded that Hyenas couldn't make its money back. Blizzard's survival project Odyssey had a similar trajectory. Odyssey would have been the studio's first new IP in 8 years, and given the market's love for games like Minecraft and Rust, such a gaming titan should have undoubtedly made waves with this project. When Microsoft acquired Activision Blizzard, though, the project was swiftly killed with little reason publicly given beyond inconveniences in switching engines to increase player count on the servers. These examples of the current AAA publishing cull reflect a deep-rooted fear to engage with anything new and original, publishers perhaps more risk-averse than ever to stray out of their established IP safety bars. But even well-known IP that could be worth millions in sales and revenue is being left to rot. Despite owning Infamous, Jak and Daxter, Killzone, Resistance, and Sly Cooper, to name a few entries in PlayStation's sprawling dormant library, Sony CFO Hiroki Totoki recently claimed the company lacks enough original IP to consolidate itself as a true gaming powerhouse.
Yeah, you talking to him?
What Totoki may mean is that Sony's older catalog of library IP does not fit the mold of what every publisher has been mindlessly chasing for the better part of the decade, the next big live service money printer. Money! It's difficult to imagine much fanfare for a Sly Cooper reboot where Bentley and Murray are purchased to play, grand heists or season pass bonuses, and worlds are delivered half-baked instead of fully formed. It's undeniable that on some level the video game market has changed forever because of this live service model. New video games don't just have to compete with new rivals, but somehow find space in an increasingly crowded market dominated by decade-old titles like Fortnite and Grand Theft Auto Online, games which will continue to hold higher player counts than many of the best sellers of the last few years. But live service titles require investment of not just money, but also time to find their audience, neither of which was afforded to Firewalk Studios' Concord. The crew of Concord's North Star will never fly again. The recent fate of Concord's Firewalk Studios serves as a microcosm for the increasingly bleak outlook for the next few years in video game development. Concord was Firewalk's first game, its baby in many ways, an 8-year development bolstered by a Sony acquisition and a reported cash injection of $200+ million. PlayStation reportedly believed it had the next Star Wars-esque franchise on its hands. But the game struggled significantly across both its beta testing period and launch, and was soon completely shut down by Sony just weeks after it was released, with Firewalk closed for business shortly thereafter. Concord's downfall happened faster than any other failed game of the live service era.
Don't joke about something like this.
Just a decade earlier, though, a similar disaster was plaguing Blizzard's Diablo 3. The crippling Error 37 message made the game unplayable, and fans worldwide decreed the absolute failure to launch. Soon after, the game's real money auction house left players with a foul taste in their mouth that Diablo 3's reputation was roasting in the fires. Instead of abandoning it, Blizzard repaired the game, removed the auction house, and then fundamentally upgraded and evolved it to Diablo 3 2.0 with its Reaper of Souls expansion, finally cementing its comeback as a brilliant game. It's a similar story to what we saw with CD Projekt Red's hard-fought battle to win Cyberpunk 2077 fans back after a disastrous launch. If Concord's alleged $200+ million budget had been lowered and the project direction refocused as a spark for a new new universe rather than a big bang, it doesn't seem hard to believe that it could have found an audience with some Blizzard or CDPR-like shepherding from Sony. Many projects akin to Concord could be the medium-sized successes they deserve to be if not for the financial corners these publishers find themselves painted into.
Endless rage!
And really, maybe some publishers should consider steering clear of these financial quarters entirely. Gamers are beginning to wane interest in these monolithic projects. You need only look at a top-rated games of 2024 list. While 2023's award lists were littered with AAA titles from 500-strong studios, 2024 show a revitalized hunger for a smaller, more independent spirit. Arcade machine throwback UFO 50, the Metroidvania-esque Animal Well, poker roguelite Balatro, and text-based pixel art adventure The Crimson Diamond are just some of the games you'll see appearing again and again on these lists. Despite their numerous differences, they share one thing in common: a smaller, more refined experience that recalls earlier eras of gaming where marriages of mechanics and storytelling were key through technological craftiness, rather than literal country-sized game worlds. The nostalgia they create for older video game generations are central to the heart of their creation. They just want you to pick them up and have a good time. The slow but increasingly clear pivot of video game audiences to a potential indie renaissance is a clear message to publishers that if everything is bigger and bolder, who possibly has the time and energy to play more than 1 or 2 games each year?
Did I ever tell you the definition of insanity?
That's not to undercut the difficulty in getting those independent titles made, mind you. UFO 50's Mossmouth LLC team consisted of 6 developers working over many years, while both Animal Well and The Crimson Diamond share similar stories of being crafted by solo developers, Billy Basso and Julia Minamata respectively, over several years. Even a smash hit like Lethal Company started life as a one-man band developer Zeekers learning to develop games on Roblox before expanding his knowledge. All of these developers put everything they had over several years of their lives into creating these games, not in pursuit of money, but because of a passion. And this is why they don't need humongous worlds or 300+ side quests to tick off. These games all feel like lean enjoyment machines. It feels like the top end of the video game industry is currently faced with 2 paths to choose from. The first is the status quo. It can continue to engorge on bigger budgets with impossibly open yet incredibly empty worlds filled with 80+ hours of content, about 10 of which have any meaning to its players, and/or hopelessly pursue the live service train which left the station over 5 years ago with late passengers wondering why the money isn't rolling in anymore. These billion-dollar gambles could pay off, but it's seeming less and less likely every day. Conversely, companies could opt for a second path and take a page out of Julia Minamata, Billy Basso, and Zeekers' books, a wider breadth of projects, smaller in scope and scale, with a refined focus on gameplay mechanics and perhaps a return to older styles of video games long dormant. Projects where developers aren't afraid to make weirder choices and take some unexpected left turns lest they crash their $400 million ship into a mixed to decent reception and lackluster sales. Maybe studios, and more importantly publishers and shareholders, can remember that we used to play video games because they were fun, not because of their bigger than last year maps carpeted by denser, higher resolution grass that you walk across to finish another piece of side content that pushes you just 1 digit closer to that 100% completion.
This wasn't the plan.
No, it just wasn't the one we started with.
Speaking of which, congratulations, you've almost 100%ed this video. What do you think needs changing in the games industry? Do you want bigger games or more games? Sound off in the comments below, and for everything gaming, you are already in the right place. IGN.
When it comes to the Call of Duty franchise, it's easy to typecast every game as the same big blockbuster Hollywood action movie where you single-handedly save the world from this year's nuclear threat.
People like me and Adler are the reason we ain't speaking Russian right now.
Year after year, this clearly works for one of the best-selling franchises of all time, but the Black Ops series tends to do something a little different from the left trigger, right trigger shooting galleries the franchise is known for.
There's that shooting I remember.
From the Manchurian Candidate-inspired story of the original Black Ops, complete with number stations, and even a hint at who may have actually assassinated JFK,
Tried to make me kill my own president!
Right?
To the use of Project MK-Ultra, a real-life CIA mind control project from the 1960s in Black Ops Cold War, and recently Black Ops 6's drug-induced survival horror-like emergence mission, complete with mannequin jump scares and zombie hordes. Call of Duty Black Ops utilizes horror in its games to elevate the story of Black Ops into a mystery spy thriller that's not afraid to tackle some of the darker events in the CIA's history. What's a video about black operations without talking about one of the strangest and at times scariest real-world examples of the CIA's desperation to win the Cold War? Without digging too deep into the rabbit hole, MKUltra was a project run by the CIA from 1953 to 1973, where they hoped to develop new forms of interrogation using brainwashing and psychological torture. LSD, brainwashing, and other methods of psychological experimentation were used on thousands of unwilling participants throughout the 50s and into the 70s, until the project was ultimately ended due to its unethical use of non-consenting participants and hefty costs. A lot of what happened during MKUltra was lost due to an order from CIA Director Richard Helms to destroy all records of the project during a congressional investigation. Kinda weird timing if you ask me, but it did inspire a bunch of movies, shows, books, and video games to try to fill in the gaps.
Thanks to MKUltra's research, we had a backup plan.
In Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War, MKUltra was the basis for one of the more creative and horrifying levels of the series. Near the middle of the third act, the player character Bell is taken into a CIA black site to be questioned and have their mind broken into. Once Adler and Sims perform an intercerebral injection of LSD on Bell to kickstart his memories and break his mental conditioning, the game's psychological horror elements really kick into gear.
Damn, through the eye socket. You sure about this, Doc?
While only about 30 minutes long, the entire scene elevates Black Ops storytelling and production value in more ways than one. Visually, it uses traditional horror movie elements like jump scares and unsettling imagery to give the player a first-person view of the horrors of brainwashing and a deteriorating mind. The music is menacing, and the sounds of Bell's heart racing are only interrupted by the droning sounds of an old stereo playing at half speed, while Adler tries his best to drive through Bell's broken mind.
Bell's heart rate is already...
Do it now!
Heart rate is spiking. I'm not sure how much longer Bell can last.
This all comes together at the scene's climax, providing the impetus for the whole campaign, when Bell learns the truth about why this happened and how he became the perfect but unfortunate candidate for MKUltra's testing.
The numbers, Mason. What do they mean? Where are they broadcast? I don't know anything about any numbers.
Black Ops 1 is also full of some otherwise horrifying segments that are amplified due to their real-world inspirations. One of the most prominent throughout the series is number stations, which were used to relay encrypted messages across one-way radio transmissions. During the Cold War, these stations gained prominence and were used frequently by Soviet spies operating in Western countries. While most number stations are believed to have been nothing more than really secure phone calls, it's alleged that some were used to activate sleeper agents once they heard a specific phrase. The main character of Black Ops 1, Alex Mason, is one of those agents.
The subject has been successfully implanted with the knowledge to translate the number sequences.
Throughout the game, Alex finds himself in a dimly lit room full of screens with strange numbers flashing on them, complete with a disembodied voice leading an interrogation. As players progress through the story, numbers start to flash on screen, as well as events that didn't actually happen, like when Mason imagines himself assassinating JFK in a CIA black site, and the involvement of Viktor Reznov, Alex's close friend, who's revealed to have died years prior, even though he shows up and saves Alex's life multiple times throughout the story.
You nearly took a bullet.
No one fights alone.
The eeriness of these unexplained numbers and disembodied voices during the early days of the Cold War gives an otherwise standard action game much deeper meaning to its depth and its story. Brainwashing and number stations may not be as traditionally scary as Pyramid Head or Lisa from PT, but the idea of a trigger phrase that can make someone unwillingly carry out a task that, no matter how unethical or grisly it may be, is pretty scary, and how Black Ops presents this as an analog horror during real-world events only elevates a great spy thriller from summer blockbuster to something that people still talk about almost 15 years after its release.
Why did you have to kill him?
Because the numbers were telling me to! Why don't you fucking understand? 2, 14, 3,
14. Black Ops 6 is full of disturbing and dark imagery, but the mission Emergence is by far the most horror-heavy mission in the entire Call of Duty franchise. You know, outside of the zombie mode, obviously.
There we are.
This mission is a culmination of a few different aspects we've covered so far. There's mention of MKUltra programming, drug-fueled psychological warfare, brainwashing, and even zombies. Prior to this mission, players will have come across notes and audio logs that detail a human experiment involving a set of twins and a mysterious drug called Cradle.
They developed the Cradle. A new generation of operatives would be born of it.
These audio logs harken back to the research done during MKUltra and its real-life predecessor, Project Artichoke, building up for what may be one of the most unique and surreal levels in the entirety of the Call of Duty franchise.
No one will know this took place. You may not even remember much yourself.
At the start of the Emergence mission, you fall deep into an underground research facility run by a shadowy government agency known as Advanced Technologies and Applications. Everything about this level cranks the horror dial up to 11. And the game immediately shifts from its modern military roots to something more akin to BioShock than Battlefield. The ATA facility is full of mysterious and unsettling Illuminati imagery, like the Eye of Providence, which we've all seen on things before, like Renaissance paintings depicting Jesus Christ, the backside of a dollar bill, and Freemason iconography. It's used here to represent one of the most common depictions of the Eye of Providence, the Illuminati. While numerous stations in MKUltra have existed at one time, the Eye of Providence, better known as the All-Seeing Eye, has been associated with the age-old conspiracy theory of a shadowy, one-world government that calls the shots with complete jurisdiction and no ethical boundaries. By allowing players to explore the abandoned ATA facility to discover its secrets, we get to learn more about the CIA's ties with the characters in Black Ops, and how no matter what they do, there's really not much they can do to stop the government from carrying out these experiments on people for the sake of mind control. Emergence raises the bar for Call of Duty's horror storytelling sections by removing the player's usual weapon loadout in favor of an axe, and introducing multiple zombie jump scares in the game that has been relatively grounded up until this point. Black Ops 6 is able to lean heavily into the dark and mysterious world of Black Operations, and the more fantastical side of things with Illuminati imagery and even more references to Project MKUltra.
After treating us with the Cradle, they tried to mold us into the perfect soldier. They planned to break down the walls of mind and body.
The series' strategic use of horror and its ability to highlight some of the US intelligence community's darkest moments has not only made the Black Ops games stand out in a sea of modern, advanced, and infinite warfare, but also elevated their capacity to tell a thought-provoking and at times terrifying story about the real things that go bump in the night. While they may only dive into traditional horror for a few brief moments in each game's campaign, the effectiveness and unsettling nature of each mission, along with many other explorations of disturbing topics, have proven time and time again that the Black Ops series' use of horror has contributed to some of the best campaigns in Call of Duty and modern military shooters ever.
Whether you adored 2013 indie darling Contrast or were disappointed by 2016's We Happy Few, it's hard to argue that developer Compulsion Games doesn't swing for the fences and try new things. After spending a day with the team taking a closer look at South of Midnight, it's clear that innovation streak hasn't slowed down one bit, and I went from mild curiosity to full-blown hype for this unique action-adventure game. Though I didn't see anything that blew my socks off in terms of gameplay, it stood out in just about every other way, especially with its striking setting, curious stop-motion animation, and stellar original soundtrack. That all left me eager to see more and play it for myself.
You mean to tell me your mama never told you stories about critters and weavers? Oh, you're lucky I come along.
A quick disclaimer before we get started. I wasn't provided footage of the hands-off demo shown at Compulsion Games' office, and so won't be able to show you all the things I saw. Instead, I'll be relying on existing, publicly available sources, and you'll just need to fill in the blanks.
Shaking bones. Been a while.
South of Midnight is set in a part of the world we don't see too often in games, the American Deep South. It isn't just a backdrop for you to fight monsters, but rather the entire premise on which the adventure sits, with characters, folklore, and mythical creatures all drawn from real-world places and stories. During a hands-off demo, I saw flooded wetlands after a recent storm, mosquito-riddled swamps, and ostentatious antebellum manors, each infused with elements of fantasy I'd not seen anywhere else. These exotic places fit nicely with an equally unusual art style that emulates stop-motion animation, yet another rarity in games, and one that would be sure to fog up Guillermo del Toro's glasses. The whole thing looks like it was ripped from the pages of a children's storybook, which I really dug. It definitely took some getting used to at first, as the jerky movement might easily be mistaken for frame rate wonkiness to the untrained eye, but it also adds to the otherworldly fantasy charm that South of Midnight oozes. It can sometimes be pretty difficult to understand how exactly a game will feel to play during a hands-off demo, but in the case of South of Midnight, touching a controller wasn't necessary to recognize its best quality: its music. Each level has you facing off against a cryptid from Deep South folklore as Southern-inspired blues and jazz intensifies, and the lyrics help tell the story of whatever beast you're tracking down. In the case of this demo, it was an enormous alligator called Two-Toed Tom, based on an actual legendary creature.
That's Two-Toed Tom. Big gator.
At first, the music started slow with a slick bass line and a choir whispering, "Two-Toed Tom." But by the time we unraveled the mystery of the mythical gator and progressed to the final confrontation, the chorus reached a fevered pitch, the words of which told the tale of poor old Tom. All of these components, the setting, art, and music, set South of Midnight apart in a major way, and made me extremely excited to get my hands on it. The flip side of that is that what I saw of gameplay offered far less originality. Combat looked like a pretty by-the-numbers system of dodging, striking, and finishing moves that are quite well trodden, and exploration relied on double jumping, mid-air dashing, and grappling to distant locations that are pretty standard stuff. The boss fight against Two-Toed Tom, for example, was a very repetitive process of leaping over telegraphed attacks and wailing on the gator when he presented obvious opportunity to do so. Compulsion Games says that while they expect gameplay to be engaging, it isn't nearly as much of a focus as the story, music, and other elements they've clearly put the lion's share of work into. Instead, they're keeping levels relatively short for a 10-ish hour story and putting all of their chips into South of Midnight's exceptional presentation and world building. And so far, I'm convinced they just might pull it off. After all, even without playing it myself, it's made a great impression on me. Here's hoping it delivers when we finally get to play it next year.
I'll pick you up yonder after to go find your mom.
As 2024 comes to a close, there is one question on everyone's mind. What is the game of the year? At IGN, we take this award very seriously. And this year, you're invited to join in on the debate. The payoff to our Game of the Year watch begins on the week of December 16th with our podcast, Nintendo Voice Chat.
Hey, what's up, Super Ninfrendos?
Beyond.
I could see you wielding a Buster Sword.
And Unlocked.
What'd you think after playing it?
Where we'll deliberate and bicker about each console's Game of the Year. It all culminates with the reveal of the big winner on December 20th on our special episode of Game Scoop.
It's been a great year for games already so far. Lots of great games.
Log on and join us in celebrating this year's Best in Gaming. Only on IGN.
Right now is probably the best time in a while to be a fan of action RPGs. The developers are cooking, the gamers are eating. It's as simple as that. If you're into the ARPG genre of top-down, monster-slaying looter games, then you're most certainly bursting at the seams. Luckily, you're primed to loot some new, better pants anyways. If you aren't playing these games, now is the absolute best time to set everything else aside and join the buffet to grind these games down with the rest of us. Let's talk about 3 of the biggest, best, and coolest games in the genre right now and why they each deserve your time.
Cheers, cha-chum.
The developers of games like Diablo 4, Path of Exile, Last Epoch, and soon Path of Exile 2 are seriously competing in a brutal war for your engagement. Grinding Gear Games has been hard at work crafting a fully fledged sequel to Path of Exile, a game that's been going strong for more than a decade and even recently hit an all-time peak, not just in concurrent player counts, but in the quality of new content as well. Meanwhile, Blizzard has spent the last year reacting to critical feedback from its fanbase to turn Diablo 4 around and introduce meatier in-game iterations that keep players satisfied. And we're not just getting ARPGs from legendary, iconic game studios. There's also the newcomer, Last Epoch from 11th Hour Games, a studio that built a hit game that was mostly birthed out of a Reddit conversation. See, about 8 years ago, Reddit user MoxJet200 made a post on the social media forum asking for input from other ARPG fans on what features would make for a great entry to the genre. That user, Judd Cobbler, is now founder and CEO of 11th Hour Games, the developers of Last Epoch, a studio with talent from all over the world working to keep this game going. While there are other notable ARPGs out there in the wild, Diablo 4, Path of Exile, and Last Epoch come together to keep us well fed throughout the year with regular seasonal or league content updates. Let's talk about Diablo 4, a game that managed to have a significant redemption arc after many players dismissed it shortly after launch and a few unfavorable seasonal releases. When Diablo 4 first released back in 2023, it felt slow and monster density was about as low as player morale. The game quickly came under fire for its lackluster in-game design, especially compared to other ARPGs that's been released since Diablo 3, which effectively altered how players engaged in these types of games. Blizzard has been quick to react, releasing season after season of meaningful content updates that stuck around permanently in the game. This feels like a direct result of healthy competition in the genre. While Grinding Gear Games implemented new ways to ease the quality of life in the endgame with Settlers of Calgar and the introduction of gold and auto mappers, Blizzard shook up the very fabric of their game to change its pace, the weight of their itemization, and overall relevance of content. Meaningful releases are necessary to maintain players over the course of their seasons. Otherwise, player numbers dwindle as they have other avenues to satisfy the craving of deleting hordes of monsters on their screen. So if you were one of the many action RPG fans let down by Diablo 4 early on, it's definitely worth a second look now. Diablo 4 Season 5's Infernal Horde's in-game activity is a perfect example of Blizzard listening to player feedback. Players asked for monster density, players got monster density. Jumping into the Infernal Hordes feels like a completely different game than what we got with Diablo 4's vanilla release, another clue that competition is key. Look, I get it. Diablo 4 doesn't need to be another Path of Exile with a different skin. In fact, it shouldn't be. However, it's refreshing to see that a company the size of Blizzard has been backed so far into a corner that the core gameplay loop of their game is almost unrecognizable, and that's nothing but a good thing for us. I've been playing Diablo 4 seasons longer than I ever have. Raid-like content? Check. The Undercity, an infinite grindable activity where you can target farm loot? Check. I'm more motivated to chase that next upgrade and actually want to take on the uber bosses. Doesn't all feel aimless anymore.
Welcome to King's March!
Meanwhile, Path of Exile's recent Settlers of Calgar released with such high praise from fans that it set a new bar for League content quality. You can't help but thank such competition for allowing it to happen. The 3.25 update for Path of Exile was time-consuming in the best way possible, and surely has to be a response to the growing split attention. The fact is that they are doing more to entice you to play their game. They have to be reactive, they have to be innovative, and they have to be creative. And it's working. My jaw legitimately dropped when Grinding Gear showed off all the quality of life updates and new content during the Settlers of Calgar reveal livestream. What do you mean you can hire NPCs to grind while I grind? It was a dream come true for a dream I didn't even know I had. There have been nothing but promising updates for Path of Exile 2, and this most recent release for its predecessor gives me nothing but faith in what's waiting for us in the sequel. Not only will Grinding Gear Games be continually adding content to Path of Exile 2, they will also still support the original Path of Exile with regular leagues as normal. They've even alluded to porting back features that they add in Path of Exile 2. Features like gold, the currency trade market, and more prominent health bars have already been added. So not only will Grinding Gear be in constant competition with other developers, they'll also be competing with themselves.
Here lie the answers you seek.
But what about the little guys? 11th Hour Games are still here. Their 1.0 launch for Last Epoch was insanely popular with high concurrent counts. While Last Epoch did suffer from major server and connectivity issues, the game was still an excellent grind. Their monolith endgame mapping system, while still a little shallow, has so much potential for the addition of depth and player engagement. Soon after launch, Last Epoch got its 1.1 update, Harbingers of Ruin. Sure, the update wasn't as massive as something Grinding Gear Games or Blizzard could pull off, but it shows the devs' commitment to the game that was made by devoted fans of the genre. They're a bit silent at the moment on content updates, but the imminent release of Path of Exile and Diablo 4's ongoing seasons likely play a role here. As I mentioned, they're the little guys. They need more time to cook. In Grinding Gears Games' recent Path of Exile 2 livestream, they blew the lid off most aspects of the game. One of these aspects being their new Atlas mapping endgame system, which, if you peer closely, it looks eerily similar to Last Epoch's Monolith system, an infinite mapping system where if you die, you'll be locked out of rewards. Of course, it can be argued that Path of Exile's Delve was the actual inspiration for Grinding Gears Games' new Atlas iteration, but I like the narrative that developers are just sharing ideas now because they love and need our attention. Anyways, you hungry yet? Luckily, the sweet ambrosial allure of this genre is hearty enough to keep you well fed. When one game is on the downswing, but you're still looking to scratch that lootin' and slayin' itch, ARPG games are aplenty and of excellent quality. Diablo games, the Path of Exiles, Grim Dawn, the Torchlight series, Lost Ark, the list goes on. The genre has never been better than it is now. It's a space in gaming where the developers are truly getting the meaning of live service and what it takes to keep players engaged and happy. And to that we say, keep them coming.
So, contestants, are you ready?
You coming?
These are the times in which legends are born.
2024 comes to a close, there is one question on everyone's mind. What is the game of the year? At IGN, we take this award very seriously. And this year, you're invited to join in on the debate. The payoff to our Game of the Year watch begins on the week of December 16th with our podcast, Nintendo Voice Chat.
Hey, what's up, Super Ninfrendos?
Beyond.
I can see you wielding a Buster Sword.
And Unlocked.
What'd you think after playing it?
Where we'll deliberate and bicker about each console's Game of the Year. It all culminates with the reveal of the big winner on December 20th on our special episode of Game Scoop.
It's been a great year for games already so far. Lots of great games.
Log on and join us in celebrating this year's Best in Gaming. Only on IGN.
Over its 30-year history, it's fair to say that a lot of incredible games have graced PlayStation. Across 5 generations of consoles, 2 handhelds, and toes dipped into the VR waters, there are a lot to choose from. But we've put our heads together to narrow it down to the top 100 of all time. Now, what games do you see when you close your eyes and hear the word PlayStation? Now, while we've got a good amount of exclusives on this list, we, of course, have to include a fair few multi-platform classics as well. Now, our rule of thumb for those is when you think of that game, do you see a PlayStation banner at the top of its box? If so, well, it qualifies right here. Now, you'll see plenty of familiar faces here, from Crash to Kratos, but there will no doubt be some that surprise you as well. Now, have an opinion on what should be placed here? Well, let us know in the comments down below. So without further ado, here are the top 100 PlayStation games of all time.
Mascot platformers were all the rage at the height of the PS1 era, and hot on the heels of Crash Bandicoot and Spyro, Sony opened a whole barrel of colorful new characters with Ape Escape, a family-friendly chimp hunting adventure that armed players with a slew of monkey-capturing gadgets. Ape Escape was popular enough to spawn many sequels and is still referenced as recently as in 2024's Astrobot, but perhaps its most important legacy was being the first game that could only be played with the newly released DualShock controller, introducing players to the world of dual analog sticks that would soon become not just the norm for PlayStation devices, but the industry standard to this day.
Gotcha! Yes!
Greetings, creatures of this blood. I come to compete.
Crash Bandicoot was Sony's answer to Nintendo's Mario, so naturally, if Mario had a kart racer, Crash needed one too. A shameless imitation of Mario Kart, Crash Team Racing is nonetheless a genuinely fun time with a great selection of tracks and all of the silly weapons and power-ups you'd expect from the genre. Just like his platforming though, Crash's driving isn't quite on par with his red-capped rivals, but still, CTR is a speedy party in its own right.
It's working! I've got a dragon!
Whoa, rough landing.
Ripto's Rage is the most complete Spyro package. More challenging than its predecessor, it improved on everything that everyone's favorite little purple dragon brought to the table the first time around. A certain Bandicoot may have ultimately come out on top as the original PlayStation's most beloved platforming mascot. He was, after all, the guy in the suit who showed up in PlayStation commercials, but Spyro certainly played his part. It's also notable and worth celebrating that both Spyro developer Insomniac and Crash studio Naughty Dog have together evolved into two of Sony's most important sources of blockbuster creativity from such humble and similar beginnings.
Impressive! Most impressive. Please take this sacred, thingamajig as a token of our everlasting gratitude.
Jumping ahead a few console generations and taking a smaller detour, Little Big Planet developer Media Molecule reinvented its arts and crafts approach for portable gaming with Tearaway, one of the PS Vita's shining stars, truly showcasing the versatile little handheld's capabilities. Tearaway made innovative use of the console's rear touchpad and front-facing camera, letting you enter Tearaway's papercraft world by pushing your fingers through the landscape, or by having your own mug adorn the skies as a big colossal shining sun. But even without all the clever gimmicks and set dressing, Tearaway is still, at its core, just a great, charming platformer.
Come on, Colt, you gotta put this together.
Deathloop was an exciting and stylish new property from Arcane Lyon, the studio behind the Dishonored series. Microsoft acquired Arcane's parent company shortly before Deathloop's release, but the game still released as a timed exclusive for the PS5, and it was a good one. Echoing the outside-the-box creativity of Sony's best output, Deathloop is a time-looping shooter that is also a detective game and a PvP assassination sim. It's ambitious, but never to a fault.
I want you to remember why you came here.
I want information. Where the hell am I?
It's a little ironic that most of the beloved PlayStation properties mentioned so far have since been acquired by Microsoft, but that is not the case for Jak and Daxter, who remain some of Sony's most beloved characters. Rockstar may have dominated the PS2 era of open-world games, but that didn't stop Naughty Dog from trying its hand as well. Jak 2 moved away from the mascot platform Bedrock of its predecessor to take Jak and his Ottsel companion Daxter to a hub-world city filled with danger. An ambitious pivot to a more combat-heavy focus, it was a gamble that paid off, as well as being one of the best-looking games of its generation.
I think the Baron set me up. Actually, I think everybody's trying to kill me.
Another colorful handheld platformer, Loco Roco is one of the PlayStation Portable's must-own games and one of the many examples of the out-there creativity that Sony's Japan studio contributed to PlayStation since the very beginning. A relatively simple concept based around the idea of rolling colorful jellies from point A to point B, it contained hidden complexities that accentuated its elegant design. Packed full of charm that threatened to burst out of its portable confines, it was a treat in every sense of the word. Another beloved Sony duo dating back to the PS2 era, Ratchet & Clank made their PlayStation 5 debut with Rift Apart, which is arguably still the greatest display of the hardware's power to date. Colors pop off the screen at each turn and particles flood the sky at every opportunity, especially when firing one of the many outrageous esoteric weapons the series and developer has become known for. The incredible visuals are augmented by Insomniac Games making full use of the PS5's 3D audio capabilities, the DualSense controller's haptics and adaptive triggers, and truly showcasing how the next-gen hardware's infinitesimal load times can take action platforming to a multiversal scale. Considering how much of a sensory overload Rift Apart was on a launch PS5, it's not a surprise to see Sony using it to test drive the upgraded PS5 Pro.
Can't anyone print instruction manuals anymore?
Before reinventing the Tetramino and Tetris effect, designer Tetsuya Mizuguchi had an idea that combined block-based puzzling with electronic music that could be played on the go. That idea became Luminous, one of the best puzzle games to ever grace the PSP. While solving its Tetris-like puzzles was what made it fun, the kicking soundtrack that synchronized its beat to the gameplay made it so that anyone who played Luminous felt like a third member of Daft Punk.
When does the operation begin?
Our intelligence within the FBI was not clear, but Romer's men are already inside the subway.
It's easy to write off Siphon Filter as a Metal Gear clone, especially when it was released just months after Kojima's PS1 masterpiece. But despite the similarities between these two stealth experiences, Siphon Filter is a brilliant espionage adventure in its own right, thanks to sharp gunplay, a story stuffed with twists, and missions that are just as varied as they are action-packed.
Now I will show you how I deal with informants.
Look at this place. It's amazing. So this is your world.
The PlayStation 3 library is loaded with gorgeous games, but Ni no Kuni: Wrath of the White Witch is the only one that comes close to feeling like a playable Studio Ghibli movie. Developed in collaboration with that legendary anime studio, Level 5 delivered a lavish RPG with a Pokemon-like monster collecting battle system that told an enrapturing story about a boy whisked away to a fantasy land to revive his recently deceased mother. While the stellar art direction shines moment to moment, it's the sequences produced by the animation studio that gave us Princess Mononoke and Spirited Away that truly make this one of the most visually arresting games on the PS3. Though the PS3 was lacking in top-tier RPGs for much of its lifetime, Wrath of the White Witch is one very notable exception. If all that wasn't enough, it also gave us the Welsh legend that is Mr. Drippy. Long live our short king.
You must be the one we fairies call the pure-hearted one.
Pro Evolution Soccer 6 is as good as football games have ever been. At a time when the rivalry between Pro Evo and FIFA was at an all-time high, Konami's soccer simulation was the sports game to play on PS2. It's the sort of standout opposition that EA sorely misses now, as with no strong competition, the genre is left to wallow in mediocrity. Oh, for those glory days to return. At the mere mention of the game, it's likely Patapon's infectious soundtrack is now playing in your head. If you were never hooked, Patapon was a PSP game that marched to the beat of its own drum, quite literally. Gameplay was a unique blend of rhythm and strategy because every note you hit, in this case a different beat to an actual drum, issued commands to a band of one-eyed warriors you led into battle. Each game had its charm, but Patapon 3 refined what made the first two games click while adding new features like multi-level dungeons, versus mode races, and battles.
Untamed, majestic, but lethal. If you hunt these wilds, no matter how skilled you are, no matter how clever, you will become the hunted.
Killzone developer Guerrilla Games took a big swing on the PS4, ditching its desaturated shooter series for the altogether much more vibrant world of Horizon Zero Dawn. Its rug-pulling sci-fi story is a solid backdrop for the introduction of a new PlayStation hero in the form of Aloy and her metal dinosaur decapitating archery combat. The Horizon series seems cursed with the first and second games launching in the same week as The Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild and Elden Ring, and even the first game's PS5 remaster shared a release date with Dragon Age: The Veilguard. Still, Horizon has persevered against some very stiff competition, and Zero Dawn has already seen a PS5 sequel, VR experience, and LEGO game spawn for it, so something tells us we're going to be seeing a lot more of Aloy.
Will crush our enemies and cast down those who lead us astray.
PlayStation isn't exactly the natural home of the first-person shooter, so not too many made this list, but it shouldn't come as a surprise that Doom Eternal is one of them. After the 2016 reboot ripped and tore the Doom franchise back into the mainstream after a 12-year hiatus, id Software's follow-up refined the experience in a way that made it feel like the shooter of tomorrow instead of the 7th sequel in a decades-old series.
The consequences of your actions here
Welcome to SSX Tricky.
SSX Tricky proved stiff competition in the extreme sports market for Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. Barreling down perilous mountains and flipping around in every direction was fun in its own right, but it's Tricky's colorful style that made the otherwise snow-white vistas truly pop off the screen. The PS2's abundance of BMX, surfing, and skateboarding titles made for some tough foes to rock around, but SSX Tricky stuck the landing.
Sometimes it's so easy being me.
Long associated with the Game Boy, where Tetris was sold as a bundled game, Tetris Effect saw Res mastermind Tetsuya Noguchi reimagine the Eternal puzzle game for the PlayStation VR headset. Themed around the psychological effect of the same name that occurs when playing the block stacker for long hours, Tetris Effect transformed the classic game into a psychedelic trip by combining the timeless Tetraminos with far-out visuals and a stellar soundtrack. A VR Tetris game could have been the most phone-in shovelware imaginable, but Tetris Effect elevated it to a practically religious experience. Mickey Mouse fused with Final Fantasy shouldn't work, but with Kingdom Hearts, Square Enix proved that it can.
Name's Goofy.
I'm Sora. I'll go with you guys.
However, it's in the sequel where the concept truly began to flourish. Sora, Goofy, and Donald and the whole gang embark on a convoluted adventure through beloved Disney worlds with particular highlights including the Steamboat Willie-inspired Timeless River level, Hercules' Olympus Coliseum, and Tron's Space Paranoids. Does it all make sense? That's a question for another day. We'll enjoy any game that lets us chat with Winnie the Pooh in between bashing enemies with a giant key, though.
Guess it's about time to be moving on.
The Monster Hunter franchise is fondly remembered for its PSP legacy, which enabled millions of gamers, mostly in Japan, to spend hours hunting and gathering together in between work and school. But Monster Hunter World's arrival on PlayStation 4 marked a new age for the series and became the destination for millions of fans, new and old, from around the globe. With enormous monsters to take down and sprawling new areas to explore and even more players to join the hunt, Monster Hunter World takes the series' tried and true gameplay loop and makes everything much, much bigger. The original 1999 Medal of Honor, co-created by Steven Spielberg, was a true PlayStation classic. However, it's 2002's Medal of Honor Frontline on PS2 where the historical shooter series finally fulfilled its lofty ambitions of making Saving Private Ryan's most iconic scene playable. Opening on an intense recreation of the D-Day landings, Frontline's exciting and varied campaign would prove to be the blueprint for Call of Duty's later success.
We're placing you on a special mission. Good luck, Patterson.
It's hard to think of many games that are more perfectly suited to the PlayStation Vita than Hotline Miami, a top-down violence simulator that's fast, frantic, and relentless with murder. Hotline Miami's secret is its addictive simplicity, and even though it came to other platforms, its bite-sized levels and rapid restarts are perfectly suited to the Take-It-Everywhere PlayStation Vita. It's so good that it even featured as a cameo being played on the Vita, no less, in one of PlayStation's biggest games ever, The Last of Us Part 2.
Yeah, they want to buckle up.
Killzone may have never proved to be Sony's Halo killer, but its industrial weight shooting and grimy aesthetic were instrumental in putting Horizon's developer Guerrilla on the map. Killzone 2 is particularly memorable for being a graphical showcase to a controversial degree. An early E3 demo may have been too good to be true, but the final game was nonetheless a stunning example of the cinematic visuals the PS3 was capable of. Enix's vision for remaking Final Fantasy VII became crystal clear with its second installment. Untethered from the need to set up the familiar events of Final Fantasy VII, Rebirth is able to throw our beloved heroes into a vibrant open world that brings to life what every gamer who played the original Final Fantasy VII was only able to imagine previously. Bursting at the seams with love for its iconic characters and world, Rebirth is an ambitious second act in this 3-part remake that's already proving as essential as its blocky PS1 predecessor. The big question is, how long will we have to wait for the final installment?
But in reality, it's barely hanging on.
The words Ridge Racer are now best known for being shouted by an exuberant Kaz Hirai at E3 2006.
Ridge Racer! Remember that one? All right, so let me go right ahead.
But years before that, it was PlayStation's standout driving game. Type 4 hit a sweet spot between the sim trappings of Gran Turismo and the white-knuckle speed of Wipeout, carving out its own corner as one of the most popular games on the original Sony console.
Before Returnal, Housemarque was known for its exhilarating but relatively niche twin-stick shoot-'em-ups. Then, in 2021, Celine's time-looping sci-fi roguelike burst onto PS5s to showcase exactly what the console and the studio could do.
Encountered hostile player.
Its psychologically twisting story, excellent shooter gameplay, and stunning art design locked it in as one of the generation's must-play games, with bonus points for being one of the few PS5 games that really got creative with the DualSense's adaptive triggers.
Truth is, Tanner, 3 years on the department and you're still the best driver I got.
In the days of the original PlayStation, open-world driving games were limited to Grand Theft Auto's top-down perspective, and the thought of being able to navigate the streets at 60 miles per hour from a 3D viewpoint felt like a distant dream. But in 1999, Driver arrived on PlayStation to shatter those expectations, allowing players to become a wheelman in a video game like never before.
On the run, Miami. Tell me who he talks to, where he goes.
That is, of course, assuming you could actually get past its initial, notoriously difficult driving test, a fiendish barrier to entry before tearing up the streets of Miami and beyond. The hunt for a family-friendly PlayStation mascot is as old as the brand name itself. But it's fair to say that 2008's Little Big Planet delivered the hero the aughts were looking for with Sackboy. Little Big Planet was not only the birth of a mascot, though. It was also PlayStation's first significant experiment in user-generated content, giving players the tools to share their woolly, 2D creations with the world. Developer Media Molecule would unquestionably do it a whole lot better with sequels and spiritual successor, Dreams, but none of that happens without the whimsy, charm, and just plain adorableness of Little Big Planet. The Yakuza series, now known as Like a Dragon, has been a PlayStation staple since the first entry's release in 2005. Steadily growing over the years from a niche interest to a cult phenomenon. Our pick of the bunch is 2015's Yakuza 0, in part because its prequel status makes it an easy entry point for newcomers, but most importantly, it's because it has everything you'd want from one of Ryuga Gotoku Studios' crime epics. Over-the-top action, melodramatic Kiryu and Majima plotlines, and of course, life-consuming minigames, including a full cabaret club management sim. Between MTV's Pimp My Ride and Need for Speed Underground 2, it seemed like every car in the world in the early 2000s had tinted windows and underglow neon lighting. The PS2 was home to Need for Speed at its height, with Most Wanted's pink slip system and open-world police chases providing just as many thrills. But Underground 2 uses its nitrous oxide to just edge in front here thanks to its electric street racing drenched in glow-in-the-dark painted cool. PlayStation's recent history has been gilded with single-player success stories. As such, it was quite a surprise when Arrowhead Game Studios' co-op blaster, Helldivers 2, seemingly dropped out of nowhere to capture the democracy-obsessed minds of PS5 players everywhere. Building on the foundations of the arcadey top-down twin-stick shooter that launched on PS3, PS4, and Vita way back in 2015, Arrowhead's sequel expanded and augmented every aspect of the game, especially the Starship Troopers flavored brand of propaganda satire.
You will never destroy our way of life!
The end result was a delightful PvE experience that became a massive team effort, with players doing their part to tackle bug-like aliens and Terminator-esque cyborgs on multiple fronts.
Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Russia, you are worthy.
Legacy of Kain has emerged as one of PlayStation's favorite cult series over the years, and we think it peaked with 1999's Soul Reaver on the PS1. Crystal Dynamics introduced players to Vampire Ghost protagonist Raziel, whose supernatural abilities were put to the test with a combination of combat and puzzles that were equal parts stylish and challenging. It was incidentally the first game directed by Amy Hennig, who would then go on to help shape Naughty Dog into the modern PlayStation behemoth it is today. All of the aspects of what has become Sony's trademark single-player formula can be felt way back here in Soul Reaver.
What pitiful form is this that I have come to inhabit? Death would be a release next to this travesty.
Do you think I felt regret as I gazed upon the destruction we have wrought? Or at least humility at the speed with which a world can be transformed from a good world into a hell?
Prince of Persia: The Sands of Time's chronology warping mechanics were incredibly novel back in 2003, helping cement it as an instant PS2 classic and signaling return to popularity for a series that had been left in the 2D era. But while Sands of Time's supernatural approach formed the bedrock of a fantastic action-adventure, the game as a whole is more significant for being the foundation of Ubisoft's modern-day success. While Sands of Time received a number of direct follow-ups, ideas for a proposed Prince of Persia sequel would eventually morph into what would soon become Ubi's flagship series, Assassin's Creed.
Wait, I don't even know your name.
Just call me Kakolukia.
I'm Pete Kowalski, Jimmy Hopkins, and don't ask how I'm doing. I've been here 5 minutes and already people want me dead. Even my parents didn't hate me this quickly. Bully comes from a time when Rockstar would dominate the PS2 on an annual basis, a far cry from the 7+ year waits we have now to suffer through. But while those long development cycles have their benefits, Jimmy Hopkins' misadventures through a year at Bulworth Academy are a prime example of when the GTA developer would take risks on smaller projects that offered unusual spins on the studio's trademark humor and larger-than-life characters.
Hit me with your best shot! Oh!
Rumors of a sequel have always persisted, and we certainly wouldn't say no to another term of classes after GTA 6 drops in 2045. I said you could have fooled me. This place is full of bullies and maniacs.
Nonsense! That's just school spirit.
Katamari Damacy was the cool, artsy kids' favorite PlayStation 2 game. Before the need to roll up famous IP and turn them into AAA blockbuster games, the Prince of All Cosmos was rolling up everyday objects into a larger and larger ball and taking over the gaming world with it. Katamari Damacy is emblematic of the kind of madcap video game ideas that we don't really see from big studios these days, but were a regular blessing during the PS2 era. Thankfully, Katamari Damacy's legacy lives on in the quirky indie games developed by those same cool artsy kids who grew up playing it.
You must be the handyman who'll take any dirty job. Am I correct?
I only take special jobs, if you know what I mean.
The original Devil May Cry was an ice-cool breath of fresh air when it slashed its way onto the PS2 in 2001. Hideki Kamiya's wild combination of lightning-quick combat and demon-slaying story, conjured up out of 700-year-old Italian poetry, was originally planned as an entry into the Resident Evil series before Capcom realized it might have been a little too out there and just made it its own thing instead. One of history's most iconic action series, it effectively created the character action genre. The original DMC has spawned multiple sequels, but none have made as big of an impact as Dante's first outing.
Sword. Time to go to work, guys.
Look around you. This is your family.
One of the great gaming tragedies is that Metal Gear Solid 5: The Phantom Pain is likely Hideo Kojima's last Metal Gear game ever. But what a game to go out on. Though it was the series' first foray into an open world, The Phantom Pain integrated almost all the core mechanics from the previous games, refined into their most advanced, evolved iteration. Fire! Though The Phantom Pain's troubled development begins to show in its later missions, the moment-to-moment gameplay truly feels like the perfected final form of the tactical espionage action Kojima pioneered way back on the original PlayStation.
The only language left to me, revenge.
Soccer with cars? Possibly the most chocolate and peanut butter combination the games industry has seen since Mario with karts? Rocket League might not be the hit it is today without its success on PlayStation Plus. Rocket League is fun as hell, but it could have very well been slept on entirely if not for the huge influx of PS Plus subscribers who test drove it for free and presumably told their friends. While Rocket League arrived on the PS4 back in 2015, it gained and maintained enough momentum to attract the attention of Epic Games, who acquired developer Psyonix 4 years later, and it's still going strong today.
I'm a ghost. Actually, now I'm your ghost, and you? Well, you've been dead a long time.
After making its mark on Xbox with the Halo series, Bungie forged close ties with PlayStation for its ambitious MMO shooter, Destiny. While it may have been multi-platform, Destiny's timed exclusive content drops on PS4, including an all-important alpha test, made it feel like an exciting Sony experiment. The original Destiny is flawed, but it was the lab where Vault of Glass was born, the raid that set Bungie on the path towards both Destiny 2 and its wobbly multiplayer crown.
The darkness is coming back. We will not survive it this time.
Kick, punch, it's all in the mind. Those 7 words have lived rent-free in the heads of an entire generation of gamers for almost 3 decades. Parappa the Rapper was a huge part of PlayStation's push for experimentation in the PS1 era, and again, something we just don't see enough of these days from big publishers. He might have been a 2-hit wonder in terms of games, but Parappa's influence can't be overstated. The hip-hop hound pioneered the rhythm game genre, which Guitar Hero and Rock Band built on years later.
That's it for today.
You are Agent 47, the world's finest professional hitman.
Metal Gear Solid may be considered the definitive PlayStation stealth series, but IO Interactive's Hitman has a strong legacy dating back to the PS2 era. And hey, if we're paying more attention to Snake, maybe that means Agent 47 is actually stealthier. But either way, it deserves recognition. Now, we could have picked any of the Silent Assassin, Contracts, or Blood Money for this list, but instead we've opted for the much more recent World of Assassination, the now combined trilogy of games that acts as the culmination of over a decade of playful stealth mastery. IO's huge opportunity-filled levels act as immersive clockwork murder playgrounds. These scripted objectives always allow for amusingly creative kills, but it's the death scenarios you come up with yourself that always prove the most rewarding, and the gallows humor is always to die for.
Hidden in plain sight, you are the ultimate weapon.
I want food that don't make me sick. I want walls that hold back the wind. I want a decent life.
A PS4 launch game, Black Flag, showed how transformative the 8th generation of consoles could be for the Assassin's Creed series. Now, while the PS3 version was still able to render the huge, nearly seamless Caribbean map, the PS4 build did all that with much more detail, resulting in beautiful ocean waves and lush vegetation. Arguably the best Assassin's game to date, its ambitious land and sea open world laid the groundwork for the beloved Assassin's Creed Odyssey, while its environmental detail was echoed at smaller, denser scale in cult favorite Assassin's Creed Unity.
All things considered, I think it's turned out to be a rather fortuitous day, hasn't it?
What a pleasant surprise, brother. Save it. You're no brother of mine. Don't say you've forgotten me, Snake.
After the success of the first Metal Gear Solid, expectations for Hideo Kojima's PS2 follow-up were immense. But rather than merely give fans a better version of what they got in the first game, Kojima trusted his vision and gave us, well, something different. Though he made some divisive choices like sidelining hero Solid Snake in favor of newcomer Raiden, Kojima definitely delivered on bringing Metal Gear Solid to the next generation of PlayStation. The visual and mechanical improvements between the first and second game were the kind of massive leap we just don't see much anymore. And Metal Gear Solid 2 employed a number of systems and features that have since become commonplace in stealth action games. As for the story, say what you will, but there's no denying that Metal Gear Solid 2's commentary on the information age and AI was way ahead of its time and is shockingly relevant even today.
Legend. A legend is nothing but fiction. Someone tells it, someone else remembers. Everybody passes it on.
The PS3 was the major starting point for online multiplayer on PlayStation. Now, while there are many examples of great PvP games from that generation, that game company's journey was easily the most innovative and whimsical way of showing how connections can form between players. A completely wordless adventure, players would encounter a mystery co-op partner, and despite the complete lack of communication, they would navigate Journey's ethereal world and uncover its quietly impactful story together, creating a singular and unforgettable shared experience. Back in 1996, an orange marsupial spun his way into our hearts when Crash Bandicoot arrived on the original PlayStation, courtesy of a little studio called Naughty Dog. Initially earmarked to be Sony's answer to Mario and Sonic, Crash has long since formed his very own identity of tomfoolery and Wumpa Fruit obsession. He can still be seen regularly smashing through crates and setting off TNT boxes to this very day. But even though the lovable Bandicoot has since appeared on the majority of video game platforms and is now technically the intellectual property of Microsoft, he's still unquestionably a PlayStation icon thanks to his explosive, shirtless debut on the PS1.
There must be thousands of them. We will face death and defend our home.
Ghost of Tsushima was the PS4's last big hurrah, and few consoles get to go out on such a high. Sucker Punch transported its open-world learnings from Infamous to feudal Japan in astonishing style. Perhaps the most purely cinematic of PlayStation's blockbusters, Ghost told the story of Jin Sakai's quest for vengeance. Though its superb sword combat was invigorating, the stunning scenery was as good a setting for relaxing as it was for revenge.
I'm ready, Uncle. We end this together.
Despite many considering it to be one of the best in the series, Final Fantasy IX is often overshadowed as a PlayStation classic by its older siblings. It also didn't help that it arrived right at the tail end of the console's lifespan, falling to the wayside when the PlayStation 2 and Final Fantasy X were on the horizon. But this welcome return to the series' original high fantasy storytelling demands your respect. A tale of political turmoil seen through the eyes of a thief called Zidane, its clever evolution of series staples and ability to tell multiple concurrent powerful stories truly places it shoulder to shoulder with the genre's giants. It's arguably one of the strongest RPGs for the original PlayStation, and without question, the console's last big hurrah.
Does it feel, Wayne, to stand on the very stones that ran with your parents' blood?
2009's Batman Arkham Asylum was a surprise hit with its intricate Metroidvania action, but it was Rocksteady's follow-up that truly blew the doors wide apart as we were unleashed to an open-world Gotham.
Why do you work alone, Batman?
The most notorious rogues gallery to grace the PS3 clashes with the Caped Crusader as he races against time to save the city from a thrilling plot that has you second-guessing at every turn.
You cannot stop me. Soon I will command forces beyond your comprehension.
Throw in an evolution of one of the most influential melee combat systems designed in recent memory, and you've got a fully fledged superhero fantasy.
But you of all people should know, there's plenty wrong with me.
Vagrant Story is a fantastic RPG with a finely tuned battle system and interesting puzzles, but it's best remembered for exploring new depths in video game storytelling. Square had already enjoyed an incredible run of genre-defining RPGs on the original PlayStation, but Vagrant Story's adventure through Valindia captured the hearts and minds of anyone who walked in the shoes of Ashley Riot, our hero who is accused of a murder they didn't commit. Perhaps the biggest crime of all, though, is that we never got a sequel.
Marvel's Spider-Man 2 is the culmination of Insomniac's web-slinging work so far, taking the best bits of both Peter Parker's and Miles Morales' games to create an amazing and truly sensational adventure. With silky smooth swinging across a stunning New York City, a twisting comic book storyline, and exciting melee combat, it is yet another in a long line of highly polished releases from a studio that can consider itself among PlayStation's most prolific.
Wasn't this city empty not too long ago?
Do you enjoy crying? Well, maybe we could interest you in a trip across the zombie apocalypse with Lee and Clementine in Telltale's The Walking Dead. Season 1 of this episodic choose-your-own-adventure saw the studio working at the peak of its powers as agonizing decision after agonizing decision was placed in front of us on the PS3. A tonally faithful expansion of the post-apocalypse introduced in Robert Kirkman's seminal graphic novel series, Telltale's Spin reinvigorated the adventure genre in 2012 and is to this day probably the most upsetting video game that involves cel-shaded zombies.
Hey, take it easy, amigo. No es nada, no es nada.
I left you pouring your heart out into the gutter.
It is hard to even articulate how hugely influential Grand Theft Auto 3 was on Vidium. Without Rockstar's original satire of New York City, the open world genre today simply wouldn't exist. GTA 3 catapulted the previously top-down Grand Theft Auto series into a 3D world that felt genuinely alive, its streets packed with unforgettable characters and underpinned by a mob movie-inspired narrative that was as funny as it was compelling. Throw in an unparalleled level of freedom, allowing players to tackle missions in different orders and different ways, plus the ability to steal any car you saw, and GTA 3's Liberty City started a legacy that is still going strong over 20 years later.
As part of the burgeoning relationship between Final Fantasy and PlayStation, series creator Hironobu Sakaguchi conceived of a tactical spin-off for Final Fantasy, combining his beloved role-playing series with a more strategic genre he loved. The result was Final Fantasy Tactics, a beautiful and thoughtful tactical RPG for sure, but it also introduced the world of Ivalice, the land which would go on to become the setting for games like Vagrant Story and Final Fantasy XII. A grimy fantasy dungeon delver thick with mystery and lore, Demon's Souls' place in the halls of PlayStation history is secure thanks to being the starting point of From Software's modern legacy. It was the journey where we first rested at bonfires to restore our health, summoned unknown strangers to aid us in difficult boss battles, and fought tooth and nail to retrieve our lost souls. Demon's Souls laid the foundation for bigger and better games, but that shouldn't detract from its own achievements, particularly its evocative environmental design. Thankfully, it's all been painstakingly restored and handsomely preserved in Bluepoint's fantastic PS5 remake. The PS2 era God of War was a completely different proposition to its character-focused modern reinvention, but what 2007's God of War 2 may have lacked in nuance, it made up for in scale, ferocity, and excess. Chaining together combos with the Blades of Olympus never felt so good as ancient Greece's gods fell at Kratos' sandaled feet. Initially created as a Western answer to a genre popularized by Japanese developers, with this sequel, God of War secured its place in the pantheon of great character action games. Chrono Trigger is widely regarded as one of the greatest RPGs ever made, but its sequel is equally deserving of praise. Rather than simply rehash ideas, Chrono Cross mixes everything up to huge success. Firstly, it's set in an entirely different world with new characters to bond with and stories to discover, but more importantly, its battle system is completely overhauled, mixing real-time and turn-based strategy to create one of the deepest, most fulfilling RPG experiences of its time. The beauty of Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker is how Hideo Kojima really emphasized the portable in PlayStation Portable. Taking the stealth action gameplay the series is known for, Peace Walker delivered bite-sized missions for Big Boss to take on that could be finished in a single commute to work or school. Not only that, but the big story implications set up in Peace Walker makes this PSP outing a genuinely important part of the Metal Gear storyline. Picking a favorite Guitar Hero game is difficult because ultimately it comes down to which era-spanning setlist of rock songs you most preferred to pretend you were performing in front of 20,000 people. Sure, Guitar Hero 2 had War Pigs and Freebird, but 3 had a killer edition that would become synonymous with the series, Dragon Force's Through the Fire and Flames. It's impossible to overstate just how much of a phenomenon Guitar Hero and its competitor Rock Band were during the PS3 era, but just take a look at how many played-to-death plastic guitars you'll find at your local landfill, and you'll get a pretty good idea. Go on, head over to the dump, I'll wait. Few games define the original PlayStation's cultural identity as perfectly as Wipeout. Its futuristic, heavily stylized aesthetic and techno soundtrack were the epitome of Sony's vision for PlayStation being a lifestyle rather than just another games console. But beneath the slick visuals was a blisteringly fast racing game that, thanks to its anti-gravity vehicles, felt completely different from anything that had come before. And everything that made the original Wipeout great is on full display in its successor, Wipeout 2097.
You go after them! I'll hold them off here! Hey!
Yeah.
Good luck.
Thanks.
When it comes to the history of console multiplayer, Tales of GoldenEye on N64 and Halo on Xbox dominate the split-screen conversation, but PlayStation 2 had its own FPS king that deserves just as much respect. Time Splitters 2. This was the essential PS2 shooter and almost certainly the reason anyone owned the 4-player multi-tap peripheral. Its arcade mode provided match after match of exciting showdowns, made all the more thrilling and esoteric by the maps and the weapons that were pulled from a whole host of different time periods and genres. The original Titanfall was an Xbox exclusive without a campaign. When its sequel arrived on the PS4 with one of the finest set of first-person shooter single-player missions ever constructed, the series' full potential was finally realized. Toss in an exhilarating and criminally underplayed multiplayer mode to the mix, and Titanfall 2 is not just one of the best shooters to appear on a PlayStation console, but one of the best FPS games of all time. And of course, because we can't have nice things, we're still waiting on Titanfall 3.
What are you doing?
Trust me.
Look, Sonny, we were set up. The deal was an ambush.
After an 11-year and counting wait for Grand Theft Auto 6 to arrive, the thought of a Grand Theft Auto sequel coming only 1 year after its predecessor is unimaginable. But it happened back in 2002 with fan favorite Grand Theft Auto Vice City promptly arriving 12 months after GTA 3. And it wasn't a quick and dirty spin-off either, or a half-baked expansion pack. Vice City was a triumph that took everything its predecessor had to offer and improved it. The characters were better, the storytelling stronger, and the decision to create an 80s set ode to Scarface set in a fictionalized Miami was inspired, opening the doors for an incredible soundtrack and exciting visual flair. Grand Theft Auto 3 may have laid the foundation, but Vice City coated it with irresistible style and a whole lot of neon.
That's a good idea. That's a great idea.
It may have taken nearly 30 years, but Sony finally made a mascot platformer to rival the likes of Nintendo's Mario. It's the most recent game on this list, but it's there for a reason. Astro Bot is a consistently inventive joyride through PlayStation history, paying homage to dozens of other games on this list. Even if you don't have 5 console generations worth of nostalgia for PlayStation, it's a joyful audiovisual showcase that fully embraces the quirks of the PS5's DualSense controller. Instantly one of the console's best games, its legacy will surely only grow over time. There would be no Uncharted without Tomb Raider. In fact, it's hard to imagine what action-adventure games would look like without Lara Croft's first outing. Hitting the PlayStation in 1996, it's often considered the first game to approach storytelling in a truly cinematic manner, an outlook Sony would adopt for decades to come. It may be a little unwieldy to play at this point in time, but there's no denying the original Tomb Raider's impact.
So, are you ready to seek your fortune?
Speaking of Uncharted, Uncharted 4: A Thief's End saw Nathan Drake contending with the prospect of retirement, attempting and then failing miserably to resist the call of adventure. An odyssey into not just the darkest dungeons, but also the minds and fraying relationships of its lead characters, Uncharted 4 was as human as Drake has ever appeared, and a reflection of the evolution of Naughty Dog as a studio. That didn't stop it from doing what the series is best known for, though, delivering blockbuster bursts of action. The Madagascar chase sequence still reigns as one of the most dynamic sequences ever experienced through a DualShock controller. This bittersweet closing chapter serves as the perfect ending for one of PlayStation's most beloved series, at least for now.
Is that all you've got, little android?
In order to fully uncover the secrets of the wild ride that is 2017's Nier Automata, you'll need to play through it 3 times. That would seem like a chore for most games, but Platinum Games' one-of-a-kind exercise in narrative structure makes that journey thrilling from start to finish. Tasked with saving a post-war planet from machine forces, it's as dynamic as it is compelling, packed start to finish with varied gameplay approaches that range from third-person hack-and-slash action to top-down bullet-hell battles. It's exactly the sort of exciting experiment synonymous with the PS1 era, making Nier Automata a perfect fit for this list.
It was an honor to fight with you. Truly.
Crash, bang, wallops. Criterion's Burnout 3 Takedown looked at what Polyphony was doing with simulation racing in Gran Turismo and took things as far to the other side of the spectrum as possible. With just as much emphasis placed on ramming into your rivals as speeding past them, driving games have rarely been as fun as they were in Takedown on the PS2. And that's without even mentioning Crash Mode, an all-timer of a mode designed around creating the biggest wrecks possible.
You cover your face, but I know who you are. Emily Caldwin.
If clockwork-like intricacy and artistic elegance is what you're searching for in a game, then look no further than Arcane's beautiful supernatural assassin sim, Dishonored 2. This PlayStation-friendly gateway to the player-driven ideals of early 2000s PC gaming is packed with wickedly smart level design in which targets can be attacked and approached in any way you see fit. Going stealthy or stabby is just the first choice, and Dishonored 2's world reacts appropriately to every single decision you make while playing. There's a reason why Clover Studio is remembered so fondly even decades after it was disbanded. The Capcom subsidiary behind games like Beautiful Joe and God Hand created some of the most wildly creative and beautiful games for the PlayStation. But none of its titles are quite so beloved as Okami. The cel-shaded art style that renders mythological Japan will be forever beautiful, and the iconic paintbrush mechanic that brings brushstrokes to life still feels like pure magic. We miss you every day, Clover Studio. Although Tony Hawk's Pro Skater made an important mark on PlayStation, it's the sequel that took the series to the next level, birthing the generation of extreme sports video games that followed. Where Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2 excels is its ability to push beyond being an excellent sports game. It established a reasonably complex formula of combos, puzzles, and collectibles, all wrapped up within a 2-minute time constraint. It demands to be endlessly replayed, and when you're doing that in some of the most iconic locations ever committed to a sports game, it's hard to resist. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2 vitally helped extend the combo by adding in the frankly essential manual system, incorporating some vastly improved level design, and including one of the most iconic game soundtracks, all of which helped cement its legacy as an extremely good extreme sports game.
Listen to my story. This may be our last chance.
Final Fantasy X is perhaps the best example of how the PS2's DVD drive revolutionized console gaming. Thanks to the disc's vastly higher storage capacity, Final Fantasy X was able to be both the first full 3D and fully voiced game in the series, resulting in an experience notably more cinematic than its PS1 predecessors. Combined with dozens of beautifully rendered cutscenes, Final Fantasy X's story is granted an enhanced level of emotion and intimacy, a vital thing considering the romance between characters Titus and Yuna that acts as the game's soulful heart. This, along with rock-solid turn-based combat and a bright, fascinating world, makes Titus's journey arguably the last truly essential Final Fantasy game. And that's no laughing matter. It's no surprise Nintendo was the dominant console for JRPGs during the early 90s, but when PlayStation launched, the landscape changed dramatically. This was in part due to Square's Final Fantasy and Chrono series coming to Sony's console, but also Konami's beloved Suikoden games. Their storytelling, especially in Suikoden 2, was a notable highlight, filled with depth, emotion, and characters so wonderfully realized you couldn't help but fall in love with them. It's those connections that make Suikoden 2 as fondly remembered today as it was 25 years ago.
What is this? Wow, what a mansion!
It's hard to imagine what video game horror would look like without the arrival of Resident Evil. The first in the long-running and extremely successful series debuted on PlayStation in 1996, letting players explore the zombie-infested, puzzle-filled Spencer Mansion. Although primitive by today's standards, Resident Evil set the mold for everything that followed: the isolation, the limited resources, the relentless sense of dread, and, of course, the jump scares. The formula has been regularly improved upon, and the original is arguably weaker than most of its sequels, but none of Raccoon City's later highs would have been possible without the progenitor. Its importance to the genre and PlayStation is unquestionable.
No one wants to admit it, but humanity is under attack.
Mass Effect 2's achievements are well known. With its S-tier companions, an unrivaled sense of urgency in its story, and reactive decision-making, it's BioWare's finest hour. Less documented, though, is Mass Effect 2's journey to PlayStation, during which the series broke free from the shackles of Microsoft exclusivity a year after the game's launch on Xbox 360. PS3 players were asked to jump into the middle chapter of a trilogy without having played its predecessor, using an interactive comic to catch up on the story. It was an awkward transition, but one players happily endured in order to play one of the best RPGs ever made. Both Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat dominated the fighting game space in the 90s, but neither was synonymous with the PlayStation brand in quite the same way as Tekken, the new up-and-comer that, along with Virtua Fighter, established and cemented the 3D fighter. There are many contenders for the best Tekken game on PlayStation, and we'd especially like to shout out PlayStation 2's launch game, Tekken Tag Tournament, but for our money, Tekken 3, the first outing for legendary characters like Jin Kazama and Eddie Gordo, will always stand tall as the true king of the Iron Fist tournament.
Round 1, fight!
Well, I'd recognize that dour expression anywhere.
It was no easy task for Sony Santa Monica to follow up its 2018 Norse masterpiece, but with God of War Ragnarok, it succeeded to almighty effect. While not telling as tight a story, the sprawling PS5 sequel evolved Kratos' bone-crushing combat even further, adding a creative new weapon to his arsenal that reflected his past life in a poignant yet delightfully brutal manner. Dealing with everything from familial friction to the literal end of the world, the ambition on show is staggering, making it all the more impressive that it pulled it off and remains one of this generation's finest games. Just take a quick glance at one of its eye-catching menus or listen to 5 seconds of its acid jazz soundtrack and you'll quickly realize that no PlayStation game possesses more style than Persona 5 Royal. A 100-hour roller coaster ride through modern Tokyo and its darker parallel metaverse, the Royal version enhances the original Persona 5 by adding an extra chapter and gameplay tweaks to an already stellar RPG. It's a flashy, fun foray into the hearts of the worst people encountered by the Phantom Thieves, a group of teenagers pulling off Inception-like heists using monsters pocketed along the way. Your gang of heroes must do all that while also managing the delicate bonds created in its high school setting. Incredibly exciting from start to finish, it cemented Atlas as one of the all-time great RPG studios.
Such is the code of the Phantom Thieves.
The gallant knight protects the princess fair.
Remake Resident Evil 2? Sure, why not? Resident Evil 3? Haven't seen that one for a while, but remaking Resident Evil 4, doesn't that feel too soon? Isn't Resident Evil 4 already perfect? Well, it turns out you can teach an old dog new tricks. Capcom decided to tackle the seemingly impossible task of remaking one of the greatest video games of all time. Rather than a beat-for-beat remake, Capcom took some ingenious liberties with RE4, doubling down on the horror and losing some of the campier elements of the original. It still strikes that perfect balance between scares and action, but the PlayStation 2 horror classic may just have been usurped with its newest edition.
This is kind of fun!
Oh, here we go again.
Another Grand Theft Auto entry finds its way onto this list. GTA San Andreas displayed a new level of ambition from Rockstar as it looked to evolve the open world series in the PS2's twilight years. A mammoth-sized map for the mid-2000s included 3 entire cities and miles of countryside in between, with every square inch of it acting as a playground for CJ Johnson as he navigated the gang warfare and police corruption plaguing his home state.
You haven't forgotten about us, have you, boy?
Hell no, Officer Tenpenny. I was just wondering what took y'all so long.
Experimenting with new life sim-esque mechanics and a satirization of more mature topics, amongst the GIMP costumes and comical dildo fights, it signaled the direction that Rockstar would take as it moved into the HD generation.
Drive by.
These next tests require cooperation. Consequently, they have never been solved by a human. That's where you come in.
Tucked away in 2007's Orange Box bundle was a small-scale interdimensional puzzle game called Portal. It was fun, created a few memes, had a great song, and a story, right? Well, for Portal 2, developer Valve decided a fun distraction wasn't enough. Along with a much more comprehensive story and more ingenious puzzles for the sequel, Valve doubled down on the fun with one of the best co-op modes ever made for a puzzle game, or any game for that matter.
Don't disappoint me.
Call of Duty's first venture into a contemporary setting couldn't have gone much better. A memorable globe-trotting campaign packed with instant classic missions such as All Gillied Up, combined with a multiplayer suite of maps and an online progression system that would go on to define a generation of shooters, Modern Warfare changed the game when it burst onto the PS3 in 2007. Silent Hill was always the David Lynch to Resident Evil's George Romero. The PlayStation's other iconic horror franchise prided itself on taking pure horror gaming as far as it could go, and with Silent Hill 2, Konami created an unrelenting nightmare of a game. Everything about Silent Hill 2, from its creatures to horrible locations, was meant to fill you with overwhelming dread. Forget power fantasy, this is the game that forces you to take several deep breaths and calm your nerves before you push open the doors to some new, horrifying location.
Get the hell out of here! Leave me alone already!
Demon Souls may have been the first flame for From Software's rise, but Dark Souls was where it truly set the bonfire ablaze. While the two share many similarities, Dark Souls left the level-like structure of its predecessor behind in favor of a fully interconnected world. The result is a physical place that's as mysterious and surprising as its deep and naughty backstory, and just as difficult to work through. Foes like Ornstein and Smo are still spoken about in hallowed tones. Now, FromSoft has since made better games, but it's hard to argue against Dark Souls being the studio's most significant achievement.
It's easy to forget just how huge the Gran Turismo series is. The third game, Gran Turismo 3 A-Spec, was the best-selling exclusive on the best-selling console of all time, with over 14 million copies sold. The PS2 racing sim blew people away at the time with unmatched graphical power, attention to detail, and authentic car handling. What could so easily be an overwhelming experience for those used to the arcade rough and tumble of Need for Speed, Gran Turismo 3 managed to lure in even the most casual of fans thanks to its intelligently designed progression system that ranged from fun test track challenges to concentration testing and multi-hour endurance races. In an era when driving games were all the rage, A-Spec created an unmatched legacy, coming out on top as the best of the bunch. Persona 4 Golden was, for many in the West, their first exposure to the beloved JRPG series. An enhanced version of the 2008 original, first seen on the PS2, Persona 4 Golden managed to successfully balance the series' trademark tone of high school antics with darker issues that plague our world. all while going on the hunt for a serial killer plaguing a rural Japanese town. The elemental rock, paper, scissors inspired turn-based combat was a fantastic stepping stone from the likes of Pokemon into a realm of more mature RPGs, which was brought to life with an unforgettable cast of characters. That, coupled with an earworm of a soundtrack and a distinct visual style, make Persona 4 Golden hands down the best game released for the PlayStation Vita. Sony's high-powered handheld might not have been a commercial hit, but it did introduce many to the Persona series, and for that, it deserves all the praise in the world. Few games have had as much of an impact on RPG design as The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt. CD Projekt Red's landmark fantasy epic practically reinvents the side quests, transforming optional adventures from extracurricular busywork into complex, twisty narratives that were as deep and essential as any main chapter. Geralt's side hustles add a unique richness to the overarching story, coloring between the grimy lines as each tale overlaps and intertwines, making the game's famous choices and their often devastating consequences all the more powerful. You really do feel the world and its people move with each decision you make. The Witcher 3 is unquestionably the greatest RPG in the PS4 library, but its position as such is such a fascinating indicator of change. PlayStation's RPG history is primarily a Japanese story told by the likes of Squaresoft and Konami, but the 2010s saw more and more traditionally PC-focused Western developers bringing their RPGs to console. The fact that Wild Hunt, the final chapter in a PC game trilogy, was able to prove such a massive success on PlayStation is a testament to its revolutionary roleplay design. It's hard to think of a game more ahead of its time than Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater. Reframing the espionage action series as a 60s set, James Bond-style behind enemy lines mission, its intricate stealth and camouflage systems, bold cinematic flourishes, and unmatched boss design make its release on the PS2 seem like a miracle for 2004. Naked Snake's journey through the Soviet jungle manages to balance moments of genuine emotional weight, best showcased by his final showdown with former mentor, the boss, with points of frivolity and experimentation, an indulgent theme song, crocodile headwear, and of course, a famously long ladder sequence, just to name a few. However, it's in those game-changing boss designs that Snake Eater truly shines. The multiple ingenious ways you can take down Elderly Sniper the End, the thrilling Shagohod chase and Volgan showdown, and of course, the stunning surroundings of that aforementioned encounter with the boss. Snake Eater was a masterpiece at the time of its release and remains one to this day. So it's quite a relief that the upcoming remake is barely changing a thing about it. The Castlevania series has always provided fun, side-scrolling action games, but with Symphony of the Night, it was no longer just a game where you ran from left to right. The game's setting of Dracula's castle is instead one open-ended map for protagonist Alucard to freely explore, with all four directions demanding equal attention. While heavily inspired by Super Metroid, Symphony of the Night made its own important contributions to a genre it would go on to co-headline. From the shifting map, to adding RPG-like experiences, conquering this giant puzzle of a map as it twists and turns throughout the story immediately puts into perspective just what a monumental accomplishment Symphony of the Night turned out to be.
I'll guide you to meet your destiny!
As PlayStation entered the 3D era, Symphony of the Night arrived in the darkness as a true swan song to 2D gaming and the triumphant start of the Metroidvania genre. Praise be to Koji Igarashi. The biggest surprise in Elden Ring might just be how similar it is to past From Software games. But don't let the time-tested combat and epic boss battles fool you. Elden Ring is a monumental achievement and a true evolution that rose from the primordial RPG soup Demon's Souls served up on PS3. Every corner of its massive open world holds some kind of new secret, boss fight, or dungeon. And the freedom it extends to players feels downright radical compared to other open world RPGs.
Must extinguish thy flame.
While some games have a fear that players might get lost without some sort of invisible guidance, Elden Ring provides players with a few specks of light to point them in the approximate right direction, but otherwise lets them loose onto its magnificent playground. Pick a direction, encounter a boss fight that's too hard, change directions, and then you find an even harder boss. It's great.
I have to finish it.
Violent, sad, scary, and irrepressibly grim, The Last of Us Part 2 isn't best described as a fun time, but it is a phenomenally powerful one. 2020's Ellie-led sequel to one of the most recognizable games of all time took us to the rainy, overgrown streets of Seattle on a trip that spirals through all 7 layers of hell. Naughty Dog's most intricate combat system to date delivers fast and energetic stealth combat that's far superior to its comparatively clunky predecessor. Infected and humans alike are dispatched with difficult-to-watch ferocity. Ellie has had to grow up a lot in the time between this and the PS3 original, and both the gameplay and story brutally reflect the harsh realities of her world. But it's the introduction of Abby that is Part 2's masterstroke. Her perspective into this post-apocalyptic America is initially jarring, but it proves to be a prime example of how to play with split narratives in the medium. You may not enjoy the outcome. This isn't a story that presents good and bad as a clearly defined concept, but it's a wholly ambitious swing from a studio that's willing to push the borders on what is expected from a video game. There are many contenders for the best entry in the Resident Evil series, but our vote emphatically goes to the 2019 remake of Resident Evil 2. The original Resident Evil 2 took everything successful about the survival horror formula established by its older sibling and refined it. The locations were creepier, the enemies more menacing, and the scares were bigger and badder.
The hell is that?
The adventures of Leon and Claire in Raccoon City not only became a benchmark for Resident Evil, but also set the standard for a PlayStation blockbuster. But in every way that 1998's Resident Evil 2 improved on its predecessor, the remake also replicated in kind. It's a prime example of how to take an older game and reanimate it for a new generation of players. Pioneering a new generation of scares that are often imitated but rarely equaled, Resident Evil 2 sits atop the pile when it comes to one of PlayStation's most famous series.
The future of Baldur's Gate hangs in the balance. Will you be the hero and save it from looming darkness?
Perhaps it's bold of us to put Baldur's Gate 3 in the top 10. With its complex character menus and fiddly inventory screens, Larian's Dungeons & Dragons adventure is clearly a dyed-in-the-wool PC game. But there's no getting away from the simple fact that while Baldur's Gate 3 is far from a classic PlayStation game, it is undoubtedly one of the very best games you can play on Sony's current machine. A monumental achievement in RPG design, Baldur's Gate's world reacts to your every single decision, be that something as simple as a little white lie, or as devilishly grand as slaughtering an entire population,
or sow chaos in your wake.
The physical and emotional impact of those choices can be felt across the entire journey, shaping the character arcs of your companions and adjusting the trajectory of the epic finale. And by painstakingly translating the D&D rulebook into video form, Larian ensures battle is just as malleable as its storylines. Dozens and dozens of skills, abilities, and weapon options means you can mold each character into the warrior of your choosing and devise creative strategies to decimate your foes. Few experiences feel as bespoke to you as Baldur's Gate 3, and that's why this traditionally PC experience deserves to live alongside PlayStation's heavy hitters. Beyond all the crime cinema homages and wanton violence, the Grand Theft Auto series has been an exercise in perfecting the urban open world. Rockstar finally nailed it with GTA 5's Los Santos, a digital city that feels authentically alive. In the campaign, the street's heartbeat comes courtesy of the series' most accomplished mission chain, which combines the character study narrative of GTA 4 with the wild objective variety of San Andreas. The ambitious character switching mechanic gels perfectly with the story's heist focus, pivoting the action between the team's specializations as each job demands. But as good as the campaign is, it's GTA 5's multiplayer mode that captured the imagination of millions. Taken online, Los Santos becomes a crime playground where it's the purge every day. Superficially, GTA Online is a collection of PvP modes with a constant trickle of seasonal content. To the people who walk its streets, though, it's a community stomping ground where friendships are forged, rivalries sparked, and dominance achieved. Multiplayer heists provide a taste of that Rockstar single-player storytelling magic, but it's the emergent tales spun by players that make GTA Online an enduring favorite. It's not hyperbole to say that Uncharted 2 Among Thieves charted the course for the next 15 years of PlayStation history. Its predecessor built solid, if unspectacular, foundations, but it's in Nathan Drake's Himalayan adventure that he really found his footing. It's ironic in some ways, then, that it took him hanging off the end of a derailed mountainside train for him to do that. For many, Among Thieves remains the apex of the Uncharted series, although just as many would argue in favor of A Thief's End, but there's no doubt that 2 is the most impactful. Its explosive dedication to delivering blockbuster cinematic action would spark a fire inside Sony to make single-player stories like this their focus for a decade and a half to come. Naughty Dog's PS3 legacy can be seen in everything from God of War to Ghost of Tsushima to Horizon Zero Dawn. Arguably PlayStation's most important studio, the real strength of Naughty Dog's achievements began here with Uncharted 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a robbery.
Sons of Dutch. Makes us brothers.
The highest-ranking multi-platform game on our list, Red Dead Redemption 2 saw Rockstar hit its greatest creative heights following a chain of success that had been tied to the PlayStation since the PS2. Offering unparalleled immersion into the American West at the turn of the 20th century, the fateful tale of Arthur Morgan is arguably still the best-looking game on a PlayStation console, despite having been released on a past generation's hardware in 2018. But Red Dead Redemption 2 is so much more than just a technical achievement. It is an open-world developer firing on all cylinders, inviting you to get lost in its land full of quirky characters, genuinely worthwhile side activities, and of course, an impeccably told story.
Only the feeblest of men take jobs in the government.
With the devilishly charismatic Dutch van der Linde operating as his foil, Arthur steals the hearts of any who controls him, making us cherish each and every moment spent walking in his shoes. A world-weary man with a violent past looking to usher in a brighter future for those close to him, he's brilliantly reflective of the time and place he lives in. Managing to tell such an engaging and affecting tale in as huge an open-world setting as this is an art form in its own right. And through Red Dead Redemption 2, Rockstar showed us why it's the master of its craft.
Stay with me. You have to love yourself apart.
In comparison to the new and exciting remake project, the original Final Fantasy VII looks a little quaint. The winds of time and technological progress will do that. But this landmark Japanese RPG was a game changer for Sony. Not only did it see the developer Squaresoft defect from Nintendo in order to use the power of the PlayStation to create the first ever 3D Final Fantasy, it also communicated that Sony's console could deliver much more than just arcade and sports games on your TV. Final Fantasy VII showed everyone that PlayStation was the new home of epic adventures delivered on multiple discs. Those achievements may be a thing of the past now, but Final Fantasy VII's legacy endures because of the elements that refuse to age. Its cast of detailed, emotionally driven characters develop over the course of a journey that balances personal stakes against the backdrop of a looming apocalypse. Similar balance is found in tone. This is a game with weight and heft that thrives on idiosyncrasies, a variety of bizarre enemies, comedic minigames, and absurdly sized swords. It's this combination of light and dark that make Final Fantasy VII such an enduring classic.
You have no idea what loss is.
Naughty Dog's games have always been a sign of changing times for PlayStation, shifting from mascot platformers to action games to cinematic adventures. The Last of Us is the shining example of that latter phase, a game that took the interactive movie ambitions of Uncharted and grounded them in a compelling character drama. Exploring the surrogate father-daughter relationship between Joel and Ellie, the increasingly distressing circumstances of the post-apocalypse setting help drill deep into raw emotions and personality flaws. The script, elevated to classic status thanks to performances by Troy Baker and Ashley Johnson, is smaller scale and less ambitious than its sequel, but has proven more enduring in the minds of gamers thanks to its focus on the relationship between its central duo. Many of its achievements are admittedly found in its movie-grade cutscenes, but The Last of Us wouldn't rank so highly on this list if it weren't for the way Naughty Dog entwined its narrative and gameplay goals. The survival horror-inspired gameplay communicates a sense of desperation, be that in the constant search for supplies, DIY equipment, or the messy struggle that is Melee. While Ellie is technically invulnerable to damage, combat triggers a guardian-like rage inside of you, a feeling that pays off to tremendous effect when it comes to the muddy morality behind its final act.
Joel, I can handle myself.
It's called luck, and it is gonna run out.
Taking down giant bosses in a fantasy world is meant to be fun. And yes, there's a certain amount of glowing satisfaction to be found in clambering up one of Shadow of the Colossus's many skyscraper-sized creatures. But it's the distressing emotive response that's triggered by plunging Wander's blade into the creature's weak spots that makes Team Ico's masterpiece so special. As black liquid spurts into the sky and the monster's dying breaths chase you, it's not joy but sadness that sweeps the screen. Conquering the Colossi is pretty much melancholia defined. Team Ico's second fantasy world is sparse yet haunting, largely empty apart from the hulking figures that call its green fields, treacherous deserts, and vast lakes home. Each one is a delicate puzzle waiting to be unlocked, the battles proving to be enigmas that demand the use of brain over brawn. This artistic, poetic approach creates a singular piece of work only enhanced by the stunning PS4 remake that arrived 13 years after the original first lumbered onto the PS2. You may have some regrets following your in-game actions in Shadow of the Colossus, but you'll certainly be left with none about experiencing it. At first glance, Bloodborne is another great Souls-like RPG from the studio that created the genre. But look a little deeper and you'll find something truly sinister running through its veins. Yes, the boss fights are supreme and the level design is tremendous, but There are dark and old secrets hidden all throughout Bloodborne. The way the game unravels such secrets for the player is the true majesty of From Software's PlayStation 4 magnum opus. This isn't just a game with hidden treasure chests behind disappearing walls. Taking direct inspiration from author H.P. Lovecraft, From Software took the concepts of arcane knowledge and eldritch horror and translated them beautifully into video game form. Parts of Bloodborne don't even reveal themselves to the player until they gain a certain amount of insight, which can only be revealed from encountering Bloodborne's most horrifying and beautiful sights. Bloodborne isn't just action RPG greatness, it's pure interactive literature.
He doesn't know, does he? About your true nature? Or his own?
The peak of modern PlayStation, 2018's God of War is the quintessential cinematic blockbuster that defines Sony's first-party pedigree. Santa Monica Studios' masterpiece acts as not just the reinvention of a series, but also the reinvention of a beloved character.
Slow down. Your haste will cost us.
It takes Kratos on a journey as heart-wrenching as it is head-splitting. The combat is fierce and the performance is nuanced, something perfectly exemplified in the unforgettable sequence when the exiled Spartan recovers his long-buried blades, a moment that draws you in emotionally before bursting into a fiery frenzy of violence. It's all elegantly woven into a tale that tells a profoundly human story in its beautiful God-filled mythological world, all anchored by a seamless, never-cutting camera that makes sure you never miss a beat. A monumental achievement in both narrative construction and game design, it's PlayStation's best game of this century.
Can't be. You were killed in Zanzibar.
The word PlayStation has become synonymous with a very particular kind of game, a single-player blockbuster that deftly weaves together cinematic storytelling with smart, accessible gameplay mechanics. While that reputation was truly solidified during the PS3 era, its roots go right back to 1998 and the original PlayStation's most enduring masterpiece, Metal Gear Solid. Director Hideo Kojima brought his cinema obsession to the console through a dramatic espionage story that frequently sacrificed playtime in order to examine its characters through lengthy, well-performed dialogue sequences.
But it looks like our little diversion got their attention. Now's your best chance to slip in unnoticed.
Despite its playful, oftentimes meta tone, Metal Gear Solid explores the theoretical real-world consequences of nuclear aggression with genuine insight, delving into subjects that remain as essential today as they did in the late 90s. Between the codec calls, though, are Metal Gear Solid's strongest achievements. We can't forget its all-important Vision Cone revealing radar, which enables a brilliant stealth experience in which Bond-like gambits are easily planned and executed. But its true highlight are the bosses, each a perfectly executed duel with its own bespoke mechanics. The fan favorite, of course, being Psycho Mantis, whose mind-reading powers gave players a start and whose input-inverting powers could only be overcome by switching controller ports. But really, every single one of Metal Gear Solid's Wild Rogues gallery is a special showdown in its own right. There are arguments to be made that later Metal Gear Solid entries went on to offer better experiences. But despite their respective achievements, none of them, nor any other game on this list, are anywhere close to being as truly revolutionary, memorable, or timeless as the original. Metal Gear Solid is the PlayStation game. And there you have it, IGN's top 100 PlayStation games of all time, as decided upon and argued about extensively by numerous members of our editorial staff. Now, odds are your personal top 100 PlayStation games aren't the same exact games in the same exact order, so hop in the comments and tell us what should have made the list, or what did make the list that shouldn't have, or which game was ranked too high or too low. Or if you want a real challenge, tell us your full top 100 PlayStation games. It's harder than it sounds. Keep an eye out for more big lists like this, or check out IGN's top 100 games of all time, though that one's a couple years old. Did any big games come out in 2023? Yeah, we should probably look into updating that. In the meantime, keep it locked right here on IGN.
The 2024 Game Awards have arrived, and IGN is the place to be.
Welcome to the Game Awards!
It's time to celebrate the year's best games, get a glimpse at what the future has in store, and no matter what we expect, something unexpected always happens.
Kojima! Kojima!
This year's show is shaping up to be a big one, and IGN is here to bring you live pre-show predictions, plus a post-show breakdown, and a few exclusive looks at upcoming games you won't find anywhere else.
Are you ready?
IGN's live coverage of the Game Awards 2024 starts right now.
Hello and welcome to IGN's countdown to the 2024 Game Awards. For the next half hour, we'll be breaking down what we expect to see at the celebration of all things gaming. Now, every year, the Game Awards honors the best in gaming and celebrates the people who make them, but it's also a huge event for brand new gameplay reveals, trailers, and surprises. So, here to help me unpack everything we might see tonight are my co-hosts, Jada Griffin, Nick Lamone, and Aliak. Welcome, everyone.
Hey, Hi, everybody.
Hit us with some rapid-fire predictions real quick. One by one.
I want to see Devil May Cry 6.
Okay.
I would love to see a Final Fantasy 9 remaster.
Ooh. Yes.
And I just want to see more Monster Hunter Wilds.
Well, that's coming soon. I think that's likely. Nick.
I see you, chat. I'm right there with you. Half-Life 3. Let's go. Let's make it happen.
I simultaneously think that sounds crazy, but also really want it to happen. So we'll see.
I really want it to happen too. I'm with you on that one. For me, Resident Evil 9.
I think there's a good possibility
Right?
too. We know that's coming from Capcom, so I think that's possible.
4 years ago, 2020? Yes, 2020. The Hitman dev talked about Project 007.
That's right,
So
yeah.
maybe some
Yeah.
GoldenEye.
That has been a long time coming as well. Okay, before we get started, I want to let you know IGN Plus is our exclusive program for IGN members where tons of awesome games and prizes are at your fingertips. Right now, we're giving you $10 off annual IGN Plus subscriptions with code HOLIDAY, so sign up now at IGN.com/plus. All right, let's kick things off with some of the biggest reveals we expect to see at tonight's show. Let's get right into it. Borderlands 4, we know is going to be here. This is we got a teaser trailer earlier this year with the, just the reveal. I think we're going to get a gameplay reveal of Borderlands 4. What would we want to see from Borderlands 4? Borderlands 3 is the best-selling Borderlands game so far, so it did very well. The movie didn't do so hot, but they want to move past that, put it behind them.
Mm-hmm.
What do you want to see from Borderlands 4?
I want to see the characters. The characters is what makes Borderlands. We've got some fantastic casts throughout all the previous games. I just want to see who they are, and I want to know which Siren I get to play as this time, because it's always the Siren for me.
Sure. Nick, we talked about in GameScoop how sometimes we get annoyed with bullet sponge enemies, and Borderlands has those.
Yeah, it is, I think, the quintessential example of, hey, is the difficulty up just a nudge, then this enemy is going to take a rain of bullets before they get put down. But that said, I do think Borderlands, I might not be the biggest fans of the Borderlands franchise, but I am a big fan of how they do weapons. They are very creative with what they do with the weapons, and I'm hoping to see something just as impressive.
Yeah. Aliak, are you a fan of the Borderlands franchise?
I got to play it. I really enjoyed Borderlands 2. I specifically have a lot of memories with my brothers playing that one.
Yeah.
So for Borderlands 4, just thinking of the teaser that they launched a few months ago, I just want to see what that planet is. The planet that is being crashed into, that whole multi-dimension thing we got going on in that trailer. I just want to see what's going on there and have them explain it.
Yeah, I was also a big fan of Borderlands 2, and it's been I think Borderlands 3 was 2019, I want to say. So
and so many spin-offs later.
Yeah, it's been a minute. I feel I'm ready. I'm ready to return to Borderlands. I'll play another Borderlands. Let's do it. We also know, I think there's been one leak so far this year, only one, which is pretty good.
What do we got?
Get several leaks. The Mafia, The Old Country, a trailer leaked ahead of time with the release window of, I think, summer 2025. Interesting to be getting a new Mafia game in the same year as a new Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah, but I mean, I think it's going to really set itself apart with its just kind of location and environments that we're going to get with Mafia: The Old Country compared to what we're expecting in GTA 6, which is pseudo Florida.
Yeah.
And what I can see from our community and chat, and anytime this game has been brought up, they are extremely hyped for Mafia: Old Country. I think this game is going to be a major surprise and shakeup in 2025.
Nick, Oliek, are either of you Mafia fans?
Yeah, I like Mafia. I think it kind of sets itself apart from Grand Theft Auto by being very self-serious, but in a good way. It is very Godfather-esque, and I think with the Old Country, going back to the Old Country, it is going to be evocative of the best Godfather, Part 2. So that should be an exciting time.
This will probably be the game that throws me into the criminal underworld in the video games with this Mafia. I've seen it many times. I've seen people have so much fun with it. I know that it has a huge fandom, and I've always been attracted to it. I've seen it. This might be the one that makes me play it.
All right, it's well documented. Jeff Keighley and Hideo Kojima have a friendship.
What?
And Kojima, yep, it's true. I know.
No way.
Kojima often makes appearances at the Game Awards, and he is confirmed to be making an appearance tonight. So, of the projects that he's working on, Death Stranding 2, OD, and Fizzant, what do we think we're likely to see this evening?
I mean, I think we're most likely to see Death Stranding 2 on the beach, but I would love to see more of OD. That's the one that has me most excited or intrigued, I guess is the right word.
OD was shown at the Game Awards last year, and I don't think there's been any updates on it since. But this is something that he's working with Xbox on, I believe.
And Jordan Peele.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
I'm really intrigued by the cloud. They said they were working on the cloud with Xbox, and I was thinking back on the Metal Gear Solids when Kojima was working on them and how they kind of messed with the player a little bit. So I'm wondering how they're going to use that cloud technology to mess with the player. Since OD is it's meant to be a horror game, could you potentially receive phone calls, text messages through the cloud system to scare you and immerse you into the game? I don't know.
Transfarring is coming back. The PSP, it's coming back, baby.
For Death Stranding 2, do we think a release date?
I think we got to get a release. At this point, I feel like we've seen so much of the game.
Right.
And I believe you mentioned that in the Tokyo Game Show, they teased that we would be seeing or hearing more about a release date for Death Stranding 2. And at this point, I don't need to see more from the game. I just want to know when I'll be able to play it on my PlayStation 5 Pro.
They said soon 4 months ago, so this could be the soon.
It should be soon.
It should be soon.
I'm expecting at least a release window, like a season.
Yeah. I think spring 2025.
Really?
I'm calling it.
You think it's that soon?
I'm calling. I'm shooting my shot.
The only reason why I don't say we get a date is because so many people are afraid of GTA 6 right now. Yeah. And I don't think Death Stranding is that same kind of competitor, but I think they're still going to play it safe.
Yeah, it is true. Going into next year, I think everyone will be waiting to see when GTA 6 lands on its release date because no one wants to be anywhere near that.
Very true.
Sure. What about Fizzant? This is the game that Kojima's working on with Sony Pictures, I believe, and it's supposed to be the spiritual successor to Metal Gear.
Yeah, I mean, as a gigantic Metal Gear fan, this is the one that I'm most interested in just because Kojima, Metal Gear, he parted ways with Konami on not amicable terms. Yeah. So seeing him return to the tactical espionage action is going to be super exciting. And now it sounds like it's going to be tactical espionage fashion action because I know fashion is going to be one of the big major tentpoles for whatever Fizzant ends up being.
And fashion is doing big right now. Infinity Nikki just dropped. It's got major fans, 10 million downloads already. So
microtransactions in Fizzant confirmed? Question mark.
Video, let us know.
All right, let's think about Bethesda. Todd Howard is presenting tonight. He's got Doom: The Dark Ages coming early in next year. I think a new look at Doom is reasonable.
Yeah. I would love more Doom: Dark Ages. That game looks fire.
Yeah, and I think just riding the momentum of the high that is Indiana Jones, I think Bethesda's, getting its feet under them again. As I know it was Todd Howard's secret project that it was his precious little baby. So I could see him being the face of just, on not only Bethesda but id Software and Machine Games, obviously. So yeah, I think it makes sense.
I hope they do show us a little bit more of Doom: The Dark Ages. Is one of my favorite games from the last years that I've played, and I need to see Doomslayer in the Dark Ages and flying on Dragon Mount that we get to go on.
And you get a mech. It's
charging up
crazy.
skulls to make projectiles.
Yeah, feeding skulls into your gun.
It is just the coolest, most metal-ass game, which I just really appreciate the commitment to the metal.
Yeah. And while we're on the topic of Xbox-owned games, Avowed is coming early next year too.
Very hyped.
That's in February, I believe. So it's possible, although maybe Xbox would want to save that to do like its own like showcase dedicated to it in January or something.
Yeah, I feel like we've seen a lot of Avowed. I don't think this is the right stage for that at this point, but I wouldn't be mad to see a little bit more.
We also have a very generous preview that's available on IGN.com, so make sure you check that out.
Good shout. Good shout. Okay, Sam Lake from Remedy is another. Very recently, he makes a lot of appearances at the Game Awards. He's gonna be a presenter. That's confirmed. So with Alan Wake 2 out, the Lake House DLC is out. I think the next thing they have coming is FBC Firebreak, which is their cooperative multiplayer game based in the Control universe.
Yeah, it's set in the FBC, I believe.
Yeah. Do you think that's most likely what would we see from him?
I believe so. I think FBC makes the most sense. We've got a huge audience to check out this game.
Yeah.
I think this one is definitely more under the radar than, say, something like the Max Payne remakes or remasters that they're doing, or Control 2. I think this one is one of those games that would benefit the most from a bigger audience seeing more of it.
I'm a romantic at heart, so I say this game is somewhat of a known quantity in that it is just a co-op PvE shooter with buddies, which is great, don't get me wrong. But when I think of Remedy, I think of single-player experiences that really wow. And I think based on what we got in the Lake House DLC for Alan Wake 2, I wouldn't be surprised if we got another look at Control 2. Fingers crossed, call me crazy, but hey, I like crazy.
Is FBC, what is it called? I'm missing.
Firebreak.
Is that something that's on your radar that you want to see more of?
Yeah, I want to see more. I want to see a game that is, up my alley. I like shooters, single player FPS games, third person shooters, anything that has guns in it, like Doom. This game seems to be a PvE game that is right up my alley, so I'm excited to see what they show.
Nick, I feel like I think you should make your case for why you think it's possible Half-Life 3 could make an appearance tonight.
You want me to go down the rabbit hole?
Yeah.
All right, stick with me here. So Jeff Keighley has an established relationship with Valve. We've seen that with his publishing of Half-Life 2, The Final Hours, Half-Life Alyx, The Final Hours. Basically, anytime a new Valve thing comes out, he usually gets some sort of insight where he gets to talk about the development process with the team at Valve. That's one thing. 2, we got the 20th anniversary documentary for Half-Life 2 that was, 1, incredible, but 2, it ends on a very, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, we know you want Half-Life 3, so I think you're going to be pleasantly surprised in the near future. We've seen Valve Software become this, obviously they are the house of Steam, but they are becoming a publishing house again, a development house. We see Deadlock coming out. We've seen their failed card game come out.
Oh, yeah.
We've seen them make new things, which is a little bit unusual. Half-Life Alyx was incredible. Yeah. And I know that they're bringing back the Half-Life 2 making of book, which was long sought after because they put it on their store, it's gone forever, and then they brought it back with the documentary. So Half-Life is in the air, and I couldn't think of a more earth-shattering announcement to end the Game Awards with than Mr. Freeman, it's time to wake up.
Nick, the chat is going crazy. It's all Half-Life 3 right now. Yeah. One of our users on YouTube, Chemically Stupid, please don't do this to us.
I'm right there with you. I'm right there with you. I might be setting myself up for failure, but hey, like I said, I'm a romantic. I like to dream big.
You know what? I'll be right there with you. I woke up today. We hadn't talked about this at all. And I sat here and I said, Half-Life 3. And he said, Half-Life 3. Wait a minute. There's something going on. There's something in the air. They said 2 earth-shattering announcements. What else could it be? It has to be Half-Life something.
I mean, I hope you're right. It would be great.
I'm going to be hooting and hollering. I'll do a lap around the desk if it happens.
Okay, well, whether or not we see Half-Life 3, one thing we know we're going to see is Hazelight Studios' next game. That's Joseph Fares from It Takes Two, and what was A Way Out?
A Way Out,
was the one before that. So
incredible co-op experiences.
They make co-op experiences, and the next one, I think the title leaked, it's called Split Fiction. We know that's going to get a big reveal there tonight. So what sort of co-op game do you hope this is?
I mean, knowing, I don't know Joseph, but just knowing his kind of general ideological perspective when it comes to approaching, his co-op games, he likes to do unique things and stuff that you've never really seen or done before. So I'm assuming, if it's called Split Fiction, I'm assuming there's some interesting narrative stuff happening from a co-op perspective. And I think that's an untapped market for interesting ideas, because one of the biggest pains when you're playing co-op with someone is someone accidentally advancing the story while you're still looking in this corner over here. So maybe he figured out a way of circumventing that. Who knows?
I'm expecting a whole bunch of different stages, each with unique mechanics, kind of like what we got in It Takes Two.
Yeah.
Where there's levels where you had like guns, and there's other ones where you were like
a Mortal
swimming.
Kombat level.
Yeah, I would love to see just all types of different more genres just kind of mixed into it.
Split Fiction just reminds me of, for some reason, Time Splitters. So I'm thinking futuristic co-op platformer where we get to, play with our buddies. Hopefully we get some online. I think co-op games need some online co-op, because playing co-op on LAN, sometimes you're sitting on your couch alone, Can I play with my friends online? I would love to see that.
Hopefully we get a buddy pass system back again, where you get a copy of the game and you can share it with the buddy and for free.
I'm sure that'll be there. I'm sure that'll be there.
Okay, we've got more predictions coming up, but before that, before we go to break, let's take a look at what's next from our friends at Cracked.
Red Octane made this guitar like 17 years ago. Can somebody please make a new one?
IGN's coverage of the Game Awards is presented by Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
As 2024 comes to a close, there is one question on everyone's mind. What is the game of the year? At IGN, we take this award very seriously. And this year, you're invited to join in on the debate. The payoff to our Game of the Year watch begins on the week of December 16th with our podcast, Nintendo Voice Chat.
Hey, what's up, Super Nintendos?
Beyond.
I can see you wielding a Buster Sword.
And Unlocked.
What'd you think after playing it?
Where we'll deliberate and bicker about each console's Game of the Year. It all culminates with the reveal of the big winner on December 20th on our special episode of Game Scoop.
It's been a great year for games already so far. Lots of great games.
Log on and join us in celebrating this year's Best in Gaming. Only on IGN.
IGN Store has it all. From clothes and collectibles to vinyl records, accessories, model kits, and action figures from the biggest and best franchises like The Legend of Zelda, Star Wars, Fallout, Dungeons & Dragons, and more. Whatever your pop culture passion, you're guaranteed to find something you love. There are new and exciting products hitting the store every week, like the Wasteland-ready Fallout Vault 33 hoodie, which pairs perfectly with the working wearable Pip-Boy. Plus, high-quality IGN Store exclusives like the powerful and spicy Star Wars Darkside Hot Sauce by Truff. We've even got merchandise for you to rock while tuning in to the IGN shows and podcasts you love. Or cap off a long day by relaxing to the soundtracks of your favorite video games, like Cyberpunk and The Last of Us. And the best part? You don't even need to leave the house to go there. Just head to store.ign.com and start shopping today. The IGN Store. You deserve it.
Welcome back to IGN's countdown to the 2024 Game Awards. In just a bit, the show will begin. We're expecting looks at some games we've never seen before. But first, let's take a look at an exclusive new trailer for Citizen Sleeper 2: Starward Vector. That was a look at Citizen Sleeper 2 Starward Vector. You can play Citizen Sleeper 2 when it releases next year on January 31st. Okay, now we just went over what we know will be at the show. Let's talk about who will be presenting, why that can be important, as well as a ton of other confirmed announcements going into the show. Let's start with those more things that we know. We know that the head of Alarian, Sven Vinke, he's going to be presenting. It could just be, last year Baldur's Gate 3 won Game of the Year. So maybe just presenting this year's Game of the Year award, right? I don't know what they could have to show. We know they've started their next game, but I think it's probably too early days.
Yeah, it's too early to see what Larian's up to. All we know is that it's not Baldur's Gate 4. They're still, finishing off support on Baldur's Gate 3. We've got like crossplay coming, I believe, early next year.
And subclasses.
And more subclasses. Yeah, I'm hyped. But we do know that it's going to be more than likely something that they can kind of control around and that they own.
Yeah.
They've been pretty outspoken about they're done with the Dungeons and Dragons license and are looking to kind of take full ownership over their next title. So I wouldn't be surprised if we got a Divinity Original Sin 3.
That would be
Divinity Original Sin 2 rocks, and I think that they could take a lot of learnings from their time in Baldur's Gate 3 and apply that to the next entry in Divinity Original Sin.
I think the Baldur's Gate fame will also bring a lot more newcomers into Divinity Sin, because I know a lot of people didn't really know of that series until Baldur's Gate.
Yeah. Also great games.
Yeah.
Now, we know Warframe 1999, which is the DLC update for Warframe, promises to take players back to the beginning. Alec, you're familiar with Warframe, right?
Yeah. It took 3 years of my life playing that game. Yeah. Shout out to Digital Extremes for that. Warframe 1999. This is going back in time to 1999. So we're going to take a character called the Drifter, or your own character. It's going to be an adult version. Going to go back in time, and you can experience the world at that time, but it's going to be also inspired you're going to see some Dark Sector. For anybody familiar with Dark Sector, you might see some little call outs to that game in this one. It's cool. There's going to be a new story expansion on here and some new factions too.
To be clear, you're talking about the Xbox 360 PS3 game Dark Sector.
Yes.
How is that related to Warframe?
Digital Extremes.
Okay, so they developed it.
Yes.
They developed and published Dark Sector, the man with the little triglaive
I love it.
projectile.
I had no idea, but that kind of rocks. So you said the guy's name is the Drifter?
So the Drifter, how do I explain Warframe?
Is that the character that Ben Starr is playing?
How do I explain Warframe lore? I remember when I started this and I asked, what is Warframe lore? And everyone was like, listen, you just have to play it. The Drifter is a character that was introduced in the story of Warframe, and it's, how do I even explain this? It's a version of yourself. When you're a Tenno, which is the character, I'm going to nerd out here. I'm sorry.
This is the place for that.
This is the place for that. So your character is called a Tenno. And I believe earlier you asked me how Warframes are connected to Tenno, or Tenno inside the Warframe. The Tenno is connected via transference and energy that fills the Warframe. So this character called a Tenno also has a version of him called a Drifter. So you're going to go back in time into 1999, and you're going to experience the world during that time. And I see some cool characters being shown there. Digital Extremes has taken a really cool direction with Warframe. They've even introduced some characters, so you've gone to not just play as your own created character, but you've also been able to go through different factions and characters and experience the Warframe story. And do I see a motorcycle, a bike in there too?
Yeah, cool.
I just love how adventurous Digital Extremes is. They're not shy. They don't shy away from creating what they want in their games. So 1999 should be a pretty cool story to jump into.
That looks really cool. Now we know they're going to Tekken 8. They're going to be showing the final character for Season 1 of Tekken 8. And Jaden, you had an interesting theory about who this might be.
Yes, the fans have been really hoping and sending all sorts of messages to Harada-san for Tifa as the final DLC character for the season pass, and
from Final Fantasy VII.
Tifa would be a perfect fit. She's that brawler.
I'm listening.
And she's got the moves, she's got the specials, she's got all sorts of combos that you can pull off in Final Fantasy, and I think she would be a perfect fit, and probably my new main in Tekken 8.
And it's not unprecedented either, because they've previously had Prince Noctis from Final Fantasy 15 in Tekken. So they've had Final Fantasy characters before in Tekken, and if they did, again, Tifa in Rebirth and the remake felt like a fighting game character, so it feels almost at home in Tekken.
I would love to see that.
Hear me out.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, listen. Master Chief has not been in a single has not been in a single fighting game since he got released. And fighting game people, we've been asking for Master Chief to be in a single. Super Smash not happening apparently. Maybe this could be the spot where Master Chief fits in. I don't know.
I could see a plasma grenade grapple.
Yeah.
He sticks him with the grenade and then throws him off a cliff.
Could see that.
All right, we can see we have the countdown up now. We're just 5 minutes away from the Game Awards. So as soon as that begins, we will hand you on over to Jeff in the Game Awards. Be sure to stick around after that for our post-show coverage. We'll be breaking down everything that we've just borne witness to. A couple other things that we know are coming. My man Aaron Paul is going to be presenting there. So
Need for Speed.
Yeah.
Let's go. Let's get a new Need for Speed game, baby.
We could get a new. I would love a new Need for Speed game. Yeah. So I don't know if he's just presenting making a celebrity appearance, or if he has something he's promoting. I don't know. But then we have the main actress from Fallout, Ella Purnell, is going to be presenting there, she's a double nominee. So I don't know if they're going to be showing a little glimpse at Fallout Season 2.
It feels appropriate.
Yeah,
I feel like the
time for
Game
them.
Awards make sense for a sneak peek at Fallout Season 2. I know that they've already started production on Season 2, so...
And I think they've said they wanted to fast track it too. So
yeah, so I could see a world where we see a sneak peek at a very beloved location in the Fallout universe. I'll save you any spoilers if you haven't watched Season 1, but go do it. It's very good.
And then 2 actors from The Last of Us world. It's Isabella Merced, who appears in Season 2 of The Last of Us on HBO. And then Shannon Woodward, who plays Dina in The Last of Us Part 2, and apparently she's in Alien Romulus, which I just learned earlier. She's also presenting. So they're both presenting. So maybe a look at Season 2 of The Last of Us on HBO.
That also
probably time for that.
That also fits.
Yeah.
Just like with the same theory with the Fallout. I think Last of Us Season 2 is, that's what, February?
It's early this year.
It's very early 2025.
It's definitely time for that.
So, yeah.
Another game that's coming early next year, if we're just start to making predictions about what could make an appearance, Civ 7. That game's supposed out in February, and we haven't seen any gameplay of it.
That is a good point.
I think we actually had a pretty extensive preview for it on IGN.com, but that said, it has been a minute, and I know they haven't really detailed too much about the game yet, so I'd be very curious. I know we got a lot of fans of Civ 7 in the IGN offices, so I'd be really thrilled for them to get another look at it, because it's a game that they won't shut up about.
Do we have any, far-fetched ideas? I know Bloodborne remake, remaster, Bloodborne 2.
There's the things
that
every year people want to see. They want to see Bloodborne, and they want to see Silksong.
Yep.
Right.
See, every time you say Silksong in chat, it gets delayed another day. So, you just take everything in this chat alone, and well done, guys. But yeah, I think above all, obviously Half-Life 3 would be incredible. Silksong for me, though, would be one of those that would just get me on my feet cheering, because it's been so long since I've played through Hollow Knight, and I just want to go back. I want to play Silksong so bad.
In chat, there was some hope for Elder Scrolls 6, right?
Elder Scrolls 6, yes. I don't think we see Elder Scrolls 6 tonight, let alone this generation, personally. We know it's a ways out, and I think we see it, come next console generation. I think if we see anything Elder Scrolls, it's maybe a look at something older in their library brought back in a form of a remaster or remake. Maybe a 3, like a Morrowind, kind of.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of rumors of a Fallout 3 remaster.
That could be cool.
That's been an ongoing rumor for years now, so who knows? That game would benefit pretty greatly from a remaster or a remake, as would New Vegas. And I think New Vegas being the one that kind of strikes me as a little more of a natural thing to remake, given the popularity of the Fallout show, but who knows?
Who knows?
Well, Todd Howard is presenting. Aliak, at the top of the show, you were saying you're hoping to see Resident Evil 9.
Yeah. Resident Evil 9. I mean, we just, I want to know what happened to, so the Winter Saga officially ended with the DLC for Resident Evil 8 Village, and there's been a lot of rumors online about what the characters will be for this new Resident Evil 9. There was a confirmation from the director that the game was officially happening 5 months ago. I want to see a release date for this game, and I want to see who the main characters will be. Will it be Leon? Will Jill and Leon be teaming up together for the first time in Resident Evil 9? And how will Rose Winters be involved, if she even will be? I love horror games, and Resident Evil is one of those that I absolutely need to see in the Game Awards.
Yeah, well, based on Capcom's pattern since, the remake of 2, right? They go back and forth between doing a remake, and now it's time for the new numbered entry in the series. Nick, what do you think about? Oh, I'm sorry, yeah.
I got one thing the chat popped up with our last couple seconds, and I know Nick will be hyped for Kingdom Hearts 4.
Ooh, no way!
Yeah.
I didn't even think about Kingdom Hearts 4, but yeah, there's a good likelihood we see that. So I'm right there with you, chat. I want to see Sora in Shibuya. Let's make it happen. Anime is real 2025. Let's make it happen.
All right, the show is starting. Everybody enjoy, and we'll see you on the other side.
Half-Life 3, baby. Let's go.
Half-Life 3.
What's up, everyone? I'm Sydney Goodman, and welcome to the 2024 Game Awards opening act presented by State Farm. We are counting down to the main event, our 10th anniversary show. But I promise you, we are more than a pre-show. We are the extension of a program so packed that we need to start it early. Tonight, we are coming to you live from the Peacock Theater in Los Angeles to celebrate the best in gaming from the past year, with special performances from Snoop Dogg, 21 Pilots, surprise guests, and world premieres that will blow your mind, including Mafia: The Old Country, Borderlands 4, and more. In fact, I have one ready to reveal right now, and it's a very special one to kick off our 10th anniversary.
Mada!
Ragebound coming in summer 2025. It's the new title from Dotemu, the publisher behind Streets of Rage 4 and TMNT Shredder's Revenge. That announcement makes a killer segue into our first award category tonight, Best Fighting Game. Here are the nominees. Dragon Ball Sparking Zero, Grand Blue Fantasy Versus Rising, Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection Arcade Classics, Multiverses, and Tekken 8. The Game Award goes to, oh, look at that, Tekken 8.
Thank you to all gaming community and Tekken community. And thank you to my development team and marketing team in all regions. And we will continue to update and improve Tekken 8. So stay tuned and don't ask me for beep. Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations. Yeah. And now, a new kind of cozy game that is unlike anything you've played before.
On the road
for far too long, but now I'm on my way back home. I hear the west winds calling. Won't be long, I'm there before the setting sun, for you to fall into my arms, a place I call my home. I was looking to belong, and I'd already known that you would be there when the rains are gone, like a light in the night. You will
On the floor lies a tome covered in blood, titled Top Ways to Conquer the Spire. You find this manuscript highly suspicious because it's covered in blood. You read the book, covering your hands in blood.
That was the first look at the gameplay of Slay the Spire 2. I'm thrilled because there's a new Slay the Spire, but also terrified because I just got over my crippling addiction to the first, so the cycle continues. Anyway, after the show, be sure to head over to TikTok and share your best gaming highlights from 2024 with #GamingOnTikTok. And now it's time for our next award, Best VR AR Game. And the nominees are Arizona Sunshine Remake, Asgard's Wrath 2, Batman Arkham Shadow, Metal Hellsinger VR, and Metro Awakening. The Game Award goes to Batman Arkham Shadow.
I just want to accept this award on behalf of my colleagues at Camouflage. You guys did some of the best work of your careers, and I have a feeling that the best is yet to come. The company we work for, Meta, has been a great place to work, and for Oculus Studios, all the support that you provided to us to help us get the game over the line, including our sister studio over at Sanzaro that developed the incredible Asgard's Wrath 2. That was a big, made this category very competitive this year. I also want to thank Warner Brothers and DC for entrusting that incredible Arkham franchise and allowing us to build a sequel to that incredible foundation that Rocksteady and Warner Brothers Montreal provided to us. And then lastly, to the amazing crew and cast to this game, Roger Craig Smith, Troy Baker, Elijah Wood, Tara Strong, Kari Payton. You guys crushed it. You guys are award-winning as far as we're concerned. Thank you for what you brought to our game.
Congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
Since 2018, the TGA Global Gaming Citizen Program has recognized individuals doing their part to better the world through games. This year's recipient makes games that protect nature and fight climate change. Here's the story of Laura Carter, CEO and founder of Trees Please Games.
I've worked in games for the best part of 20 years. PlayStation, Disney, Us2 Games, Square Enix. I loved working there. I loved working on such massive games, but I actually had a sense of guilt. In parallel with my games career, I've always had a passion, or actually don't like to call it a passion, I like to think of it more as a sort of a purpose for making a difference in the world.
Nice tree. It's comfy.
We're less than 20 years away from climate collapse.
There's one there.
And for me, that's That's incredibly scary, both for our future, but for my children's future. It struck me that there was such an opportunity to use these games that were reaching hundreds of millions of people to create awareness about what's happening in the world. So when you play Longleaf Valley, you're restoring and saving a national park. And then as you're playing, you're actually collecting tree tokens to plant a real tree. Our players together have planted over 1.6 million trees now. But it's amazing to know that together we are making a real difference.
Welcome back to the Game Awards opening act presented by State Farm. We're counting down to the big show with more world premieres and awards. In fact, the Game Awards brings so many different gaming communities together to celebrate. If you want to see everything State Farm is doing in gaming, head to their website right now at statefarm.com/gaming because like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. And now we have our next world premiere from the legendary creator of Deus Ex, Warren Spector. This is Thick as Thieves.
Another night on the town. Let's see what Razzo has for me.
Nice of you to turn up.
Oh, the McEwen estate. This one's always fun.
You're not the only one who thinks so. Best to stay nice and quiet. But keep your wits about you.
Huh?
You never know what's around the corner. Things could go many different ways. Because like I say, it's every feat themselves.
Love it, cannot wait to get that on my wish list. Okay, next up are our 3 esports categories. The first is Best Esports Game presented by Old Spice. And the nominees are Counter-Strike 2, Dota 2, League of Legends, Mobile Legends Bang Bang, and Valorant. The Game Award goes to League of Legends. Next up, for Best Esports Athlete, the nominees are 3-3, Alexi B, Chuvy, Faker, Zywoo, and Kong Kong. The Game Award goes to Faker. And finally, for Best Esports Team, the nominees are Billy Gaming, Gen G, Navi, T1, and Team Liquid. The Game Award goes to T1. Congratulations to all the winners of our esports categories. All right, the Game Awards opening act presented by State Farm is moving forward as we reveal 2 more world premieres. This first one is an alternate take on a legendary series from Bandai Namco. That was Steel Paws, a brand new world from a gaming legend, Yu Suzuki, known for Virtua Fighter and Shenmue. Our next award is one of my favorites, Games for Impact. It showcases thought-provoking games with a positive social message. Here are the nominees. Closer the Distance, Indica, Neva, Life is Strange Double Exposure, Senua's Saga Hellblade 2, and Tales of Kinzera Zhao. The Game Award goes to Neva.
Well, it is such an honor to receive this award. Well, first I would like to thank the jury and basically everyone who voted for us. This award belongs to the entire team at Nomad Studio, Berlinist, our friends and family, and basically everyone who helped us to bring Neva to life. I would like to thank as well Devolver Digital. They were the first one. They believed in us since the beginning, and they gave us the opportunity to make 2 wonderful games. I'm looking forward to making many more in the future. And finally, I would like to thank the players. It's amazing to see how our story resonates with them. And we love to see how they enjoy our games, so thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And now, another cozy game, and to introduce it is someone who knows a thing or two about them, Cozy K.
Thanks, Sydney. Hey, Game Awards. I'm really excited to share one of my most anticipated cozy games with you, Tales of the Shire. There's so much to marvel at in the Shire. I love how it feels like I'm inside the books. I love spending endless hours in my IRL garden, and this game captures that feeling so well. And then inside, it gets real cozy. You can do a ton of decorating in your own style. You can really customize every nook and cranny. Now I'll hop inside the kitchen and start cooking. Ooh, the guests have arrived. Time to eat. Thank you for taking this journey through the Shire, and I hope it was as much of a treat for you as it was for me. Join me in playing Tales of the Shire, March 25th.
Welcome to the Midnight Murder Club. One flashlight, one gun. Use your senses and become the shadows.
Let's go. Stay quiet.
Okay. Do you know where we're going?
Towards those. Come on.
Hello? Oh, hello. No, 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 no! Oh! You killed the piano! Oh, no!
Came in from behind. Double kills?
Oh, no! What? Did you get him? Oh, there's one more. Yeah!
Come out here.
Join the club and die trying.
Welcome back to the Game Awards opening act. We are so close to the big show, which, oh my gosh, thank you so much. I love you too. Which, by the way, is freaking stacked this year. Let's hear it for the 10th anniversary of the Game Awards. But until then, enough. I'm kidding. I still have some incredible awards and world premieres to share with you. So let's get back into it with our next award, Innovation in Accessibility. These nominees have all made strides to make their games as playable as possible by as many gamers as possible. And they are Call of Duty Black Ops 6, Diablo 4, Dragon Age The Veilguard, Prince of Persia The Lost Crown, and Star Wars Outlaws. The Game Award goes to Prince of Persia The Lost Crown. Congratulations.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup. We are truly honored to receive this award. As from the beginning of the project, we aim to create a fun and challenging game, but a game as accessible as possible. And it proves that accessibility doesn't dilute, but rather reinforce the core of a game. More players enjoy the thrill of expression thanks to our screenshot marker system. More players experience the intensity and expressivity of our combat thanks to the option. It was a passion project made by an incredible team. Big congratulations to the team. I know you're watching from Montpellier. Félicitations à l'équipe. And a warm thank you to everyone who supported us, Ubisoft Global Accessibility Team, Jan, our families, our friends, and of course, you, the players. Thank you.
Congratulations. And now it's the next game from Pugstorm, the Swedish team behind the indie hit Core Keeper. Love it. And that is the perfect way to get into our next award, Best Family Game. Here are your nominees. Astrobot, Princess Peach Showtime, Super Mario Party Jamboree, The Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom, and The Plucky Squire. Wow, a lot of us are excited about Best Family Game. The Game Award goes to Astrobot.
so much. Thank you so much. It's a massive honor for us to be getting the Family Game Award because it's something we've been working hard on for many, many years at Team Asobi. So first thing, I want to thank Team Asobi over in Japan, all 65 of you. Thank you so much. It's your heart and soul that went into this game, really trying to please and put smiles on people's faces. So this is really for you. Thank you so much. Making a family game is important because we're forming the first gaming memories of people. We all have first gaming memories, right? And so it's both a privilege, a big responsibility as well, but it's one we take very much at heart. So this award, it's for the kids and the parents out there. We love you very much. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Okay, the theater is filling up. Like, I can see heads all the way back there. The energy is huge with our main show only minutes away. But I still have 2 more world premieres for you. First up, a new and very unexpected game from a studio that was nominated for 3 awards at the Game Awards 2022. Okay, would you believe me if I said I only have 1 more incredible world premiere for you? Get ready to have all your senses overloaded in the best way possible, of course. This is Solasta 2.
Shadwing. For many years you've sent waves of stone soldiers we've decimated. What can you achieve with your solitude that thousands couldn't?
Not thousands.
Millions!
That was the announcement of Solasta 2 from the Paris-based Tactical Adventures. All right, my friends, that is it for our opening act, but the 10th anniversary show is just getting started. The Game Awards main event is about to begin with tons of big awards, big new game announcements, and amazing performances by the TGA Orchestra, 21 Pilots, Snoop Dogg, and more. This is a Game Awards you definitely do not want to miss. All right, the countdown is over. The 2024 Game Awards starts now.
Welcome to the Game Awards 2024. Now, here's your host, the creator of the Game Awards, Jeff Keighley.
Good evening, everybody! Welcome to the Game Awards, the biggest global celebration of video games out there, and you have joined us on a very special night, our 10th anniversary. Welcome. You know, when we started TGA in 2014, we had no idea it would become as big as it is around the world. But I felt, like so many of you, that games and the people who make them and the fans deserve a moment like this. You watch this show because games are part of your identity. They mean something to you. And tonight is a tribute to just how far games have come, and despite the challenges our industry faces, where they are going in the future. And let me just tell you, you have tuned in and joined us on a very special night. Our industry is constantly evolving. This year, 4 of our Game of the Year nominees were developed in Japan, 1 in China, China's first ever nomination for Game of the Year, and 1, Balatro, was made by a single guy, Local Thunk, who's here in the audience tonight in my home country of Canada. Isn't that amazing? Now, tonight for our anniversary show, we are joined by many special guests. First, it is a tremendous privilege to have this man with us. Back in the 1990s, he convinced Sony to enter the video game industry with the PlayStation, which this month celebrates its 30th anniversary. Please join me in welcoming the father of the PlayStation, the great Ken Kutaragi. Also tonight, we welcome a double nominee who's competing against herself in Best Adaptation. She stars in both Fallout and Arcane, the amazingly talented Ella Purnell. Welcome, Ella. And finally, we announced his studio at the first TGA, and in 2021, he won Game of the Year. And tonight, despite our better judgment, he's going to have the stage all to himself to reveal his next game a little bit later. Joseph Fares, welcome back, buddy. Now, as always, we're recognizing an outstanding year in gaming while looking at
Hey, Waldorf.
What is it, Statler?
How long is this bozo gonna go on?
Well, that's what I've been asking for the last 10 years.
Oh!
hey, guys, yeah, up here, host. Yeah, we're you know, we can hear you.
Oh, good. Can you hear this? Boo!
Yeah, please wrap it up.
Statler and Waldorf, everybody. It's the last thing we need tonight. Listen, fellas, if you don't mind, we have a lot of people here in the audience waiting to see the show.
Yeah. Speaking of a lot of people, why isn't this theater full, huh?
Yeah, we heard you always sell out.
Oh, got him.
All right, let's keep the show rolling.
It's already rolling.
Off a cliff.
Oh!
Yeah, they're here all night, Statler and Waldorf. I don't know what we signed up for. All right, well, in any case, let's get this anniversary started. And to present tonight's first award, I couldn't think of a better duo. He's one of our industry's greatest creative forces, alongside one of our most talented performers. And they've teamed up for the newly released Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. Please join me in welcoming Bethesda's Todd Howard and actor Troy Baker.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Now, as you know, the Game Awards for the last decade has celebrated the best performances in games by honoring some of my peers, some of my friends, like Nolan North, Roger Clark, yes, Laura Bailey.
Actually, Troy, have you ever won this award? Look, they do give an award for best indie game, and I think everybody here can agree you make a great case for best indie performance.
Oh. Well, thank you. I don't know about that. Thank you, though.
There was another guy, though.
You mean the other guy?
He's pretty good. Pretty
really
good.
Absolutely good.
I wonder what he thinks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. While you're on your feet, let's give a big round of applause to these two guys for the great circle. Thank you. I think this guy did a great job. If I'd known he was so good, I would have done it myself. And now, we're here to present the award for Best Performance. Here are the nominees.
Best Performance.
Just look at it all. It's still going strong.
I should cross over and start asking questions. I think she's going to need our help. This job, it's a death wish. I'm gonna finish it.
I know what you are. I don't need you anymore.
The shadow will always hang over me. What will I become?
And the winner is Melinda Juergens.
This is an incredible honor. Like, I'm gonna cry. I don't know where to start. I want to big shout out to my fellow nominees. You are all incredible. I want to thank our incredibly talented team at Ninja Theory, who are just so amazing. Our cast, our crew, our stunt team, like they've done just such a great job. Our collaborators, and especially our fans who have been so supportive of us. Thank you so much. And also, congratulations to the Game Awards for 10 incredible years. Thank you.
Congratulations, Melina. Our first two-time winner for Best Performance. She won back in 2017 for the first Hellblade. All right, we have lots more awards to come, but are you guys ready to get a glimpse of what's next? Yes, it is world premiere time. For our 10th anniversary, I traveled the world to ask developers, what could you share with fans that will give a glimpse not just of what's coming in 2025, that we'll have lots of that too, but what lies beyond for the next decade of gaming. Tonight's first game announcement is an absolute honor to share with you. It comes from a Game of the Year winning studio whose immersive storytelling has thrilled players with every twist and turn. So without further ado, here's a look at the unexpected.
Dearest daughter, I've watched ye grow from a devilishly curious child
into a remarkable young lass with much grace, wisdom, and kindness. 'Tain't the easy times what shape us, nay. 'Tis how we rise to face the hard times what does that for us. You've an heart of gold. You've the spirit to overcome adversities aplenty. Darling, sweeten. Today's the day ye fill out your destiny. Forgive me, daughter. 'Twere my only choice.
I shall be the bringer of salvation.
A witcher? Witcher! Whose kind did ye take? Nay, you can't. 'Tis tradition. Chosen she is, by the gods!
No! You chose her. Back to the village. Go, now.
Nay! I must save them! Save the village!
Save yourself! Run! To shelter! To your father! Run!
the chosen one. It's tradition.
Oh no, no, no.
It's all we wanted. For her to go to the woods, to go to the gods.
Gods? There are no gods here. There are only monsters.
Time for a new saga. See you on the path.
There you have it, the very first trailer for The Witcher 4 from CD Projekt Red. And yes, as you saw, obviously Ciri will play the protagonist in that title, and we're very excited to hear more about it. You ready to have more fun? Because tonight, trust me, the surprises just keep coming all night long. Right now, I am proud to present a brand new standalone game. Please watch.
Of redemption. You were chosen. Thrown together by forces beyond their control. Tragedy must be averted. And for that, I need your help.
Stand tall. The night is far from over. Little pillager, bent on stacking the lands of gold. I will swat away any and all who dare approach.
Band together and prepare to claim. The life of the Night Lord.
Now you know why I was so excited. There you have it. Elden Ring Night Raid is a new co-op action-adventure game from Bandai Namco Entertainment and From Software, the only studio that's won Game of the Year twice before here at the Game Awards, and it is coming next year, 2025. Now, trust me when I say we are just getting started. Some of the biggest surprises, believe it or not, are still to come, as well as performances by Snoop Dogg and 21 Pilots, and awards presented by previous winners like Hideo Kojima and Sam Lake. But right now, here's news on a new platform for one of this year's Game of the Year nominees.
Time to kick it up a notch.
The time has come.
Sephiroth!
At last, our long-awaited reunion.
Let us hurry. There is nothing to fear here.
That's what scares me. You're messing with powers beyond your control.
I'm always in control.
Are you sure about this?
Don't worry. I do this all the time.
Find a way out before we're crushed!
A gun and a whip.
You'd be surprised how often it comes in handy.
Welcome back. I made it to the main show. You couldn't get rid of me that easily. For a limited time only, Prime members in the US can go to Amazon.com/thegameawards to get up to 50% off select nominees, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Silent Hill 2, and Star Wars Outlaws.
From HBO's House of the Dragon, please welcome Abubakar Salim.
Thank you. Don't worry, I'm not gonna cry about my dead dad this time. But I'm here to present an award that celebrates victory. The thrill of conquering your foes in a battle where physical and mental prowess collide in a struggle that feels like the most important fight of your life. And no, I'm not talking about Twitter, but I am talking about the best action game. Here are your nominees.
Best Action Game.
And the Game Award goes to Black Myth Wukong.
谢谢大家。非常荣幸能够获得这个奖项。首先要感谢每一位玩家，是你们的支持，让这样一个关于勇气和智慧的东方神话，得以在这样的一个舞台上绽放光彩。也要感谢主办方，没有在我上台的过程中设置空气墙。
Thank you, everyone. We are deeply honored to receive these awards. A heartfelt thanks to every player. It's you who brought the tale of wisdom and courage rooted in Eastern mythology to life on this stage. And of course, sincere gratitude to the Game Awards for not placing any invisible walls on my way up here.
这份荣誉属于团队的每一位成员，也属于在幕后默默支持我们的家人和朋友们。如果没有你们，我现在大概率还在调试和增强二郎神，而不是代表团队站在这里领这个沉重的铁坨坨。
This award belongs to every single member of our team, as well as our family and friends who have supported us behind the scene. Without you, I'd be like sitting at home testing the boss rush mode and buffing Erlang instead of standing here representing our team.
最后我想说的是，《黑神话：悟空》这个游戏真的不难，尤其适合没有玩过动作游戏的玩家。相信我，谢谢。
Lastly, I want to say this. Our game isn't hard at all. It's perfect for players new to action games. Trust me on this. Thank you.
Congratulations, Game Science. At the Game Awards, our aspiration is to create moments that define our medium and remind us all why we became fans in the first place. 5 years ago, I had the pleasure of having lunch with one of our industry's most treasured game makers. And just recently, he finally shared an ambitious vision for his next project. Tonight, as a very special gift for our 10th anniversary, I am beyond honored to reveal this stunning new project for the first time anywhere, with an early look at real gameplay footage of this studio's highly anticipated upcoming title. Let's take a look at this announcement trailer that I'm sure will capture your imagination.
As I do recall, very swift and much 25 kilometers radius of ground zero now. Seconds. 55 seconds. 50 seconds. 45 seconds. 30 seconds. 35 seconds. Start rate in 30 seconds. 25 seconds.
That was your early first look at the untitled next project from Fumito Ueda-san, a creator who pushes our medium forward with each of his incredible creations. You can just feel the emotional depth of that game in that beautiful piece. Ueda-san and Gen Design, thank you so much for this announcement reveal. Next February marks the release of Sid Meier's Civilization VII, the latest installment in one of our industry's longest running and most successful franchises. Tonight, we are honored to welcome the Game Awards Orchestra, conducted by Lauren Balfe, to world premiere the stunning theme to Civ 7, composed by Grammy Award-winning composer Christopher Tin, who joins us tonight. I think you're gonna love this. Maestro, take it away. Absolutely incredible. Thank you to the TGA Orchestra and Lauren. There's much more to come from them throughout the night, including our signature Game of the Year medley. You can look forward to that. Right now, it's time to get the first look at gameplay of a project from a studio that has previously been nominated for Game of the Year.
From the studio that brought you Star Wars: Knights of the Old Republic, Part 2. Neverwinter Nights, Part 2. And Fallout 3, Part 2. New Vegas. comes a completely original Part 2. And like all good sequels, we've included everything that should have been in the first game. More action. More weapons. And more graphics. Get ready for an adventure that took 3 times longer to make, but will almost certainly be 2 times bigger.
Baby, 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 you ain't seen nothing yet. Baby, you just ain't seen nothing yet. Feel something that you never will forget. Baby, you just ain't seen nothing yet.
In 2025, welcome back to the future. Try not to break it again. The Outer Worlds 2.
I'm not interested in hiring any more idiots. I'm looking for people of tact and vision and perspicacity.
Seen nothing yet.
Please welcome the director of Hazelight Studios, winner of Game of the Year for It Takes Two, Joseph Perez.
All right, I can't tell you how pumped and excited I am to be here today to show you our next thing. I mean, I'm telling you, at Hazelight, we have a saying where we say, we fuck shit up without fucking up. And no, listen. This time, it's some next level shit, I'm telling you. I mean, no, what we're gonna show you is gonna be amazing. I know I sound cocky, but it's really hard not to be cocky when you have a game like this. Are you ready? Yeah. All right, let's roll Hazelight's next co-op adventure. Go.
We sure cause a lot of explosions.
Okay, you better get ready, because I'm about to show you Hazelight's next co-op adventure called Split Fiction. Now, let me tell you this, get ready for a ride. You play as Mio and Zoe, 2 aspiring writers that hope to get published by a new tech company that can simulate their stories to life.
I can't do this.
Please calm down.
It's
time.
You
can't shut it. No!
Accidentally, they end up in the same simulation.
What are you doing in my story? Something bad is going on here.
And there, they find out that their stories are about to get stolen.
No one escapes my simulation.
And in order to save them, they have to escape back to reality through the very worlds that they created.
Hands above your heads.
But the thing is, they're strangers, and Miu writes sci-fi, while Zoe writes fantasy. So you will, for every level in the game, jump between a sci-fi world and a fantasy world. We at Hazelight love variation, and you'll have a unique mechanic for every level. Let me give you some examples. In this level, you start out by finding dragon eggs that hatch.
Hey, stop licking.
And then they become a little bit bigger dragons with new abilities. But in the end, they grow up to be full-ass dragons. And now, you can fly around and kick ass. In another level, you play these ball droids that can magnetize and shift to different forms. And then the droids become your exosuits. And you can now attack and hack different objects. Here's another one. You play as pigs, and they later become... Anyway, let's not talk about that level for now. And as always, with the Friends Pass, you only need to buy 1 copy of the game to play it with your friend online. That's what Hazelight is about. No loot boxes, no microtransactions, and no bullshit. You just get the game.
You have unpaid parking tickets. Time to die.
Excuse me?
And the good, look, wait. The good part with this game is coming out March 6th. So you will be playing it in 2 months, so that's nothing. One more thing. Just want to say, in the trailer, they called me and Zoe, my daughters, it's their name. They're also in the audience. Put the camera, let them show how cute they are. There, hello! Hey, Papa! Yeah, of course, my wife is beautiful too, I don't forget to, of course. Yes, and I would say one last thing. My team Hazelight is watching at home. My beautiful team, I just want to say thank you, jag älskar er. And thank you everybody, I love you so much. I'm looking forward to be part of this industry. I love everybody. Goodbye.
Joseph, what a guy. I spent some time with him in Sweden this summer and played a few hours of Split Fiction. It really is everything you'd want it to be. A great follow-up to It Takes Two that Joseph won for Game of the Year. It's been so amazing to have so many Game of the Year winners back with us again tonight revealing new projects. All right, we have much more Game Awards to come. During the show, those of you in the U.S. can head to tgalegion.com for a chance to win one of 20 Glacier White Lenovo Legion 7i laptops, which have the power to handle the latest games.
This Lenovo Legion 7i has the power we need to finally beat the impossible level. These frames are so high I can see every NPC. Oh, except that one!
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion. Best gaming processor, advanced by AMD.
It appears Moorcroft's little project is as real as they say.
Let's start the party!
we're back here at the Game Awards, and we have so much more to share with you. Now, when we created the TGA in 2014, I wanted to celebrate the people who devote their lives to entertaining and sometimes comforting or affecting us through video games. In fact, 25 years ago back in college, I started writing a series of articles called Behind the Games, chronicling the development of games like Half-Life and Metal Gear Solid 2, because I knew games were nothing without the people behind them. Now, the sad reality is that over the past few years, the gaming industry has suffered significant and unprecedented industry-wide layoffs. Those affect the games we get to play and, even more importantly, the people who make the games we love. We can debate and certainly disagree with the reasons why, and honestly, as a show, we kind of struggle with how to address these topics in a constructive way. But this year, inside of these challenges, we found greatness. I'm proud to share with you the story of a single individual who saw developers in need and did something truly extraordinary. Meet TGA's first ever Game Changer.
Starting in early 2023, significant waves of layoffs started in the games industry.
It strikes you, it hurts, right? It's like a ton of bricks.
What am I supposed to do?
Tens of thousands of gamers have been laid off at a level that is unprecedented in the industry's history.
I love this brand, I love this company. Oh my goodness, what am I going to do?
I actually started in games relatively late. Even though I've loved the industry ever since I was a little child, because there weren't games jobs around here, I stayed passionate about it and broke through in basically my late 30s. I had seen a few friends get laid off before Thanksgiving, and I said to my wife, Jess, this is unacceptable. Hi everybody, it's Amir, and I'm here to help support you as you look for your next opportunity in video games. I can't imagine what it must feel like for someone to have to go to their family around the holidays and say, I don't have a job, I don't know what's going to happen. I had a robust background in things like data analysis, and I said, well, I can do something with this. I started a community with one resource.
We just started putting together a list of all the job openings out there.
And over iteration after iteration, it ended up becoming a suite of several different resources. We have 2,300 coaching volunteers who've given people over 50,000 community coaching conversations for free.
He's pure pro bono, Amir.
There is no payment. He doesn't take anything back from the community.
I'm proud to say we've helped place nearly 3,000 people in jobs.
Amir is like career Santa Claus.
If it weren't for Amir and for this community, I wouldn't have even known this job was here.
He has created this beacon of light.
Please join me in welcoming a man who has the well-being of the game developer community in his heart. On behalf of the Game Awards, I'm honored to present the first ever TGA Game Changer, Amir Satvat.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. No, you're breathtaking. Thank you, Jeff, and the Game Awards for this extraordinary honor. I can't help but say that I love video games with all my heart. To all game makers everywhere, you are seen and treasured, and our community will always be there to help you. Over the last 3 years, we've lost more than 34,000 jobs, a staggering amount of games experience eliminated. This has consequences. You can't make great games without great people. I'm proud of so many of you who have already joined me to make an impact, and I really have to thank everyone in our community who gave all their time and commitment to build it.
As we gather here tonight for this amazing celebration, I challenge everyone to ask themselves, what more can we each do to make our industry better? I dedicate this to my grandparents in heaven and to our Game Awards watch party back home, my wife, our 3 sons, and my parents, who really devoted their lives to me and taught me that my value lies in how I treat other people. Growing up, all I ever wanted was to be a part of the video game industry. As a kid from Farmington, Connecticut, it felt a world away. Not anymore. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Omega Day, 2067. We witnessed the end of the old world and the beginning of an unimaginable power. It unleashed the promise of our civilization, forging souls into steel, turning hope into a hunt for the fate of humanity. For Starfall.
Rise, partner. Our hunt for Starfall begins. Raise hell, exert control. For mankind depends on our victory. You will face a new power and devastating enemies. But this is your time. Unleash the hunter within.
That was the announcement of Steel Hunters, which you can play test tonight. I played that back in the summer, and it plays as good as it looks. Definitely has a Transformers vibe to it, as you can see. Really fun game. All right, and now I'm proud to reveal one of the most beautiful games I've seen in a long time, developed by an incredible team up in Canada.
Please welcome to the stage the founder of Gearbox, Randy Pitchford.
Borderlands fans know why I'm here, right? This is the moment. Everybody at Gearbox is watching right now, and I'm kind of freaking out. Listen, this is the thing. You fans of Borderlands, you're why we fight. Every pixel of Borderlands is made with heart and soul, handcrafted by the Gearbox team. We're all giving it everything we got, you guys. We're putting everything we have into this game. And listen, I can go on talking about Borderlands 4, or I could just show you Borderlands 4. Who wants me to keep talking? Anybody? And who wants me to roll the trailer for Borderlands Mother Fluffin' 4? As you wish, the world premiere first look at Borderlands 4.
That was Borderlands 4, and now we have an exciting and unexpected announcement from a legendary role-playing game franchise.
On this, my sword I swear, to shield the Firebird's flame forevermore. And I, for hope.
This ends now! To me, flames! Then stay down!
The only fantasy here is yours!
Afraid!
The flames burn as one!
There you go. Clive is joining Tekken 8 next week. Right now, we want to recognize more nominees and winners in some other categories here at the Game Awards. Here are the nominees for Most Anticipated Game: Death Stranding 2 On the Beach, Ghost of Yotei, Grand Theft Auto 6, Metroid Prime 4 Beyond, and Monster Hunter Wilds. And this year, the Game Award goes to Grand Theft Auto 6. Congratulations, Rockstar. Here are your nominees for Best Multiplayer Game: Call of Duty Black Ops 6, Helldivers 2, Super Mario Party Jamboree, Tekken 8, and Warhammer 40K Space Marine 2. This year, the Game Award goes to Helldivers 2. Congratulations, Arrowhead. Now the nominees for Best Community Support: Baldur's Gate 3, Final Fantasy XIV, Fortnite, Helldivers 2, and No Man's Sky. The Game Award goes to Baldur's Gate 3. Congratulations, Larian. Now your nominees for Best Art Direction: Astrobot, Black Myth Wukong, Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree, Metaphor ReFantazio, and Neva. The Game Award goes to Metaphor ReFantazio. We have many more awards to come in the Game Awards, but right now, here's a new look at Splitgate 2 that blends gunplay, movement, and portals, coming in 2025.
Playing for keeps with no losses, dripping around with no frosting. Look at the team, our bosses, paying our dues when we don't care what it's costing. Doesn't matter to me if you're coming for one of mine. I'm coming for anybody, everybody in line. Yeah, it's fine. Now who I'm coming for mine? Run it up, run it, run it, run it, run it up. Run it, run it, run it, run it up. Zone is active. That's my crew. Big red hot bills are blue. No way here we could lose. We live a life we choose. We getting started, tell them turn me up. And not for a nine to the whole world is blind. Doesn't matter to me if you coming for one of mine. Now I'm coming for anybody, everybody in line. Yeah, it's fine. Now who I'm coming for mine? Aye. That's my crew.
Events are weaving together quickly now, Rook. The fate of the world shall be decided soon.
It will not be easy. But you are this world's only hope.
Vess. This is your one shot. Get in with the underworld's most dangerous syndicates and pull off the greatest heist the Outer Rim has ever seen.
Nominated tonight for Best Adaptation, Riot's Arcane is a stunning animated series based on the League of Legends franchise. Anyone who's watched this show will tell you the music. It sits at the emotional core of this Game Award-winning series. Here is a special tribute to Arcane's music and iconic characters, featuring Royal and the Serpent, David, and 21 Pilots with the Game Awards Orchestra.
Just lay my head down and rest. If there was nothing to fight or protect, maybe then I could finally be free. Maybe death is like falling asleep.
remember me. I'm too far gone, I couldn't see. Remember me, remember me. All the times I cut so deep. All my life I couldn't breathe. Remember me, remember me, remember me, remember me.
Body's on the line now. I can't fight this time now. I can feel the light shine on my face. Did I disappoint you? Will they still let me over if I cross the line? Take a seat, but I would rather you not be here for what could be a final form. Stay your pretty eyes on court. Keep the memories of who I was before. So stay with me because my body is on the line now. Pull the blanket tight now. I can feel the light shine on my face. Did I disappoint you? Will they still let me over if I cross the line? Please don't let them see me. Sure, there's nothing left to try. I can feel the light shine on my face. Did I disappoint you? Will they still let me over if I cross the line? If I cross the line. If I cross the line.
What a beautiful and emotional performance. Thanks to Riot and those artists for putting that together. Incredible. All right, let's take a look at this very exciting brand new game announcement prepared just for the Game Awards 10th anniversary. That's right. There's a new full entry in the legendary Virtua Fighter series now in development at Sega, and you can find out more in that special direct broadcast. Tonight, we've got another announcement for you. Check this one out.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight I've got a little something special for you. We're gonna try out a brand new tool. Oh my, your music, you're setting praise. Let's sing together. Let's keep on singing another day. With music I'll never stray. Sweet as you're my life. For love of music, let's keep on singing night and day. With the music.
That's right, RGG Studio, nominated tonight for 4 times for Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, has not 1 but 2 projects in the works, and we are honored to reveal both of those titles for the first time here tonight. Now to present our next award, please join me in welcoming a dear friend who also happens to be one of our industry's most innovative creative spirits. He's been with us since the very beginning of TGA in 2014 and is currently hard at work on Death Stranding 2 on the beach and OD. Please welcome an industry icon, Hideo Kojima!
TGA 10周年おめでとうございます。ジェフも。
First and foremost, congratulations on TGA's 10th anniversary.
僕は1回目から参加させていただいてますけども、年々 TGA は大きくなってきてます。もともと制作者を称える賞でしたけども、今では世界の業界と関係者が集い、プレイヤーと結ぶ非常に重要な賞となっています。で、ゲームだけでもなく映画やアニメ、音楽といったデジタルエンターテインメントと架け橋というか結ぶ重要な賞だと思っています。今後20年30年ですね、ますます大きくなっていくと思います。で、僕もできる限り応援したいと思っています。
I've had the privilege of participating since the very first TGA, and I've witnessed how the role of TGA has grown every year. Not only does it celebrate the achievements of those involved in the gaming industry, but it has also evolved into an event that brings together industry's professionals from around the world, focusing deeper connections with the players. TGA now serves as a bridge, not just within the gaming industry, but also between gaming and other digital entertainment, such as film, television, anime, and music. This role will undoubtedly become even more important in the next 20, 30 years. I'm looking forward to supporting that too.
ゲームディレクションというのは、数多くのアイデアをまとめて一つの作品に昇華する非常に大切な、役割だと思っています。今日ノミネートされているタイトルは、数百名から1000人を超えるチームもありますけれども、数名で作ったタイトルもあります。小さな手漕ぎのボートでも、数百人が乗る巨大な豪華客船でも数百数千の船団でもやっぱり方向を示すですね、舵取りが非常に重要だと思っています。まさにその舵取りがゲームディレクションだと思っています。
Game direction plays an important role in bringing together countless ideas and uniting them into single cohesive work. Tonight's nominees for this award includes projects created by teams of hundreds or even thousands, as well as those made by just a few people. Yet, all of them have a clear and unified vision. Whether it's a small boat, a large cruise ship, or a fleet of boats, a helmsman is required. And that helmsman is the direction.
はい、ではノミネート作品を紹介します。
So, someone involved in direction, I'm honored to introduce the nominees for Best Game Direction.
Best Game Direction.
Cleanse the world with blood.
Come now and travel to the realm of shadow.
It's good to have you back, Cloud.
We shape our own destiny with our own hands.
And now, the winner is Astrobot.
Wow, thank you so much. We didn't have a speech ready for this one. This is really amazing. So thank you so much. Team Asobi, back home, all of you, really, this is for you. Game direction is, of course, like as Kojima-san said, like an ensemble of things, and but actually in our case, it's really like every single person on the team coming and really bringing their own vision and being responsible for their own work. So you are all game directors back home, and I'm really dedicate this one to you. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Nico and Team Asobi. And now, let's journey to another world for our next announcement.
Attention, citizens! Across the galaxy, the valiant Helldivers have fought to protect our way of life. But I am here with grave tidings. Managed democracy is imperiled like never before. Homes are being ravaged. Families are being abducted. And you could be next. That is, unless you direct your undivided attention to the following announcements. And remember, freedom conquers all.
They arrived without warning, laying waste to our peaceful colonies, crushing all resistance. They stole our citizens' homes and their minds, and something much, much worse, their freedom. But when our citizens are attacked, our greatest heroes arrive to set them free. Together, we will save our people from this tortured existence. For we are those who stand in the way of all tyranny, who will give our lives today for a freer tomorrow, who will take back control of freedom. And deliver peace to our homes. We are the Helldivers.
Now, please welcome the creative director of Warframe, Rebecca Ford.
Hello, everyone. Hi. Thank goodness for waterproof mascara. The music has been a lot. That's amazing. But hi, everyone. I'm here on behalf of the Warframe team. We are here at the 10th year of the Game Awards. It was actually 12 years ago that we launched the alpha build of Warframe, and it changed the lives of our team. Our irreplaceable community has allowed us the privilege to be up on
Get me out of here!
That looks great, and if you're watching TGA on Twitch or Steam, you can get a free Nyx Warframe tonight during the show. Still to come, Snoop Dogg takes the stage with world premiere new music and the Game Awards Orchestra returns. But first, earlier this year, Palworld took over the internet and broke records for the independent studio Pocket Pair. Tonight, we have a first look at the game's next update.
not your choice this time. Follow the Xinhua.
We have the answers we wanted already. I will not back down. The Montelli family extend an invitation for you to grace Laguna with your esteemed presence and partake in the celebration. I too am curious to see what truths await them.
This for that, this for that, this for that, this for that. Who's the black sheep? What's the black sheep? Now know who I am or when I'm coming, so you sleep. Well, you heard the others, only still the lovers. Then of course, the choice is yours. You can get with this, or you can get with that. You can get with this, or you can get with that. You can get with this, or you can get with that. I feel good with this, for this is where it's at. Where it's at. This for that, this for that, this for that.
Creativity unrivaled anywhere. Advanced by AMD.
We're back with another deal. For a limited time only, Prime members in the US can go to Amazon.com/thegameawards to get $50 in-store credit when you buy MetaQuest 3S.
From Yacht Club Games, winner of Best Independent Game at the first Game Awards, please welcome Celia Schilling and Sean Velasco.
10 years ago, we were called onto the stage, completely stunned, as Shovel Knight, our first game, took home the first ever Best Independent Game Award. Now, thank you. And now, Shovel Knight is getting old enough to become vintage in its own right.
This year, a new set of developers released their first game. They're just getting started, yet they've already created something extraordinary. We're excited to see how their talents will shape the industry for the next 10 years.
These are the nominees for Best Debut Indie Game.
Best Debut Indie.
Deserve equal recognition. So not only want to recognize all nominees tonight, but also all indie games that were launched this year that might have flown under the radar. Now, what he would like for you is to explore this world of indie games, and I think you'll find a scene of extremely talented and creative developers who are crafting beautiful experience for you to enjoy every single day. Now, Local Thunk, I know you're probably thinking if you can give this away to another team that you think deserves it more, but sorry, Arco, he has to take this home. So, Local Thunk, you have earned this, and you deserve this, and everyone at Playstack is just so proud of you, of what you've done, and I hope that at least tonight, you get to enjoy this. Thank you.
Congratulations, local punk. All right, as we've been saying all night long, we have some very special game announcements tonight, and this is certainly one of those. Enjoy.
Feels like I'm getting less human by the minute.
That was definitely a good one. I had a great time seeing that game this summer out in Osaka. I love that franchise and how it combines swordplay and a Japanese dark fantasy setting with some amazing over-the-top enemies, as you saw in that announcement trailer. Thank you to Capcom for that. All right, now let's get an update on the first Berserker, Kazan.
Hey everyone, I'm Joe Russo.
And I'm Anthony Russo, and we're thrilled to be back on the Game Awards to introduce a brand new trailer for the first Berserker, Kazan, a game rooted in the legendary Dungeon and Fighter universe.
Our studio Agbo collaborated closely with our friends at Neopol and Nexon to create this action-packed cinematic trailer brought to life in Agbo's signature style.
We're excited to unveil it here at the Game Awards along with the official launch date.
Stay tuned until the end and enjoy the reveal.
That was the first Berserker Kazan coming in March, as you saw. A great hardcore action RPG. And now we're thrilled to show you another game set in the Dungeon and Fighter universe for the first time anywhere. Arad is an open world action RPG developed in Unreal Engine 5. It's coming to Steam, console, and mobile. Here's the first ever look. Looks great. All right, next is the open world zombie adventure Dying Light, the Beast from Techland. We announced this at Gamescom. It's got combat, parkour, and nights you may not survive. Here's a brand new look at the game, which is coming in the summer of 2025.
It's not your fault, Kyle.
I do not feel obliged to believe that the same God who has endowed us with sense, reason, and intellect has intended us to forego their use. He has gifted us the means to decipher the code of nature, and it's our highest purpose we must strive to accomplish. I only answer to this divine calling. And you.
Do you see who's the real beast here?
Now we'd like to honor some of tonight's other nominees and winners. Here are the nominees for Best Action Adventure Game: Astrobot, Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown, Silent Hill 2, Star Wars Outlaws, and The Legend of Zelda: Echoes of Wisdom. This year, the Game Award goes to Astrobot. Congratulations, another win tonight. I think that's 3. Here are the nominees for Best RPG: Dragon's Dogma 2, Elden Ring: Shadow of the Erdtree, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Like a Dragon: Infinite Wealth, and Metaphor: ReFantazio. And the Game Award goes to Metaphor: ReFantazio. Congratulations, Yoshida Shojima. Here are the nominees for Content Creator of the Year: Queso, Illawan, Techno Gamers, Typical Gamer, and Usada Pekara. And the Game Award goes to Queso! Congratulations. Here are the nominees for Best Sports Racing Game: F1 24, EA Sports FC 25, NBA 2K 25, Top Spin 2K 25, and WWE 2K 24. Gotcha. And the Game Award goes to EA Sports FC 25. Now our nominees for Best Sim Strategy Game: Age of Mythology Retold, Frostpunk 2, Kunitsugami: Path of the Goddess, Manor Lords, and Unicorn Overlord. And the Game Award goes to Frostpunk 2. Congratulations to all those winners.
Did you catch all that?
No, but I wish the rest of the show went that fast.
Yeah, it's like the game commercials with award interruptions.
Oh! Yeah. Oh, hey, someone watching online saw us on the show.
Oh, yeah? What did they say?
Let's see. River Runner 445 said, "Have you two ever considered becoming developers?"
We're already developers.
We are?
Yeah. By watching this show, we're developing an immunity to bad entertainment.
Oh!
Yeah. Oh, wait. Huh? There's Kojima, look. Ooh. Did you know that Jeff Keighley's friends with him?
Yeah, but does Kojima know that? Yeah. Oh, boy. Wow, looky there. Apparently right now, 100 million people around the world are watching this show.
Yeah, and the other 8 billion people have better sense.
Oh! Yeah, hey, look. Jadebot 6 is asking, why are Statler and Waldorf at the Game Awards?
It's a great question. I've been asking myself the same thing. Help!
Yeah, help us, Jadebot 6. You're our only hope.
Yeah, make the commercials stop.
Yeah.
Please.
Please.
Please stop.
Make it stop. Oh.
Make it stop.
It started in the swamps and moved to the mountains. Everywhere corruption went, hunters followed. But now, there's something new on the move. And things will never be the same. Welcome to my murder circus.
It's showtime!
Watch me do it. Watch me do it. Watch me do it.
Handheld gaming revolutionized. Advanced by AMD.
You like watching TV shows and movies? Don't watch on that. You want a Quest. Look at that. It's a movie theater in your living room. What? And you want to go to the gym. Then you remember gyms. Bring the gym to you.
Let's do this.
Ah, that's what I'm talking about. Whoa! And do you want to play the hero or be the hero?
Wait, I could be Batman?
Yep. Bang! Time to become
The Knight.
Okay, y'all. Yeah. You got this.
I assume you are all familiar with the Squid Game. Because not everyone can physically experience the games, we have created a simulation. Unleashed will provide the same highs, or for the unskilled, lows. To all players watching at home, access will be granted to everyone on December 17th, whether you're a Netflix member or not. Be on the lookout. In the following weeks, my team will be unveiling the next round of the games. I have brought with me a special preview of Squid Game Season 2. We believe games can reflect and improve society. Whether we succeed will be for you to judge. And to all the heads of the studios and CEOs in attendance, your places are ready in our VIP suite.
Please welcome the founders of Death Row Games, Cordell Brodus and Snoop Dogg.
This year, my father and I launched Death Row Games with the dream of bringing minority stories to the gaming world. We intend to create a hip-hop gaming universe that could stand beside some of these nominees tonight. Here we are to present Best Ongoing Game.
See, back in the day, if you loved the game, you wanted more, but you had to wait until the next game, or as I like to say, chill till the next episode. But obviously, y'all just couldn't chill.
Today's players are treated to regular updates to their favorite games, making sure the experience always stays fresh. Here are the nominees.
Best Ongoing Game.
This place, it's reshaping reality into a perfect stillness.
The return of hatred has pulled us back into the light.
Our nation is a fortress, and its people the bricks with which it is built.
Together, they fight for freedom. Will you?
Man, them were some dope-ass trailers. And the Game Award goes to... I don't have a game, cuz. Yet. Helldivers 2.
I did not expect that. All right. I'm very honored to be accepting this award on behalf of the amazing, amazing team over in Stockholm, Sweden that made this possible. So please, a round of applause for our amazing devs. Yeah. Thank you. So thanks the Game Awards for this honor. This really is an honor for all of us. Thank you PlayStation and our partners for believing in us over all of these years. And also, and most importantly, thanks to our amazing players for the support over this last year. It's been super inspiring to see everything that you've done with the game since we launched it, and we are very committed to keep going with this game for many more years to come. So thanks a lot, and for Super Earth.
Congratulations to Arrowhead, and thank you, Snoop. He's dropping like it's hot right now in Fortnite Festival Season 6 after an appearance in Chapter 2 Remix. And later tonight, he will be back live on stage, premiering brand new Snoop Dogg music. You are not going to want to miss that performance. But right now, we're thrilled to share the announcement of a brand new game from a beloved game developer.
Who?
Never heard of them. Oh, that game. You got way too angry playing that.
That game turned you into a psychopath.
What?
You threw a right tantrum.
No, I didn't.
You said if I tried to pass you one more onion, you'd—
I told you 1,000 times we didn't need any more onions. Okay, yeah, things did get a little heated.
Oh, sorry. Excuse me. What did I miss?
Shh,
it started.
Hey, you're blocking the screen. Rude.
What is going on back there? This looks pretty good. Oh, this looks wicked.
Oh my.
Oh, it's a two-player. And they're showing so much gameplay. Oh, no. What's happening?
Drew! What was that? Did you feel that?
Oh, I don't understand what's happening.
This would never have happened at E3.
What the heck is that?
Huh?
That's a fun one. Stage Fright is the next co-op game from the incredible team at Ghost Town Games, the creators of Overcooked, that I know we've all played over the years, and I am so thrilled to share that with you tonight here on the show. And now it's time to head to a familiar place, the home of iconic novels and television shows, and now an upcoming action-adventure game.
In the name of the warrior, I charge you to be brave. In the name of the Father, I charge you to be just. In the name of the Mother, I charge you to defend the innocent. Arise, a knight of Renan's Rest.
Castle Black is the only thing standing between the White Walkers and the Seven Kingdoms. We could use your help.
I'm nothing but a northern bastard from a powerless house.
Don't underestimate northern bastards. Someone must gather the support of the great houses.
Attaining your father's name will be hard. Making your own will be harder. It is up to you to decide which is more worth your while.
Modesty won't get you very far in King's Landing. Do at least try to feign a little arrogance. We find it far more familiar.
You've seen the White Walkers yourself. You know what they can do. They have to be stopped.
John, I will see it done.
Like it or not, winter is coming.
All right, hunters, get ready. Monster Hunter Now brings the monster hunting action to mobile, letting you take down epic monsters on the go. We're excited to introduce Season 4 Roars from the Winter Wind. Introducing Switch Axe, Tundra Habitat, and even more monsters to discover. Look, there's one right now. Tonight, you'll get an exclusive bundle to kick off your next adventure by using the code TGA2024. So, grab your gear, download Monster Hunter Now, and prepare for the hunt. Now, here's the trailer for Season 4. Let's check it out.
You got it! Go, 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 go! Oh my god! Vieni!
Finally making its Monster Hunter Now debut, T-Rex. Lagombi. Get ready to hunt them and wield your own Switch Axe. A new season begins. Monster Hunter Now.
It begins. Another battle.
Let's get this done.
It is time we settle this. Shadows surround you.
Let's go. No time to waste.
Feel the dragon's wrath! Tensatsuya Jinken!
Let's end this!
You are all weak. Who is your king?
You called.
Are you the king of the humans?
Arise.
Power your dreams. Advanced by AMD.
Longing, ambition, vengeance. Powerful emotions that fuel our lives.
when death lurks around every turn. When fear and destruction consume us. Again and again and again. Join my tournament. Find out once and for all what it takes to defy death. Show me the strength of your will, Screamers!
You all know the drill. Run your routes. Clear any infected you see. You run into anything you can't handle. You come back.
Dina, run! This way! Hurry!
I have to finish it.
You killed my friends.
You can't stop this.
PlayStation. Please welcome, from The Last of Us Part 2, Shannon Woodward. And from Season 2 of HBO's The Last of Us, Isabella Mirsad.
Hello. Hi, Dina.
Oh, hi, Dina.
Hey. So...
What brings you here tonight?
Well, I'm just really excited because we're about to present the best adaptation. And we were a part of an adaptation in many ways, and there is no words right now for me to read, so this is all riffing and improv. Oh, and it got me thinking. I know that while we both spent a lot of time with Ellie, we heard so many lame puns.
Oh, God, so many lame puns. You know, actually, there was one. Did she ever tell you the one about tripping over your girlfriend's bra?
No, not this one again. No.
Yeah, it was a real booby trap.
Oh, yeah. Hey, but hey, have you ever heard the one about trying to catch some fog? I did, but I missed it.
Oof. Wow, guys, these puns could not be worse. But Ellie's pretty great, yeah?
Yeah, she has her moments. Okay, but last one. Did you hear about why the Scarecrow won an award earlier in the show?
Dina, please.
He was outstanding in his field.
Much like these TV shows were outstanding in their field of best adaptation. Here are the nominees.
Best Adaptation.
Wrath must be met with wrath.
You look out at this wasteland, looks like chaos.
I am an Echidna warrior. All I wanted was to be a dragon.
I'm looking for something connected to my past. Something important.
And the award goes to, the Game Award goes to Fallout.
I've spent most of the evening coming up with ways to heckle Ella for when she won for Arcane, so I don't really have a speech, but I want to thank Graham and Geneva, our extraordinary showrunners who can't be here tonight because they're too busy making season 2. I want to thank Ella, Walton, Aaron, the rest of our extraordinary cast and our extraordinary crew. Amazon, Kilter. I want to thank the fans of Fallout New Vegas for not burning my house to the ground. You'll be very happy you didn't. Last but not least, I want to thank Todd. Todd and the extraordinary team at Bethesda, who were absolutely the most incredible collaborators you could possibly imagine. Thank you.
I too have to thank our cast and crew, everybody involved in this show, led by my friend and the incredible Jonah Nolan. And really to everybody who's worked on Fallout over the years, everybody at Bethesda that I've worked with on Fallout for 20 years now, it's been incredible. We are so blessed with the best fans there are. Thank you all for supporting everything we do. Thank you.
Congratulations to Fallout. Next up, we head to the year 2097 and the co-op heist FPS Den of Wolves from Ulf Andersson, the creator of Payday 1 and 2 and GTFO. Here's your first look at the gameplay.
Midway City, an unregulated corporate haven in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. The new land of opportunity. The only thing that matters here. Is the bottom line. Industrial espionage, sabotage, assassinations. Who gets into this line of work? It could be you.
This is New Eridu, the last city on the planet. Despite the seemingly hopeless situation, we've clung to a strange sense of joy, enduring one wave after another. Even if our destruction is inevitable, we'll confront it on our own terms. This is the place.
Target detected. Prepare for action. I've never hesitated to fight for you.
I wield my blade only against evil.
Take it easy. I've got a lot to live for.
It's all because of her. Led us to a dead end.
That's a new look at Zenless Zone Zero, a nominee tonight, and the reveal of Astra, the most well-known celebrity in New Eridu. And now here's a new look at version 3.0 of Honkai Star Rail, coming in January, and a look at the upcoming adventures in Amorphous.
Car ready for detachment. 3, 2, 1. I'm over here. Nice to meet you.
All right, here we go. Last month, Snoop Dogg simultaneously took over Fortnite and Times Square with one performance. Well, tonight, he's here at the Game Awards to finish the fight, to help us celebrate our 10th anniversary like no one else can, debuting a brand new song from his new album, Missionary, with Dr. Dre, that drops tonight. Game Awards, give it up for Snoop Dogg!
I need you on your feet right now. Everybody on your feet. You at a party, y'all. One more thing I want to say to y'all. Thank you for letting me be myself. Can we get high? Yeah. Please excuse me while I kiss the sky. Thank you for letting me be myself. Can we get high? Yeah. Please excuse me while I kiss the sky. Things just ain't the same for gangsters. Times are changing. Young homies is dangerous. Rich is shameless. Do anything to be famous. If you're talking about the stripping, then you speaking my language. That's how you feel waking up with the world up under you. I'm rolling up, toe up, so comfortable. I'm revving up my revenue. I'm unavailable somewhere in Malibu. Somehow I made it off the avenue. Once upon a time, the dog would do it all with draws and bringing off the streets into my paws. In the field, ducking sales, close calls. Who think whales got fish scales that snowfall? Hold up! I like to thank me. And if we talking about the West, homie, thank me. Walk of Fame made a name. You better thank me. Ain't nothing new, this is what I wanna do. I just wanna say thank you for letting me be myself. Can we get high? Yeah. Please excuse me while I kiss the sky. Thank you for letting me be myself. If you're having a good time tonight, make some noise. All right, y'all. "32 years of Snoop Dogg. We gonna give it to you 1993 style. With so much drama in the LBC, it's kinda hard being Snoop D-O double G, but I somehow, some way, keep coming up with funky ass hits like every single day. May I kick a little something for the G's and make a few ends as I breeze through. It's 2 in the morning and the party's still jumping cause my mama ain't home. I got some freaks in the living room getting it on. And what time y'all leaving? 6 in the morning. So what you wanna do? Look, I got a pocket full of rubbers and my homeboys do too. So turn off the lights and close the doors. But what? We don't love them now. So we gon' blow an ounce to this. G's up, freeze up for a second now, bounce to this. Rolling down the street, smoking window, sipping on gin and juice. Laid back. With my mind on my money and my money. What everybody saying? Rolling down the street, we smoking indo, sipping on gin and juice. Laid back. With my mind on my money, now that I've got me some Seagram's gin. And everybody got their cups, but they ain't chipped in. Now this type of hit happens all the time. You gotta get yours, homie, I gotta get mine. Everything is fine when you listen to the D.O.G. I got to cultivate a music that be captivating he who listens to the words that I speak as I take me a drink to the middle of the street and get the maggot to this freak named Sadie. She used to be my homeboy's lady. Now it was 80 degrees when I told that freak, please raise up off these UTs, cause you get none of these at ease. As I mob with the dog pound, feel the breeze, and now you know I'm just rolling down the street, smoking window, sipping on gin and juice. Laid back, with my mind on my money and my money on my mind. Rolling down the street, we smoking indo, sipping on gin and juice. Laid back. With my mind on my money and my money on my mind. Thank y'all.
Snoop Dogg, the legend, what an amazing performance. Thank you, Snoop. His new album with Dr. Dre, Missionary, comes out tonight. And Snoop's now in Fortnite as a Season 6 festival icon. And starting today, you can also grab Platinum Festival icons, The Weeknd, Lady Gaga, Billie Eilish, and Karol G. Also this year, once again, we had the Game Awards vote in Fortnite Island, where the Fortnite community picked Murder Mystery as their favorite island of the year. You can head to the TGA Island right now to check out all the nominees and meet MetaHuman Jeff. Yes, that's actually a thing. Stick around, much more Game Awards ahead, including more surprise new game reveals. That's right, we are far from done. And awards like Best Narrative, and of course, Game of the Year with the Game Awards Orchestra.
Zelda's adventure begins with monsters? She can learn echoes of pots, meat, and even enemies. Ha! A delicious distraction. Uh-oh. Plan B. Time to fly, Zelda! With so many echoes to learn, how you use them is up to you. The Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom, available now only on Nintendo Switch.
Hey, you're in a PC Game Pass ad. Want new games on day one?
Yeah.
Bet. We got you. A cool safe house. Next! How about a new career with EA Play? Ribs got booed. This is my kind of office party!
I want to play with all the League of Legends champions.
Riot benefits. Say less. We got you.
I meant the ones in the game?
Hey, PC Game Pass. We got you.
That's me. That's right.
This rat cult spreads through Gotham like a plague. I have to stop it, even if it consumes me.
We repress our rage. It feeds the shadow deep inside us.
I'm done holding back!
Welcome back. We still have a few big awards to hand out, but first, for a limited time only, Prime members in the US can go to amazon.com/thegameawards to get up to 50% off select gaming accessories from brands Turtle Beach, PDP, SteelSeries, and Razer.
Now, please welcome singer-songwriter Khalid.
Music and score in video games isn't just the soundtrack of our journey. It's the racing heartbeat of every battle, the haunting echo of every failure, and the soul of every victory. From soaring orchestral pieces to intimate melodies that break our hearts, the right music makes games unforgettable. Here are the nominees for Best Score and Music.
Best Score and Music.
And the Game Award goes to Final Fantasy.
ありがとうございます。すごい、まだ興奮してます。
Thank you so much, everyone. I'm so excited, I have no words.
まずこのような素敵な賞をいただくことができて、一緒に開発をしてくれた開発メンバーにまずは感謝を伝えたいと思います。
It's truly an honor to receive this award here at the Game Awards. And I'd like to take this moment to express my sincere thanks to our development team that helped create this wonderful game together.
私は今回この TGA に初めて参加させていただいたんですけど、その初めて参加させていただいたこの賞でですね、初めて受賞したことをすごく嬉しく思っています。
This is my very first time attending the Game Awards here today, and I'm so honored and pleased to receive this award.
本日ですね、ゲームファンが待っていたようやくファイナルファンタジー7リバースの PC 版を発表できてすごく嬉しく思います。また、この PC 版を通してですね、このゲームのサウンドをですね、多くの人に伝えられたらと思います。とてもワクワクしています。
And I'm equally pleased today to be able to finally announce the PC version of the game. With this, I am delighted to be able to bring the beautiful music of this game to even more fans around the world.
今日はありがとうございました。Thank you.
Congratulations to Final Fantasy, and now it's time for a tease of what's next from a legendary gaming franchise. Yeah, that's all you get. There will be much more to share about Sonic Racing Cross Worlds in 2025. But I've had the pleasure of playing it, and trust me, it is a ton of fun. Next year, fans will get to experience the Mafia franchise like never before in Mafia: The Old Country, an origin story set in the brutal criminal underworld of 1900 Sicily. Tonight, we have the world's first look at this cinematic narrative action game.
All of the men in this room are bound by blood. This is a family. And in this family, we follow a code of honor. It is not forgiving. To betray one is to betray all. Do you wish to commit yourself, your life, to this family? I do. To become a man of honor, repeat these words.
I swear my loyalty to this family. My flesh must burn like this saint. If I do not keep my oath, Welcome, Enzo.
Summer 2025. Now more winners tonight at the Game Awards. Here are the nominees for Best Independent Game: Animal Well, Balatro, Lorelei and the Laser Eyes, Neva, and UFO 50. And the Game Award goes to Balatro. Congratulations again. Now the nominees for Best Mobile Game: AFK Journey, Balatro, Pokemon Trading Card Game Pocket, Wuthering Waves, and Zenless Zone Zero. And the Game Award goes to Balatro. Congratulations again, Local Fun. Here are the nominees for Best Audio Design: Astrobot, Call of Duty Black Ops 6, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Senua's Saga Hellblade 2, and Silent Hill 2. And the Game Award for Audio Design goes to Senua's Saga Hellblade 2. Congratulations, Ninja Theory. Now the nominees for Player's Voice. It started with 30 down to these 5. Black Myth Wukong, Genshin Impact, Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree, Wuthering Waves, and Zenless Zone Zero. And the Game Award, 100% by the global community selected this, goes to Black Myth Wukong. Congratulations, Game Science. All right, there's still more Game Awards to go and more game announcements ahead. But right now, here's a look at Infinity Nikki, which has already achieved 20 million downloads, and a look at the new Shooting Star scene for the first time anywhere.
Into this life, rolling through the rings of sunshine, explore and fantasize, pick an outfit for this ride, trying out all styles, and don't leave any friendships behind. Add a final touch, snap a photo so adventures can rewind. The world is full of surprise all the time. Make a wish and your dreams will come to life. Soaring high, soaring high.
Everything I've done for my family.
Family and who you're born with is who you die for.
Welcome back. You've seen the trailers, now you get to play the games. Wuthering Waves and Solo Leveling Arise are available on Google Play Games on PC for both Android and iPhone users. The best part, with Google Play Games, you can seamlessly sync your favorite titles across mobile and PC. Check it out and go play.
Please welcome previous Game Awards winner Laura Bailey and Emmy Award winner Aaron Paul.
Wow, oh my God. It is just so awesome to be here at the Game Awards with Laura Bailey, an absolute voice acting legend. Right? I mean, Last of Us, Spider-Man, Critical Role. I'm honored to say that I got to work with you on Dispatch, the game that we're actually announcing tonight.
Yeah, but I haven't actually worked with you. You know, we never recorded at the same time.
No, I know, but you know, technically we never shared the booth, but it is cool if I tell people, our friends out there, that we work together.
Wait, no. Let me get this straight. You are asking if it's okay to tell people you worked with me?
Yeah.
No.
No, this is just a flat no.
Flat no, yeah. Listen, Evan.
That's funny, but that's actually Aaron, not
sure
Evan, but yeah.
Look, I get it. You were in, like, the greatest show of all time, and yeah, everybody loved The Wire. But, listen,
Okay.
That's TV.
Right.
And this is video games, okay?
Yeah.
This is art. Plus, I find it kind of strange that we've been backstage the whole time and you're only asking me this now. So.
Well, you told me not to speak to you backstage when I came up to you.
No, I told you not to look at me, okay?
Oh.
Listen,
wow.
Evan. Acting is listening.
Okay.
We're back
Got
there
it.
all night. You jump on me with this now?
I mean, look, I guess I was just a little starstruck meeting you, you know? Let's be honest.
So I know we're just reading off the prompter, but it still felt really good to hear you say that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
What'd I say about looking at me, though?
Sorry. All right, here is the world premiere trailer for the game Laura and I worked on separately
Yay.
together.
You're Mecha Man. You're dead, I thought.
This on the inside. My suit was destroyed.
You have a lot left to give. I would like to make you an offer.
This is SDN. How can we help you?
You want me to sit in an office and dispatch heroes?
In exchange, we can make you Mecha Man again.
Washed up dad bod superhero with no superpowers. Can't wait.
Whenever there's a crisis in the area, we get a call, and guess who answers?
Me.
Too easy.
Oh, you shouldn't have done that.
What are you doing in Visigal?
Is that your car?
I don't have a car.
That's gonna be a weird insurance claim.
You're right at home behind that desk because you're no hero. You're a nerd playing a video game in a suit your daddy built.
You gonna eat those Twinks?
That's not what they're... You know what? Help yourself.
What's your name, little guy?
My name's Beef and I'm naked.
Oh, no, I refuse to believe that's what he sounds like.
That was Dispatch, and now to present our next award, please welcome a Game Award winner from last year. He's a visionary creator, Sam Lake from Remedy.
I was back at the Game Awards. It felt like a loop. I'd lost track of how many times I'd been here, how many awards I'd won. Something kept nagging at me, forcing me to snap out of my reverie. I was here to do a job, hand out the award for Best Narrative. The nominees were each incredible. Frankly, I was so impressed by the storytelling genius, I was overcome by a nasty fit of jealousy. But they would never need to know that. Play it cool. On the stage, I felt an urge to dance. That's what they all wanted. I'd save it for another time. Keep this short. Here are the nominees for Best Narrative.
Best Narrative.
You here to pick a fight?
Why not take us on?
It's upon us.
I'm sending you to Hawaii. Someone there who wants to meet you.
You ready for this, Kasuga?
This is the way of the real world! Scour! I will show you a world with honor!
The heartbeat of the lost ones. I can feel them on my skin.
Mary died of that damn disease 3 years ago. So then why am I looking for her?
And the Game Award goes to Metaphor, ReFantasio.
今日は本当に素敵な素晴らしい賞をありがとうございます。RPG を今まで作ってきて本当に物語こだわって作ってきたのでこの賞をいただけて本当に嬉しいと思ってます。関係したスタッフみんなと喜びを分かち合いたいと思いますし、何より遊んでくれたゲームプレイヤーの皆さんに心より感謝を申し上げます。ありがとうございました。
So first of all, I think it's fantastic. I feel so happy and so honored to be up here on stage at this incredible show. I think storytelling is a really important part of games. And I think knowing that we focus on making stories throughout our career, and knowing that we've been honored here in this way today is really honoring. So additionally, I'd like to thank everybody at the studio who has helped make this game. Without their help, we could not have done this. So thank you guys so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Hoshino Sojima. That's really amazing. Metaphor ReFantasio. I love these moments where we're able to pass the torch from a previous winner to a brand new honoree. Thanks to Sam Lake as well for coming out for that. All right, well, before we get to Game of the Year, we do have one last very special announcement to share with you. This year, the stars aligned for some very magical things to happen at our anniversary show. Things that might not have ever seemed a possibility. If you truly love video games like I do, this moment is for all of us. Oh my God, what an amazing moment. Together again, Takeuchi-san and Kamiya-san and his new studio that we're also announcing, Clovers. Production is just about to begin on the Okami sequel, and I am beyond honored we could share this very special announcement here at our 10th anniversary celebration. Thank you to Capcom and the Tujimoto family for this anniversary gift. Still to come, Game of the Year, but right now, here's some much-awaited news on the release timing for Crimson Desert from Pearl Abyss.
The continent of Pywell. A land soaked in blood by the battles of those who seek peace and those who seek to shatter it. Here begins the saga of the Greymanes.
There are beings who brought chaos to Providence. The rifts they have created will return everything to nothingness. We seek to correct this.
I have my own mission, seeking out my Greymane comrades.
What I can tell you now is that this mission will restore the disrupted Providence.
For those who have died, for those who have survived, and for those who will live on, this is our mission.
The world's best gaming processor, advanced by AMD.
Now is my time. No. Walk up with my tootie, what they do? Me in the alley with the troops. I got red shooters, I got blue. Let that thing down and point at you. Billy or the Rari, hold that you. We gon' ride the bank, bring the loot. We gon' take this boy back to school. Money on the floor just like a show.
Oh, Waldorf, you old fool!
What a nightmare I was having. I dreamed we were still at the Game Awards.
We are!
No!
Yep. And even worse, I heard a Final Fantasy game is up for Game of the Year.
Well, my Final Fantasy is for this show to be over.
Yeah, right? And I also heard they nominated DLC for Game of the Year.
That's like giving a Lifetime Achievement Award to pre-order bonuses.
Oh! Oh, hey, look! I think the show's about to get better.
Oh, yeah. Time to watch Keighley make a fool of himself again.
Exactly! I love this show!
More Jeff Keighley!
Yeah, what a moron! Look at him!
Give it! Bring it to us!
Look at him just standing there! What a maroon!
Ah, the Muppets. All right, welcome back to the Game Awards, everyone. Before we present Game of the Year, I just wanted to come out here and reflect on the moments we've shared over the past decade. And tonight, there have been so many incredible announcements. I can't believe the show that we're able to put together, and thanks to all the studios and developers for helping us make it happen. So I just want to say thank you to so many of you here in the person who have believed in me along the way and trusted our team to create this event. And thank you to the fans around the world for taking your time to watch this show every year. Gaming's greatest days are ahead, and I can't even begin to imagine where this industry will be for our 20th anniversary. And we're going to keep working as hard as we can to keep the Game Awards and the game industry growing around the world. Now, because tonight is such a special show, we do have one more thing. One of our industry's most celebrated developers has been hard at work in complete secrecy, building a brand new original world unlike anything they've done before. What you're about to see is captured entirely in the game engine. And we're happy to share with you tonight's final world premiere at the 10th anniversary of the Game Awards.
Jordan.
Tell me something good.
Well, you're right, it checks out. He's hiding out around this Imperium moon.
Excellent.
How is that excellent? He's next to fucking Simperia. No one has left that planet in over 600 years. Anyone who even flies close to it is never heard from again.
Superstitions.
No. Superstitions are the crazy rumors about what happened on that planet. These are facts.
You worry too much.
You know what I worry just the right amount. I say we wait for him to leave, or how about we find a new lead? He's not worth it. I'm wasting my time, aren't I?
Can you please blame him? I don't need another hunter swooping in.
Who is swooping? No one is crazy enough to go there.
He clearly is.
He is clearly desperate.
And so am I, so claim him, or I will find another agent.
Anyone else with all your fucking shit? Okay, alright, you know what? There, you're the boss.
Thank you.
Listen, kid. I'll see you on the other side.
There you have it. That was Intergalactic, the Heretic Prophet, a brand new franchise from Naughty Dog and PlayStation, directed by Neil Druckmann and starring Tati Gabrielle as Jordan Munn. I'm also happy to share that the trailer you just saw and the full game will feature a new original score from Trent Reznor and Atticus Ross. The game has been in development since 2020, and we can't wait to learn more. Thanks to Naughty Dog and PlayStation for that special announcement. And now to present the biggest honor of the night, over the past decade, 10 distinguished titles have been recognized as Game of the Year. Please welcome last year's winner from Larian, Sven Vinka.
I realize you guys have been sitting here for over 3 hours, but I still have some time credits from last year to cash in. So it turns out that not only will I be the one who will know as first which game wins tonight, but I actually also know which game is going to win next year, the year after, and the year after. Now, how do I know this? Well, an oracle told me. She said, change is coming. It's a modern oracle, so they made me sign an NDA, but I trust all of you. I know you can keep a secret. You will never leak it. The Oracle told me that the Game of the Year 2025 was going to be made by a studio who found the formula to make it up here on stage. It's stupidly simple, but somehow it keeps on getting lost. Studio made their game because they wanted to make a game that they wanted to play themselves. They created it because it hadn't been created before. They didn't make it to increase market share. They didn't make it to serve as a brand. They didn't have to meet arbitrary sales targets or fear being laid off if they didn't meet those targets. And furthermore, the people in charge forbade them from cramming the game with anything whose only purpose was to increase revenue and didn't serve the game design. They didn't treat their developers like numbers on a spreadsheet. They didn't treat their players as users to exploit. And they didn't make decisions they knew were short-sighted in function of a bonus or politics. They knew that if you put the game and the team first, the revenue will follow. They were driven by idealism and wanted players to have fun. And they realized that if the developers didn't have fun, nobody was going to have any fun. They understood the value of respect, that if they treated their developers and players well, those same developers and players would forgive them when things didn't go as planned. But above all, they cared about their game because they loved games. It's really that simple, said the Oracle. Winning Game of the Year turned out to be a life-changing event for us. It was an amazing thing. To those who will win Game of the Year 2024, you have no idea what's waiting for you. It's an incredible honor, and you're in for a heck of a ride. Now remember, should you be told to wrap it up for tonight, you can always come back next year and chat for 3 minutes, okay? So, now, to pay tribute to the nominees for Game of the Year, once again, Lorna Balfe and the TGA Orchestra. And the game of the year is Astrobot.
Wow. Nothing can prepare you for that. Thank you so much. I'm thinking once again to all the Asobis back in Japan, you know, all 65 of them right now, they're crying. So please, a round of applause for them. Thank you. It's you guys as well. You know, when I thought about, you know, why this game, you know, give people joy and smiles on their faces, I think it came down to the people every day making the game and doing exactly that. I think, you know, when I think of the team, it's the amount of generosity they gave. They put the user first always, you know, never thought about any, you know, any calculation. It was just about the kids, especially, because we had this huge, huge privilege to be potentially the first game to be in the hands of children, and we know what it means very much. So Team Asobi, really, from the bottom of our heart, you know, well done and thank you so much. Now, thank you. I have to thank a few more people because a lot of people contributed to this game, of course, in SIE and PlayStation or Family. You know, Herman, who give, you know, the studio a chance, and Scott Roddy, who really believed in Astro even before we did. Ken Chan on marketing, and many, many other people that I'm not mentioning. You know, Astrobot is full of 30 years of PlayStation history, and actually a lot of people in this room tonight gave their characters, their IP, without asking anything in return, just because they cared about celebrating 30 years. So to them as well, you know, from the bottom of our heart, thank you so much. And then last and not least, and you want to stay for this one because I didn't plan to say it, but I'm going to say it anyway. You know, platformers, you know, PlayStation 30 years, and we made a platformer, which is great. It's very nostalgic and fresh at the same time. But let's not forget that even before PlayStation, there were people making platformers. I remember I was a kid in 1989, Christmas, and I got a gray box. There was a game packed in. It was called Super Mario Brothers, and it was really, really great. So we are in Japan. We're in Tokyo. They are in Kyoto. But I want to pay tribute to the company who really put like platformers and showed us innovation and quality consistently and inspired us to actually make the game that we made. So that's also, and I've managed not to mention them, have you noticed? But you all know who they are, and many other companies that have been inspired over the years, so that's really, really important. And we want to pay tribute to them tonight. So from the bottom of our heart, thank you so much. It's amazing, and we'll see you again. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Astrobot, and that is going to do it for our 10th anniversary of the Game Awards. More than anything, I hope tonight made you believe the future of our medium is brighter and greater than ever. Congratulations to the winners, and thanks to all the incredible teams around the world who shared their upcoming work with us today. Putting together this show has been so special to our team, personally and professionally. Thanks to all of you for showing up and believing in me and the Game Awards. We'll see you back here at the Peacock Theater for the Game Awards 2025, our 12th show live on Thursday, December 11th, 2025. Thank you, happy holidays, and have a good night.
Hello and welcome to IGN's TJ Post Show. I'm Damon, that's Jada, that's Nick, and that's Alyak. But enough about us. Let's get right into it and talk about what we just saw tonight. Lots of big announcements to get to. We'll be talking about Witcher 4. We'll be talking about Elden Ring, Night Rain. We'll be talking about Borderlands 4 and so much more. But let's begin with the big surprise from towards the end of the show. This is the newest game from Naughty Dog. It's called Intergalactic: The Heretic Prophet.
I am so excited for this.
Yeah.
I love Naughty Dog as a studio. I love pretty much every game they've made. So, color me biased, but man, I am so excited for this game. Just everything you could see, there's little details from a bunch of other games. The main character, Jordan, you saw Ellie's tattoo on one of her arms. There's just so much Naughty Dog DNA just sprinkled into this trailer and little hidden bits. Like, I'm beyond hyped for this.
Yeah, it might not have been Half-Life 3, but you shoot for the moon and even if you miss, you wind up among the stars, right? And I think that's what we did here with Intergalactic. Yeah. One thing that strikes me right away is just the kind of Outrun vaporwave atmosphere that it's kind of evoking. A lot of retro future technology. We see, a Porsche in space, very cool. I think the protagonist is rocking Adidas. We got a make-believe anime that looks very good, and even like the video calling software that we're seeing, it just looks like an old vintage VHS, and I just love everything I'm seeing. And a PlayStation blog post went up just after the announcement, and it looks like our main character Jordan A. Munn. Jordan A. Munn is a bounty hunter, and she gets stranded on the planet I presumably we see at the end of the trailer chasing what looks like Kumail Nanjiani.
Yep,
so
that's her bounty.
Who knows if this is going to be a Metroid Prime situation, but I'm intrigued.
Yeah. I got a better look at the tattoo. It's actually like an octopus or a squid on there, not Ellie's tattoo.
I just absolutely love that the game just looks so real. The engine, everything is in engines. It just looks great. At first, I thought this looks like Cyberpunk. It's incredible. I cannot wait to see more gameplay of it and just the idea of going from the ship into the planet. I hope we get to see and experience a little bit of that when loading into the planet. I just can't wait to see more.
Yeah, we have a little bit more information from Sony now on the PlayStation blog. So this has been in development since 2020, which makes sense since that's when The Last of Us Part 2 came out. So many years in development now. And our protagonist here, Jordan, she's stranded on an alien planet called Semperia. It's a distant planet whose communication with the outside universe went dark hundreds of years ago. In fact, anyone who's flown to it hoping to unravel its mysterious past was never heard from again. Jordan will have to use all her skills and wits if she hopes to be the first person in over 600 years to leave its orbit. So this is like a marooned, try to survive and try to escape sort of scenario.
I dig it.
Yeah.
And one thing, based on the track record that Naughty Dog's had in its recent releases, I'm looking at you, Uncharted, Lost Legacy, and even The Last of Us Part 2. We've seen them kind of ditch the more linear format that they've kind of adopted with the earlier Uncharted games, and it's more open hub style games, and I'm hoping that this game is going to kind of elevate them to the next level of potentially open world, where we're able to explore a fleshed out alien world with a lot of interesting things to see and do, because their past couple of games have really kind of set that precedent.
Interesting you mentioned aliens. We got to see, I think it was a bot on the planet. We didn't get to see any animals or monsters in there, so I wonder what kind of beings exist in the planet that she's exploring. And she had also a melee weapon. Looked pretty cool.
Yeah, like kind
Like
of
a saber?
a lightsaber-ish
Yeah.
sort of thing.
Yeah, and she kind of charged like it looked like an automatic pistol type thing when she was in her ship, and then obviously we see this transition over to the energy axe or whatever it is on the planet side.
The blog mentioned some other like castmates that will eventually meet. That's one of my biggest concerns, is because Naughty Dog is such a narrative-driven company, and their games are so narrative-driven. Being alone, stranded on a planet, kind of goes against what they're usually doing with a lot of the games.
Sure, but it just says that this planet stopped communicating hundreds of years ago.
Sure.
So there's probably other individuals there that she'll encounter, and
Outposts.
yeah, something like that. Lots of branding in this trailer. So you mentioned the Porsche that she's flying. The Sony is expected. They don't have to go anywhere to use the Sony brand. But then they also show that she's wearing Adidas shoes, and I just think it's an interesting choice because in a big reveal trailer like this, everything you see is very, very intentional, right? So there was some reason I think that they're showing that they have branding in this world.
But Intergalactic, the Heretic Prophet. So, I mean, a lot to unpack there with those very select words. But again, this is all just speculation.
Yeah.
There's a prophet, potentially a heretic. Who knows?
It's cool. Do you think any guesses on in development for 4 years now? When are we going to play this game?
I'd say at best late 2025, but I'm guessing like a spring 2026.
I'm saying spring 2026 as well.
2025 is packed right now. I
Oh
would
my
see it
gosh.
2026.
Almost every game shown tonight was 2025.
But what does that mean for PlayStation in terms of 2025 releases, right?
Well, there's Ghosts of Yote.
Ghosts of Yote.
We've got, I'm sure we're going to see a lot more Helldiver support. We still have a couple things we're waiting to hear from other studios that haven't announced things that may be close to working on. Sony Santa Monica. I'm sure there's other things other studios have got in the works as well.
We also learned that the soundtrack for Intergalactic is being done by Trent Reznor and Atticus Ross. So it's going to be good.
Great fit.
It's going to be a great soundtrack.
Yeah.
I'm excited for this. It's been a long time. It's been 4 years since Naughty Dog's last full game. I like pretty much everything they do. I like sci-fi settings, so I'm definitely on board with Intergalactic. And I'm glad they used restraint and did not go with the Beastie Boys Intergalactic in their trailer.
Right.
That would be all too easy.
Too spot on.
Yeah, too spot on. Well, let's talk about some other big announcements. Witcher 4. We talked about this in our pre-show. We were right. Got that one right.
Yep.
I am so excited for Witcher 4. I think we all are. I'm pretty sure I screamed a little bit when I saw it. I expected this game to be announced in the Game Awards. I'm just so happy that we actually got to see it, that we got confirmation that Ciri is the main protagonist, that she has fully become a Witcher. We even got to see her transformation in her eyes, like she got her cat eyes. I just cannot wait to see what this journey is gonna take on for her. It's a completely different character than Geralt.
Oh, 100%. We had also incredible work to Matt Perslow, who is our IGN UK correspondent, who actually went to CD Projekt Red and has a fully fleshed out kind of interview with CD Projekt Red diving into The Witcher 4. And one thing that they touch on, as you mentioned, she has the cat eyes. Following The Witcher 3, it looks like Ciri does undergo the Trial of the Grasses, which is the kind of ritual all will-be Witchers undergo. A lot of them die. She does not, apparently, and she has become now a Witcher. And one thing that stood out to me about the interview that Matt conducted was that that Ciri is a more impassioned person compared to Geralt. Geralt's a lot more logical, and she lets her, she wears her heart on her sleeve, it seems. And I'm really curious to see how that is a different authored experience from Geralt.
But letting your emotions control you is the path of the dark side.
Yeah, true.
Our chat is actually this is their biggest thing for the night. I've been polling our chat all night. I've put our final poll up between the biggest four, which was Intergalactic, Witcher 4, Elden Ring Night Reign, and Borderlands 4. And currently, as the votes stand, Witcher 4 is leading with 39% of the votes. So the chat seems like they're very happy for Witcher 4. They're excited to see it. I love that we're getting Ciri. I think she's going to be a fantastic protagonist. I just can't wait to see the different abilities and skills that she brings to the table.
And I don't think, for people who are sad that you're not going to play as Geralt, I believe at the end of the trailer we heard Geralt speak a little bit.
Geralt will be in the game.
I imagine he's going to be a more Vesemir mentor, I'm looking on, but you do your own thing, Ciri. So I'm excited for that.
Yeah, and his voice actor had said recently that he was going to be in the game, but just not the main character, and then he had to walk that back a little bit.
But CD Projekt Red gave him a slap on the wrist.
I think it's pretty clear that Geralt's in the game in some capacity.
One thing that's cool too is in the trailer, it looks like Ciri's taking on a Kikimora, which is like an arachnid style enemy, which you've seen in The Witcher at some point. But The Witcher's so good at doing cinematic like story scenes like this that are probably not even going to be in the game, but are probably super important to the story of the game. And one other thing that stood out to me about the trailer is right at the very start, it did say that this trailer was rendered using unidentified next-gen NVIDIA GTX graphics processor, which means everyone's wallets are going to be hurting because that's likely running on like a 5090 or something, because I know Witcher 3 was marketed with the 2080, if I'm not mistaken, back when it came out. So this is going to make PCs cry all across the land, and I can't wait.
Yeah, it looks visually impressive. This is definitely UE5, so like I'm expecting great quality out of this
I
one.
actually found some information on the monster that we got to see. His name is Bach, and he has the ability. Bach. He has the ability to smell your fear, to be able to play with your traumas, to paralyze you so that you can become easy prey and an easy meal. I wonder how that's going to play in the game, if there's going to be an interaction there with Ciri and her abilities. But it was so cool to see this monster in the game, and the way she actually defeats it too. She seems to use her unique Ciri abilities to be able to save herself.
Yeah, I think that's what's going to really set Ciri apart from Geralt is her magical abilities. Like, obviously, Geralt has access to weaker magic a la Signs, but Ciri can straight up teleport and things like that. So I'm curious to see if there's going to be better traversal, because let's be real, as good as The Witcher 3 is, movement ain't among the top things that's great about that game. So I'm excited to see not only Ciri as a character, but also this is the first time CD Projekt Red's adopted UE5. I believe Cyberpunk and Witcher 3 were on Red Engine, which was their proprietary in-house engine. So curious to see how they acclimate to UE5 and see if it pays off in the long run.
Based on traversal, you didn't like Roach just running through the whole time you called him?
I don't like Geralt dying from a 5-foot drop whenever he jumps off of a little ledge.
Are we going to get a Roach for Ciri?
We've got to. Gotta get some sort of mount.
She's got to.
She needs her own mount.
Do you need a mount if you can teleport, though?
Yeah.
How far can she teleport?
She teleports to like Night City for all we know.
Well, doesn't Geralt teleport too? He TPs from city to city.
True, but he hates teleporting. He hates teleporting.
It was expected Ciri would be the protagonist. I was a little surprised that it's called The Witcher 4.
Same.
Just because it's been under codename Polaris all this time, and we know that it's starting a new trilogy, a new story. Geralt's story was ending, so I thought maybe it'd be like The Witcher : Ciri's big adventure or something like that.
Yeah. It feels like it almost makes me think that Geralt is in the story in some way, still woven into this new saga, and that's why it's called Witcher 4. It's always been Ciri from the beginning, but Geralt is still woven in there. I was surprised by that too. I thought there was going to be a new name for this saga, but I don't mind it.
Yeah.
It all just means, unfortunately, I don't know anything, but he's definitely got to die at some point then, right?
Wow.
It's like a mentor to mentee style thing. It has to happen.
It does happen, and it is a very popular trope in a lot of stories in general.
And I know, I believe Andrzej Sapkowski, the author of the Witcher novels, I believe he actually just put out a new Witcher novel. I believe it just came out in Poland, but hasn't been localized here just yet. I was patrolling the Witcher 3 subreddit the other day because I got back into The Witcher.
Always a good time to get back into The Witcher. I missed the end of that trailer there. How did you interpret what happened to the maiden who was going to be sacrificed? Did she do herself in, or did someone from her village do that? Because she was supposed to be sacrificed to the monster, right? Yeah.
I kind of saw it as her father presumably being the one to do it because like a sense of politics.
That's messed up.
That is very messed
The Witcher is known for its kind of like Grimm's fairy tale style thing where, even though you might have done the heroic thing, people are just inherently awful. Yeah. And I think that there's a lot of politics at play, whether they be tiny villages or giant castle cities. And I think that's very in line with what The Witcher is known for. It is dark fantasy for a reason. It's tough pills to swallow, the game.
To me, it felt like a message for Ciri, and like for her to learn that even though she was trying to save this girl, there are consequences to changing the way this village had, its practices, and she went in thinking that she could save this girl and to take down the monster, because that's what witchers do, but that had a consequence, and the girl would have probably died either way.
Snaps all around.
Yeah, it's a very good piece, very good debut trailer. Okay, we have to take a quick break, but before that, let's take a look at the next installment in the Killing Floor franchise, Killing Floor 3, and when we return, we're going to check in with what you all thought of the Game Awards, so don't go anywhere.
The year is 2091. The megacorporation Horzine has unleashed an army of bioengineered monstrosities called Zeds. Now, the rebel group known as Nightfall stands between these infernal creations and the future of humanity. In Killing Floor 3, you'll team up with up to 5 people and wage war against waves of Zeds, earn dosh, unlock skills, and build the ultimate arsenal. Killing Floor 3 releases in March of next year on PC and consoles with crossplay. Sign up for the closed beta now at killingfloor3.com.
It appears Moorcroft's little project is as real as they say.
Let's start the party!
IGN's coverage of the Game Awards is presented by Xfinity. Stay ahead of the game with ultra-fast speeds and smooth low-lag connection from Xfinity.
The average Cinefix movie list features nearly 100 different films and approximately 25 minutes worth of wall-to-wall deep dive analysis. To simulate that pace for this 30-second ad, we're featuring 26 different films, and before you say it, no, that math does not check out. We're not math people, we're movie people. We can't even count down from 10 without ending up at, like, 96. Subscribe to IGN Movies and TV for more Cinefix movie lists. Bad at math, great at movies.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help.
One step at a time.
IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, and so much more.
See? It's good, right?
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
As 2024 comes to a close, there is one question on everyone's mind. What is the game of the year? At IGN, we take this award very seriously. And this year, you're invited to join in on the debate. The payoff to our Game of the Year watch begins on the week of December 16th with our podcast, Nintendo Voice Chat.
Hey, what's up, Super Ninfrendos?
Beyond.
I can see you wielding a Buster Sword.
And Unlocked.
What'd you think after playing it?
Where we'll deliberate and bicker about each console's Game of the Year. It all culminates with the reveal of the big winner on December 20th on our special episode of Game Scoop.
It's been a great year for games already so far. Lots of great games.
Log on and join us in celebrating this year's Best in Gaming. Only on IGN.
Welcome back. This is IGN's live coverage of the Game Awards. Saw so many big games tonight. Elden Ring, Night Rain, Borderlands 4, Split Fiction, and more. But let's see what the folks online are talking about using our Lenovo Legion 7i, a laptop designed for everyday use, including live productions like this one. The Lenovo Legion 7i features everything you need to game where you are, including a GPU up to an NVIDIA RTX 4070, 14th gen Intel Core i9 processor, and 165Hz HDR display. Now our first tweet comes from
@YamYamIE. I think is how I said it right. Finally, a brand new game from Naughty Dog, Intergalactic: The Heretic Prophet. I was low-key tired of hearing The Last of Us all the time, even though it's my favorite game of all time. I definitely, I love The Last of Us as well, but I am so happy to see something new.
Yeah, agreed.
I think it's refreshing, it's always remakes and sequels, so it's nice to see new things because people are creative and like making new things.
Yeah, it's been over 10 years since it's their last new game, The Last of Us, right?
Yep.
In 2013, I believe.
Yeah, 2013, you got it. Following that up, we've got at Neric Doomfist. Clover is back with a new Okami.
Oh yeah, we're definitely going to get to this one.
I have no words. Capcom is cooking tonight. Capcom was all over this showcase, and I'm very excited.
Capcom was all over the showcase. No Resident Evil 9.
No Resident Evil 9.
But other
Soon,
good
maybe.
Stuff.
We'll see.
Other good stuff. Let's talk about Okami for a second here. This is a huge surprise.
Unexpected, to say the least. I love Okami.
I love Okami, too.
It just... I feel like nobody's thought about Okami since Okami Den, which was a DS prequel. What?
Yeah.
It looks like it's kind of based on what we saw in that visual. Again, the Okami sequel. We don't know what the real name is, but it looks like it's still leaning into the Japanese watercolor art style.
Yeah.
Great news: Hideki Kamiya is back. Everyone's favorite dude to hate. Masterpiece creator, Resident Evil 2. He's back at Capcom, I guess.
Yeah.
Question mark?
Or at least working with them.
Commissioned by them, but I'm excited to see what a dude like Kamiya can bring back to the Okami series.
Yeah.
Like you guys said, PS2 and DS were the last times we really got Okami. Obviously, we've had remasters or ports to the Wii and other consoles, but with all the new technology and how advanced technology is, I am so excited to see what they do with the art in this one because they can do so much more.
Yeah.
As someone who was not familiar with Okami, just watching the trailer for the first time, it looked beautiful. The watercolor effects. Nick here filled me in on the characters. She's a princess, right? A moon.
Well, you were like, "What's Okami about?" I was like, "Well, you play as this wolf who's the embodiment of the moon god Amaterasu, and then she brings life to the land by running around and making flowers everywhere."
Yeah.
I think that about
you
covers it.
You see that in the watercolor effect, and when you go into the trailer, I think it's beautiful, and it's definitely something that seems interesting to me. And I can't wait to see what all the hype is about.
And gameplay-wise, it's a Zelda-like.
Yeah.
It's a big open-world Zelda game with dungeons and stuff.
And
it's
arena-style combat, and just a really cool meta wall-breaking gameplay mechanic where you use a water brush to basically do seals on demons and stuff. One of my favorite things about Okami as a series is that it's very steeped in Japanese folklore, so a lot of yokai that are available, a lot of Japanese ancient myths and things like that you might not be familiar with, and it's just fun to learn new things about different cultures.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Fun fact about Okami, when they ported it to the Wii, this is true, the box that the game came in, the cover of the box had the IGN logo on it.
They had the watermark.
But the watermark, yeah, because they had grabbed assets from an IGN site at some point. So
gotta love that.
That's a true story.
We're part of Okami
it's true.
lore.
It's true. Okay, what's our next tweet?
Next tweet is from @the_Ben_Star. I'm in Tekken 8. Ben Starr. We got Clive
this
Rosefield.
Is the voice actor.
The voice actor for Clive Rosefield from Final Fantasy 16.
No, not Tifa.
Not Tifa. I was so close on my guess.
Yeah.
But I'm happy we got a Final Fantasy character, and it fits with their trend, like you said in the pre-show, where we got Noctis last.
Yeah, it's the most recent Final Fantasy, and the game is basically a Devil May Cry so it makes sense that that a fighting game character from a Final Fantasy game is in a fighting game. Also, Clive, an incredible character, and Ben Starr did a wonderful job voicing Clive and bringing him to life.
Fantastic
One day we'll get Master Chief in a fighting game.
One day.
We did get a Spartan back in Dead or Alive 4. That was back in the day, but wasn't Master Chief. So he's still waiting for his Smash Brothers letter to come in or invitation. Next up, we've got @Wingified1 seamless co-op Elden Ring. Forget GTA.
Okay.
Oh,
wow. Big
fighting words.
Those are fighting words. The Wingified came out swinging. I don't know if the grand community at large is going to agree with that sentiment, but a lot of people are hyped for Elden Ring. Night Rain.
Elden Ring, Night Rain. Should we get into that one?
Yeah, let's get into it.
So I want to hear what Nick has to say about this. I know he's a big Elden Ring player, but this is something pretty different.
This is very different. It looks like it's way more focused around co-op, though you do have the ability to play this single player.
But not two people.
But not two people.
Nope.
Yes, it's meant to be
3 or
enjoyed
1.
with friends. But one thing that stands out to me is that this is like It's Elden Ring on some sort of performance enhancing drug because it is moving fast and it is intended for you to do dungeon runs within the span of 8 to 10 minutes. And there's a way faster means of traversal. I saw some wall climbing, I saw some flying, and it looks like I like was quickly able to glance through what we had written. I believe we have a big thing up on the site about it. But it looks like there's a ring of fire, essentially, a la Fortnite, that closes in.
Map, So,
and there's different bosses you can take on. Do you have any more details on it,
Yeah,
Damon?
so Tristan in Australia, he played the game for about 6 hours. So he describes it as if you take the cautious dungeon crawls of Elden Ring and turbocharge them into propulsive slash and dash speed runs. And your runs are spread over 3 days, and each day is about 15 minutes long. So your run is going to be about 45 minutes long. And during each day, the map shrinks and it's getting smaller and smaller until you're enclosed in an area and you fight a boss. And then if you beat it, you go on to the next day and the ring grows big again. And you have another day and you spend your day running around trying to find the best equipment and leveling up as much as you can before it's time to fight the boss. And everything is randomized with each run.
So an Elden Ring battle royale.
Well, but not
roguelike.
Roguelike, yeah.
Closer to a roguelike, but yeah.
And almost more extraction shooter.
Yeah.
One thing that stood out to me about that same preview, I saw that you don't really build a character. You choose from like one of 8 different pre-configured classes that all have their kind of unique strengths and weaknesses. But one thing that stands out to me, at first I thought this is just a multiplayer only, like there's no story, but what we saw, that kind of looked like Melina, and that looked like a pissed off Melina, a la the end of, well, we won't dive too far there, but the game's 2 years old at this point. If you haven't beaten it, it's your own fault. But from what I've seen in this trailer, it does look like it takes place post-game of Elden Ring based on some of the arenas that we see here. And also this dude, is that the secret boss in Dark Souls 3? The what's his face?
The
Nameless King.
The Nameless King.
Is that the Nameless King? The dude who is the son of the Gwyn from Dark Souls 1? My lore mind is breaking. How are they crossing the streams? I don't know how they do this, but I'm going to be there day one. I cannot wait for Elden Ring Night Rain.
Night Rain.
Is there a Night King?
As in a reign of kings, not as in rain falling from the sky.
What if you fight your Elden Lord that takes your save from your previous Elden Ring thing? I don't know, I'm just making stuff up.
That would be fun.
Yeah.
But like there is a precedent for taking your save data and using it against you in previous FromSoft games, a la the Nameless Monk, and we see the Mimic tier in Elden Ring. So I'm very excited.
I don't know if this one's for me. I'm more of a single-player guy. I know you can play it by yourself, but games that are built for multiplayer, like Helldivers 2, for instance, when you play them by yourselves, it's just not nearly as good as an experience. So I don't know if it's for me, but Jada, Alyak, what do you think?
I mean, this is right up my alley. I love challenge, and being able to take these things on solo is right up my alley. I also did a lot of Helldivers solo, a lot of stealth runs, but this looks great. I'm a little worried about the kind of preset builds and such, and how much variety you're going to be able to build and how much versatility you're going to be able to actually make in these runs. But I mean, FromSoft hasn't really let us down, so I'm not going to start doubting them yet. So
yeah, I think on my end, I just absolutely love the traditional standard Elden Ring experience that I got, and that's kind of what I look for when I'm playing single player games. I want to take my time, I want to explore, I want to beat difficult bosses. I just want to take my time, and this one I might spend my time better playing multiplayer shooters when it comes to a timed game. So on my end, I think it looks pretty exciting. I'm gonna give it a try for sure because I love Elden Ring, but I think traditional Elden Ring is probably more my style.
Yeah, we can confirm it's not a live service game. So once you buy it, you get access to the complete game. There's no battle pass, no microtransactions or anything like that. So that's nice.
I could see them adding more classes and stuff down the road. That seems like something up their alley they could do down as time progresses.
Yeah, sure. I'm curious how that's gonna, like, how long can you play this game if there's no content that will be coming to it? How long will it take for you to get tired of it until the next game comes out?
And is there permanent progression at all? Like, are you keeping anything from run to run? You know, are you steadily getting more powerful over time? You know.
Yeah, very curious. I mean, when you say the 3 days that it's counting down to, I can't help but be reminded of something like Dead Rising. And some of the joy of a game like Dead Rising is that you memorize the locations, you memorize where things pop up. And I think that's part of the, like, you get kind of the Tetris effect of you get locked in and you just kind of lose yourself in the game, going through the motions and just kind of dodging effortlessly and figuring things out and having that be just like a memory, a mimetic sort of memory that is, you figure out how the game works and you get into the flow state. And I'm excited for hopefully that. I don't know. We'll see how it goes.
Well, Elden Ring Night Rain is due out in 2025, the same year that GTA 6 is due as of right now.
So we're going to have a third year where Elden Ring shows up as a potential, like, in awards categories.
Yeah.
Gotta love it. They're going for the three-peat, the dynasty.
Yeah, that's true. Let's move on to the next game, Borderlands 4.
Yeah.
Got a big trailer for this one. Borderlands 4, what do we think?
I really like the Vault Hunters. The Vault Hunters that they showed off did not disappoint for me. I know some people online were not super excited, but I saw some really cool character designs in there, some really cool abilities that they started to show off. Very little bit of that, but it looks great. There's some mysterious new antagonists that are building an army of bandits. I don't know what to make of that yet, but it's got my attention.
I'm not a huge Borderlands guy, but one thing that stands out to me is it looks like it's kind of adapting the Borderlands art style for more modern hardware. I feel like it looks less cartoony in terms of its proportions of its art direction and looks a lot more, I think just kind of doubling down on the comic book art style while still looking like more like hard sci-fi. I don't know. It looks interesting to me, but ultimately I'm not a huge Borderlands fan, except guns go boom.
Lots of guns. We had like, what, 1 billion gun combinations and guns in Borderlands 3, so we'll see if we get that trillion this time.
Absolutely. For me, I need to see loot. I want loot. I want it to be enjoyable to get loot. I want loot that is exciting to go get. And I'm hoping that I was going to say Battlefield. Hopefully we'll see a Battlefield soon. Borderlands 4 will give that. I enjoy my loot shooters as well, so it's cool to see. I also saw some weapons that looked really cool and new landscapes. And yeah, I agree with you, Nick. Like it looks very much like a more modern looking Borderlands 4 with still keeping a little bit of the classic style.
Damon, you gonna be into this? There's pod racing. There's a pod racer in there.
Now this is pod racing. I don't know. Borderlands uses a stylized art style, which works to its benefit the older it gets. But every time a new game comes out,
it looks
the same. You know. So like I doubt if you cut Borderlands 3 footage in here alongside this, I don't know that I would be able to tell the difference. You know.
I did catch a glow on when talking about loot. There was one of the legendary drops that was there in that loot section had this kind of magical kind of glow to it at the bottom of it. So it looks like there could be a new rarity type of thing added to it, or modifiers that are added to those legendary drops. So I'm excited to see what that looks like.
I'll always give a new Borderlands a chance.
For sure. Until it disappoints. And then I'll wait.
Until it's one too many bullet sponges and I'm like, all right.
Going back to Borderlands 2.
Yeah, that's right. I thought one of the funniest trailers this Game Awards was for Outer Worlds 2.
That was great. I love the Outer Worlds, the first one. That is Obsidian, I think, at some of their best writing, their best companion creation. Parvati, she is one of my favorite NPCs. So I'm very excited to see what type of NPCs and companions we get in Outer Worlds 2. And, they're not taking themselves too seriously, which I love.
Yeah. We'll talk about more about Outer Worlds 2 in just a minute. But first we have to take another quick break. Before we go, let's take a closer look at Dying Light, The Beast. Stick around.
Hi, my name is Timon Smektała, Dying Light franchise director. Welcome to the Dying Light The Beast trailer breakdown, where I will comment on some of the details and secrets you might have missed in our recent trailer from this year's The Game Awards. Dying Light The Beast is a new standalone zombie adventure in the Dying Light universe featuring Kyle Crane, the legendary hero of the first game. The game's narrative connects the stories of Dying Light 1 and Dying Light 2 Stay Human, and it's set in a moody, desolate region called Castor Woods. On top of that, Dying Light the Beast offers the most evolved version of our gameplay formula, combining natural movement, visceral and savage combat, and night and day experience. So are you ready to dive deep? Let's go! Meet the Baron, the main antagonist of Dying Light the Beast. He's an emotionless, calculating, yet brilliant scientist, and his real name is Marius Fisher. He's the last descendant of a noble Big Pharma dynasty from Castor Woods. If you dig deep while playing the game, you'll be able to uncover a significant portion of the Fisher's family history to better understand the Baron's background. The Baron held Kyle captive for 13 years, performing dangerous and brutal experiments on him. Why? As you can guess, Kyle's blood, which was exposed to the virus when he was bitten in Dying Light 1 and later to a mysterious substance in the following, makes him a very valuable subject for the Baron. The scene in the trailer shows one of the experiments on Kyle, showcasing his incredible will to survive as he refuses to be the Baron's test subject. We wanted to really emphasize Kyle's suffering to better explain his intense thirst for revenge. By the way, after working on this grim scene, we wanted to lighten the mood a little, so we've hidden a few fun Easter eggs in the medical monitors used in it. You will notice the Baron surrounds himself with luxurious items. For him, these prestigious items symbolize his superiority over others. His perfectly tailored suit, jewelry, high-end music equipment, and authentic art from Europe's greatest museums were all carefully chosen and transported to Castor Woods at his demand. Of course, the paintings hold significant meaning, reflecting Baron's philosophy and outlook. The same applies to his monologue, which references a famous quote from Galileo about humanity's obligation to use intellect and reason. There are quite a few hidden meanings in the trailer, so I encourage you to dig even deeper and try to catch them all. Let's move on to the gameplay portion of the trailer. This scene takes place in one of the streets of a tourist town at the center of Castor Woods. The crossbow Kyle uses in this scene is part of rich and varied arsenal of weapons you'll have in Dying Light the Beast. Even though Dying Light started as a game focused on melee combat, we have consistently added new tools to the player's brutal arsenal. Here we got a glimpse of another new weapon, the grenade launcher. What's cool about it is that it supports different kinds of ammunition, including UV grenades, which give you at least some advantage during the terrifying nights in Dying Light the Beast. Dying Light the Beast is set in a region unlike anything we've done before. It features a handcrafted, high-fidelity open world divided into distinct and diverse areas, or biomes as we call them. Here you can see the swamps, a new biome with foggy weather and ankle-high water that creates a dark, mysterious atmosphere. I think anyone can relate to the fear of being alone in the woods at night, and that's exactly the kind of experience Dying Light the Beast delivers. The shadows from a flashlight, the many trees hiding zombies, all of this makes nighttime exploration truly spooky. Exploration and discovery are big parts of the experience. In addition to the open-world areas, we have enclosed locations like this example, the Baron's laboratory. Full of horror-like atmosphere, it is the place where you will encounter a new type of virals, the fast-moving zombies, that the Baron is using as soldiers. Two things we always strive for while developing our games are greater immersion and working closely with the community to meet their expectations. Here is an example of that. Initially, we planned for car driving to be presented only in third-person perspective, but based on player feedback, we decided to go the extra mile and add a first-person view as well. In Dying Light, immersion is crucial. Engaging with the game world relies on realistic physicality in both the environment and enemies. See how a zombie interacts with a wall when thrown against it, or how an enemy's body reacts to being pushed onto a railing. So you've met the main antagonist, the Baron, you have learned more about Kyle's desire for revenge, and you have caught a glimpse of some of gameplay improvements Dying Light the Beast brings to the series. But Castor Woods still holds many mysteries, and we can't wait for you to discover them all in summer 2025. Thank you.
IGN's coverage of the Game Awards is presented by Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on Cinefix, IGN, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Why so serious?
IGN Plus is where your adventure begins.
What are you selling?
Plus is the place to get unlimited access to all the tools you need to beat your games.
Here's what you need to know for bringing down Gloomspawn.
Plus, awesome exclusive discounts on IGN Store.
Maybe this would tease open your money pouch.
Plus, ad-free browsing on IGN.com. Plus, unlimited game help tools like premium interactive maps with your own custom map markers, filters, marker notes, and more.
This will come in handy.
Plus, access to sweepstakes, giveaways, and free game keys.
Wow! Exactly.
Want more? Head to IGN.com/plus and start your adventure today.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help.
One step at a time.
IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, and so much more.
See? It's good, right?
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
Welcome back. Now, in this week's episode of Next Gen Console Watch, I asked our audience what they would pick for 3 of the biggest categories in this year's Game Awards. I personally picked Astrobot as Game of the Year, and look what happened. Brianna White as Aerith for the year's Best Performance, and Helldivers 2 as this year's Best Multiplayer title. But let's find out what you thought. Turns out we agreed on all 3 categories, with 35% of the vote going to Astrobot, 36% to Brianna White, and 30% to Helldivers 2. It was a very close race. So what do we think about a little bit of a surprise, Astrobot winning Game of the Year?
It was not a surprise to me. I was rooting for Astrobot from the beginning. I was screaming Astrobot sweep, although I will have to acknowledge that there were incredible games in that category as well. But Astrobot, I just fell in love with Astrobot. The colors, the way they took advantage of the controller, haptic feedback, the DualSense controller. No other game made the PlayStation controller, took advantage of the PlayStation controller in that way. It was just a joy to play this game, and also watching the developers create the game. They really put a lot of love and passion into it, and they were very specific about what they wanted to put into it, and it was a complete success bringing the 3D platformer to the modern world and into the hands of new kids also who have never touched 3D platformer, and it's a perfect game.
It's one of those franchises that I think Sony is going to invest heavily in the coming years. We've been talking on numerous podcasts throughout the years, where's Sony's mascot characters gone? Where's the Jack? Where's the Sly? Where's the Ratchet? Like, Ratchet's still around, thankfully, but a lot of other mascots have just kind of have disappeared for a while, and now Astro is here to kind of fill that void and help welcome the younger audience into gaming in I'd say perfect way.
Yeah, I mean, it is really refreshing. I am very surprised that it won Game of the Year, but I am refreshing. It's refreshing that it did because, there's so many self-serious AAA gigantic games that look just stunning, and they have super serious storylines and feature mature themes, and it's so nice to see that a game that is filled with such pure joy walk away with the Game of the Year, because again, this is a game distilled down to its purest essence. I think it is, you run, you jump, and you zap things. It's pretty straightforward, but there's so much there to discover. And going back to the PlayStation roots, we saw a little bit with Astro's Playroom, and now this, it feels like Sony is slowly starting to like recognize like, hey, we used to do weird stuff.
Yeah.
And maybe we should start doing more weird stuff. You know, any game that has a kid looking at their parent and saying, Dad, what's Parappa? I was like, that's a win in my book as far as I'm concerned.
I mean, the game won Family Game of the Year also. And when you play this game, you also see throwbacks to old games that PlayStation have launched before. So you can enjoy this game as a parent and as a kid at the same time. And if you've never seen those characters, now you know about them. Now you can go back and play them. So I absolutely love the nostalgia that they threw in as a celebration for PlayStation as well. It's a pretty cool game.
Yeah, my 5-year-old son now knows Jumping Flash. He thinks Jumping Flash is cool.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's a win. That's a big win.
Yeah, I was surprised. I thought Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree was the favored win, even though I think most people agree it shouldn't be nominated for Game of the Year. But since enough people wanted it to be nominated, I thought, well,
you give people the option to vote for it, and you assume that they'd vote for it.
Yeah. But I don't know, maybe because there was pushback for it being nominated, maybe people changed their mind and okay, well, I'll vote for something else instead then.
Yeah.
And then I thought maybe Balacho was kind of like a dark horse.
An underdog.
It got a great underdog story. But then as Metaphor kept racking up
That's what I thought.
wins, I thought, well, maybe we're going towards Metaphor.
Yeah, it's such a crazy that Metaphor. I honestly thought Metaphor had it in the bag just because we saw it win so many other awards, like you said, and it's such a fantastic game, and it came out late enough in the year to stay relevant with it being a big, massive RPG. But it just wasn't its year. Astro wins all.
Yeah.
Astro King.
I think it still had a pretty solid year.
It did. It definitely did.
And best performance went to the lead from Senua's Saga Hellblade 2, which I know you're a big fan of.
Yes, I love the Hellblade franchise. Melina Juergens is a fantastic actress. Her emotions, her performance in this, Ninja Theory has one of the best mocap studios, I think, for gaming, period. And so it just really takes full advantage of her charisma and her performance and just how great she is at portraying Senua. And although Hellblade 2 was shorter than a lot of people would have liked, that didn't take anything away from the performance and the story it told. It was so powerful and poignant. Like I loved it.
Yeah, I don't think Hellblade 2 is particularly like a fantastic game per se, but I do think that its focus on telling a cinematic story really did a lot to kind of point at the incredible performance from our lead.
Yeah.
So I think it just all helped come together to basically be a 5-hour-long movie that was just, hey, look, this character rocks and is going through some interesting things. And from an AV perspective, just the things that they do with audio in that game is nuts. And the stuff they do with UE5 just really pushes your hardware to the limit.
Yeah, like I dream of the day when we have a game that's as fun as Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, but has the facial animation of Hellblade 2, right? Like that would be the entire package. And then multiplayer game went to Helldivers 2.
Helldivers 2.
Not too surprising there.
A lot of fans, a lot of people have been very loud. They announced the new faction tonight, the Illuminate, I believe is what they're called. It's been a while since I've fought against them, since Helldivers 1, because they were there in the original. And I'm hyped to get back in this with the friend group and put them on my back once again.
Yeah. Didn't we also see vehicles in the trailer as well? Is this the first time that we get vehicles?
This is the first team vehicle. So there's the armored mechs they had that they dropped a couple months ago, which if you did it right with your allies, when you could get to a rock face and you could jump on top of the mech and just ride it freestyle, but very dangerous. I don't know how much I'm going to be using the Jeep. It's all going to depend on the armor of it, because I can just predict, especially against the automatons, that a couple rockets are going to blow it up and just wipe 4 off of your life stock.
The new biome as well, like the cityscape, that's new as well,
that's
right?
very new.
And it looks like the
cool.
Illuminate are very much like a zombie horde style situation. So I think it lends itself well to, having a vehicle and kind of getting in tight, confined spaces and trying to figure out how to escape. I think if nothing else, I'm not a particularly big multiplayer guy, but even Helldivers 2 was able to kind of pull me into the fold. And, the beautiful thing about Helldivers 2 as a multiplayer game is that everyone walks away with their own bespoke war stories that were theirs and theirs alone. And that alone is what makes a game like this so special.
I think it created something that we hadn't seen in a long time, like the sense of community and the memes that came out of it. And everybody was role-playing in as they were Helldivers in online. I thought it was incredible, so I am not surprised that it won. multiplayer game of the year.
I talked about it earlier this year on previous Game of the Year, like watch shows and stuff that we did. And I was like, it's all going to depend on if it can keep up that stream of content. And they've done a pretty good job.
It's had some ups and downs, but I think in general,
yeah, they kept it relevant.
Yeah. Well, congratulations to the winners. Let's get back to some of the other announcements and reveals and new trailers. We were talking about Outer Worlds 2 earlier. Very amusing latest trailer for that one. What struck me is that they said they spent 3 times as long making the game, but it'll be 2 times as long,
at least
2 times as big,
as better.
2 times as big, I think, as the first one.
Got it.
Which is good because I loved Outer Wilds. But it was kind of it was a little bit smaller, which is not bad.
No.
But the idea of spending more time and getting more game out of that is appealing to me.
I agree. The first Outer Worlds also had like 500 or 600,000 words of dialogue that I'm sure most people didn't see. So I'm very curious to see how big the word count is going to be in this one for the narrative and voice acting and such.
Yeah, and I think Obsidian really shines when they are given like a more intimate setting with a lot more like factions that kind of feed into each other. And I think the decisions alone in the first planet of the Outer Worlds really set the tone for what the rest of that game would be. Granted, I do think that game starts way stronger than it ends. I'm excited to see what Obsidian's cooking up for Outer Worlds 2 because bigger is better according to the trailer, and I agree.
True. We were just congratulating the winner of those 3 Game Awards earlier. Also want to say thank you to Xfinity for sponsoring this segment. Xfinity customers can win big by signing up for Xfinity Rewards. Get special perks to your favorite games, including early access to a one-of-a-kind EA Sports FC25 kit inspired by Sophia Smith. It's free and easy to join. Just head over to xfinity.com/rewards to learn more. Okay, a really nice surprise from tonight. Ninja Gaiden Ragebound. A new Ninja Gaiden game.
I am ecstatic, and I know...
A classic 2D pixel art Ninja Gaiden. So you have to, they're more modern 3D games.
That is fine by me. I grew up with the NES playing Shinobi and the original Ninja Gaidens back then. Or was it just Gaiden back then? I can't remember what it was.
It was just Ninja Gaiden.
It was Ninja Gaiden, right? So yeah, I loved those back in the day. They were very difficult, very challenging. It's all up my alley, and I'm just very eager to see what this fully brings to the table.
Yeah, so this comes from the team behind the Blasphemous games.
Oh.
Which already has incredible pixel art, right? So
yes.
Blasphemous pixel art with Ninja Gaiden, classic Ninja Gaiden gameplay, that sounds like a good combination to me.
Yeah, I unfortunately stepped away to use the restroom when this was announced, and I came back and we were like, Ninja Gaiden, Ninja Gaiden. I was like, no, what did I miss? So, but again, I got caught up to speed. The little anime cutscene here looks incredible.
Yeah.
And the fact that it's coming from the devs behind Blasphemous and Blasphemous 2, music to my ears, masters who know Metroidvania like the back of their hand. And just look at this gameplay.
Yeah, this looks like classic Ninja Gaiden.
Silky smooth, and there's just platforming hell. It looks like you're juggling things, acrobatic nonsense. It looks like it's going to be tough and fun, and I cannot wait to potentially grip and break through controllers as I make my way through the game.
I'm very curious what IGN's Mitchell Saltzman is thinking of this, because he's been asking for a new Ninja Gaiden for, I don't know, the last 3 or 4 years, and it's finally coming.
Yeah, so the original NES games are just known for being just brutally difficult.
Mm-hmm.
The 3D games went deeper with combos and attacks. It just had a deeper combat system.
Yeah. Also unforgiving.
But they're saying they're sort of marrying they're bringing that deeper deeper combat system to the classic 2D gameplay, which could be cool.
I'm okay with that.
Also sounds like we're not playing as Ryu, because it says, this is the official description, our story begins when Ryu Hayabusa journeys to America to honor his father's will. While he is away, the barrier between the human and the demon world suddenly shatters, unleashing a terrifying army upon the Hayabusa village, which now faces an unprecedented threat. In Ryu's absence, to stand against this new threat, Kenji Mozu, a young ninja from the Hayabusa village, rises to the challenge.
Just shows that you just can't take vacation in 2024 or 2025 at this point.
Ryu.
I mean, the good news is Kenji is sporting a blue outfit, which is always very cool. So very hyped for the blue outfit.
It's also reminiscent of the original NES style, if I remember correctly.
Aliak, what's your level of interest in like retro style, 2D action games like this?
You'll catch me in Shovel Knight. That's about it.
Well, Shovel Knight is great.
I'm happy for you guys.
Shovel Knight is great. A few of us are already ready to declare Game of the Year 2025 being Slay the Spire 2.
Let's go, Slay the Spire 2. Looks incredible. We finally got gameplay of it. I saw like you got a party member in it from what I saw. And again, it looks like there's going to be a lot of those branching paths where you have to decide whether or not you want to take certain things, sacrifice certain things. And again, the beauties of all things roguelike. I cannot wait for Slay the Spire 2. The original Slay the Spire has claimed so much of my life already on multiple platforms. I buy the game on every new platform it's available on, and then proceed to spend hundreds of hours every single time. So please don't do this to me, but I'm also very excited.
I love the updated design for the characters, like the Silent that we've seen in the past. I love that we're getting a new Necromancer style class. I missed the name. I think it's like Necromonder or something like that. That looks really cool.
A new automaton style hero as well, from what I saw.
Yeah, I've got, I don't know, like 500 hours on this on PlayStation and PC, and this is easily going to do the same thing when it hits early access next year.
Yep, early access next year. Please be excited. Okay, Hazelight Studios just announced the new game Split Fiction, and IGN got to sit down with the game director, Joseph Ferris. We'll have a snippet of that interview for you live right here, and you can catch the full interview on IGN. But first, we've got an exclusive new look at AI Limit, an upcoming Souls-like RPG from developer Sense Games. Let's check it out. And we're back. Excuse us while we sort out some tech difficulties. Lots more games to talk about, though. I just mentioned Split Fiction. Let's talk about that. This is the new one from Hazelight Studios and Joseph Ferris, the latest cooperative action game, and I think it looks really cool.
It is such a marvel to see the evolution of Hazelight Studios games. I sat down with Joseph Ferris way back in the day for A Way Out and played that co-op with him for a short while during an interview, and I walked away just excited to see how it was going to grow. And with It Takes Two's great design and just really great use of different genres in gameplay, Split Fiction looks like it's upping the ante even further. I'm very excited for this, and it looks like it's going to have a bunch of real crazy things that we get to play as.
The two protagonists, two women who get stuck in some sort of...
They're both novelists, I believe.
Okay, they're novelists, but they're stuck in some sort of like virtual reality...
Like in a simulation.
So yeah, my take on the story from what I understood from the trailer was they're going to the studio to like kind of pitch this thing. They're supposed to each hop in their own VR bubble that like simulates it. And the studio tries to steal them, but something happens. They get popped in the same bubble, and now they're trying to get back out.
Yeah, and one likes sci-fi, one likes fantasy. So they're bouncing back and forth between sci-fi and fantasy worlds.
Yeah, I mean, It Takes Two kind of blew my mind with how generous it was in terms of always giving you something new to do. The game shifted genres dramatically. One second you're doing a platforming challenge, the next you're doing a Street Fighter style fighting game, and it's always fun. It's always entertaining the entire time. And I thought, surely there's no way they could do it again, and it seems like they are. He seems to have doubled down on his promise, saying every single thing will be new as you evolve from level to level. And right now, it is very clear that you go into a fantasy land, you go to a sci-fi land.
Yeah.
But something tells me they're going to get mixed up along the way, so you might be a knight in a cyberpunk city at some point, which is always going to be ripe for such a fun setting. So very stoked to see what he does. And dude's... he's funny. I think he's got a great sense of humor, and I think that the games really show.
I like how he is showing one level. He says it starts with two dragons hatching, and they're baby dragons at first, but eventually they'll become full-ass dragons.
Full-ass dragons.
So,
Damon,
I'm in.
You're a Metroid fan, right?
Oh, yeah.
How'd you feel about the going into morph ball.
Yeah,
kind of style.
Spider ball.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was my initial thought with that too. So yeah, that looks great. Split Fiction. Okay, we do have AI Limit in our interview ready to go, so I'm going to hand you over to them right now. Enjoy.
Hazelight's newest game was finally revealed, and the co-op mashup of fantasy and sci-fi is set to take over your gaming platform of choice early next year. And the founder of Hazelight, Joseph Ferris, is here with me to share more about what we can expect.
You have unpaid parking tickets. Time to die.
Excuse me?
We saw the trailer at the Game Awards for Split Fiction. So, Joseph, I need you, just tell us a story. What is a story that we can experience as gamers?
Well, it's about two girls named Miyu and Zoe, like my daughters. They're also named Miyu and Zoe. It's not based on their personalities because they're just 4 and 2. It's just a nice thing to have. And these two strangers that don't know each other are two amateur writers who get to this new tech company that can simulate your story to life, and they get there in hope of getting published and releasing their story to the world. But when they're there, goes sideways, and one of the characters, Mio, suspects something's not right, and accidentally she ends up in Zoe's simulation, in the same pod. Because they're totally different people, different strangers, they end up in the same simulation, and they have to work together to escape the simulation. The thing is, though, one writes sci-fi and the other writes fantasy, and you have to play every sci-fi level and every fantasy level for every level. So it changes all the time, from sci-fi to fantasy for every level. And the thing is, they're not a fan of each other's genre. Every story of theirs tells something about them as characters as well. So they kind of criticize their stories and stuff like that. So it's going to be a really crazy ride.
Yeah, so the name kind of makes sense then, Split Fiction. So because we got sci-fi elements and we got fantasy elements.
Yes.
Now, I'm someone who I love both of those aspects. So, and looking at the gameplay, it's quite the variety.
Oh, yeah.
It's quite, it looks like there's some side-scrolling elements as well that are thrown in there.
No, man. This is what Hazelight is about. We love variety. If you look at our games, even the first one, Brothers, there's always been something that I've been pushing for a lot, having variety. Otherwise, you need this, it feels very repetitive. Yeah. But we have pushed it to the next level with our games. We did It Takes Two. This one is even crazier. I'm telling you, it's crazy. There's so much variety in it. We have first our main levels, then we have something we call side stories. That's kind of side content you can miss. And those are literally 5 to 10 minutes of new worlds, with set pieces, bosses sometimes, a total new crazy stuff that you experience. And that's something actually the player can miss. So make sure to play those as well.
I want to walk back a little bit because I want to talk about the inspiration for this game. Obviously, it's two writers whose lives become entwined, and they got to try to get out of this. So what was the inspiration? What because I know you had how many drafts of this? Because you teased this the draft on Twitter a while back.
Yeah.
I'm kind of curious, what was the inspiration for this story?
Well, look, the inspiration always at Hazelight is the pushing to the next level. What can we do stuff that we haven't done before? Trying to see creatively, what can we take to the next level? And really in the beginning it was really cool. I can't go into details exactly what the first idea that popped in the head was, but what I can say is that it was switching between the sci-fi and fantasy felt really appealing. Yeah. It felt that's something that haven't really been done before like this, how, and you're going to see listen to me. If you play the game, I guarantee you, and come to the end, and I can guarantee you will see stuff that you have never seen in a video game before. Now, I know I sound cocky, but I can guarantee you. And if not, come to me, and I'm going
to hold you to those words. I'm going to hold you to that.
I guarantee you will see stuff that you have not seen before.
Okay, and if I don't, I'm going to knock on your door. I'm going to find out where you live.
I'm going to sit down with you and play it with you until they understand about it.
Okay, cool. No, y'all heard it here first. This is being recorded, so we're gonna revisit
Let's do it.
next year.
This camera or this one? This one, there? I'm in. Let's do it.
I got to ask you, though, which one of your games, this is my final question. Which one of your games do you think would be best for a movie, to adapt into a movie?
I think A Way Out. I think if you take the script and make it a really good feature film, I think it could be really nice. There are some talks that they want to do it, but Hollywood is so much bullshit and talk. We'll see if it ever happens. But if it happens, I think it's going to be great movies.
Yeah, I think I'd love to see it.
Yeah.
Well, Joseph, I want to thank you so much for your time.
And make sure to play Split Fiction, and trust me when I say this. In the end, you've been playing something you never played before. I guarantee you this. Okay. Let's shake on that.
Yes. All right, I'm going to hold you to that.
Please do, please do.
And for everyone watching, what's the release date?
It's coming March 6, 2025. So it's a couple of months.
It's almost here, y'all.
Yes.
I'm excited. Y'all better get excited.
IGN's coverage of the Game Awards is presented by Xfinity. Stay ahead of the game with ultra-fast speeds and smooth low-lag connection from Xfinity.
IGN store has it all. From clothes and collectibles to vinyl records, accessories, model kits, and action figures from the biggest and best franchises like The Legend of Zelda, Star Wars, Fallout, Dungeons and Dragons, and more. Whatever your pop culture passion, you're guaranteed to find something you love. There are new and exciting products hitting the store every week, like the Wasteland-ready Fallout Vault 33 hoodie, which pairs perfectly with the working wearable Pip-Boy. Plus, high-quality IGN store exclusives like the powerful and spicy Star Wars Darkside Hot Sauce by Truff. We've even got merchandise for you to rock while tuning in to the IGN shows and podcasts you love. Or cap off a long day by relaxing to the soundtracks of your favorite video games, like Cyberpunk and The Last of Us. And the best part? You don't even need to leave the house to go there. Just head to store.ign.com and start shopping today. The IGN Store. You deserve it. Catch up on your up-to-the-minute gaming and entertainment news with IGN Podcast.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to a very special episode of IGN Game Scoop.
Game Scoop has you covered for all things gaming and the latest game releases.
Obviously, we're going to do Game of the Year Watch.
Tune into Podcast Beyond for the biggest PlayStation news.
Y'all gonna have to let me cook, because these game devs need to learn a lesson.
Everything Xbox on Podcast Unlocked.
This is Steve Downs, the voice of Master Chief.
Catch up with your Super Nintendos on Nintendo Voice Chat.
Seth Macy's candidate for Game of Infinity.
And get all the latest console news and rumors with Next Gen Console Watch.
Now Xbox and Phil Spencer are even saying that a mid-gen refresh isn't even necessary.
The Cinefix Top 100 podcast picks a movie every week to celebrate and debate.
It's kind of every movie's grandpa.
Check out the sophisticated tech breakdowns on Digital Foundry Direct Weekly,
which is an absolutely beautiful game.
And dip into the business of games on the GamesIndustry.biz microcast.
We are going to be digging into the biggest stories of the past week.
IGN Podcasts.
Welcome back to IGN's coverage of the Game Awards. Now we're winding down here for the night, but before we go, I wonder how we would rate this year's lineup of announcements on the IGN scale, because I think it was pretty strong this year. Jada, how would you rate it?
Ooh, I think we were talking about it beforehand. I said I believed it was going to be a 7.
I think so, yeah.
I think I'm going to revise that to an 8. I think it was a very solid, it was a very great show. There was a lot of things that I liked. There was a couple things I just didn't really care for, but overall, I got some of the things I wanted to see, so I'm happy.
Nick?
You know, we didn't get Half-Life 3. This isn't going to be a 9 or a 10 out of 10, but I think I'd have to stick with an 8. I believe it was a great show. Putting together these giant things is very difficult. It's hard to make it cohesive and legible. You know, not everything appeals to everyone, but I think that Jeff and his team did a fantastic job of making a show with a little something for everyone.
Yeah.
I think it started incredibly strong with Witcher 4 and Elden Ring back to back. And I think it ended very strong with stuff like Okami sequel and Intergalactic.
Yeah.
But again, it even had some like strange things I didn't expect to see, like Onimusha, which we didn't even talk about Onimusha.
I know.
Oh man, Onimusha and Slay the Spire 2. Again, I can't sing the praises of Slay the Spire 2 enough.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
on
how about
mine,
you?
I think I give it an 8, right? I don't remember what rating I gave up before, but I think I'm taking it down to a 7 on my end.
Okay, that's fair.
It started strong, you know, with Witcher. I absolutely expected to see Witcher. We got Elden Ring. We also got Turok, which was a surprise to me. I absolutely loved Turok, so it's great that they're bringing that back to 2025. But then we didn't get Death Stranding. We didn't get any updates on OD.
Yeah.
We didn't get to see Resident Evil 9. We also didn't get to see the 007 Hitman Project.
Yeah.
So there's a few games that were question marks that I truly believed were going to show themselves here in the Game Awards that I didn't get to see. So it's still a strong show, really cool games that we got to see, but I was wishing for a little bit more.
Yeah, I thought it was strong. I'm going to go old school IGN and give it a 7.9.
Wow.
Nice.
Just to shake things up.
You know what pushed it up to an 8 for me, Damon?
What's that?
It was Flute Guy and Keytar Man.
Man,
They were great. They were fantastic.
Flute Guy can play anything. If you can, he can play a lot of different instruments.
He was dual wielding. Like he was hot
Triple
swapping.
wielding. Yeah.
The cooldown on the flute was kicking off, so he swapped to something else. I don't know how he does it.
Yeah, we mentioned Resident Evil 9 not being there. Were there any other surprising games that were not there, like Monster Hunter Wilds?
I was really hoping to see more Monster Hunter Wilds, but we did just get this massive beta that happened just a couple weeks ago. It's out in into February, so I'm not mad. I'm just greedy, and I wanted more Monster Hunter. It's just it was the greediness in me.
Yeah.
I'm pretty shocked we didn't, like LAX said, I'm really surprised we didn't get anything from Kojima. Usually he takes up a lot more stage time.
Yeah.
I'm honestly kind of baffled we didn't get a release date for Death Stranding.
I said during rehearsals there is a great chance we do not get a rehearsal an
Why?
announcement date. Soon can mean anything.
Do you think Kojima's afraid of Grand Theft Auto 6 too?
Oh, yes.
Oh, man.
Yeah. They're a much smaller studio than
Yeah,
Rockstar.
that's true. Very true.
I thought we were going to see some Doom.
I thought so too.
We didn't get to see any Doom.
That's an early
We don't-
2025 game.
When is it coming out? We don't have a release date for it. I wanted to see Doomslayer, Doom guy kicking some butt.
Yeah.
But no.
I was hoping for a little more Ghost of Yote as well. Just a little more tease of that one.
Yep.
Yote would have been great to see a little bit more of that. But I mean, we got a great first trailer from them, so
Yeah.
I'm not mad about not getting more of it.
And I'd said I thought we might see Civ 7. We got a musical performance of it. So
It appeared.
Yeah,
A participation award.
it did get a participation
Coming
award.
soon enough, though.
Yeah, that's February as
That's
well.
Mhm.
February is going to be a massive month for games between Civ, Monster Hunter, Assassin's Creed.
Yeah.
Something else just got moved into February as well that I cannot remember.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Surprise of the show for me, Project Century, the new
That
Ryuga
looks
Gotoku
really
game set in
cool.
like Taisho era Japan. That looks sick.
How are they making so many games?
And that's definitely not an asset recycle.
Because they've got like a pirate,
Like a Dragon,
Pirates in
Hawaii.
Pirates in Hawaii, yep.
And then they did this Project Century, but then they also the other one was Virtua Fighter. They're doing a Virtua Fighter game,
Which I believe they have a presentation on going right now. I think.
I think it might have just ended. It was like I think right at the end for like 30 minutes or so, or maybe it is going on right now. But
Taisho era Japan is not a setting we get to see often.
Yeah.
I think if for all the anime fans out there, Demon Slayer is set in the Taisho era Japan.
There you go.
But a game set in there, that's really exciting.
What do you think the game is? Is it a Yakuza-like?
It looks like a Yakuza-like, just set in a different era of Japan, which I appreciate because that's such an interesting setting.
Yeah.
I was like, before they announced it, I was like, are we getting a like throwback Sleeping Dogs somehow? Maybe.
Oh wow.
I loved Sleeping Dogs back in the day. I was like, this is kind of those vibes, kind of going around through a city. And I was like, this would be a good time to bring it back.
He mentioned interesting settings, and it just reminded me of Mafia. Did they really say 1900s? Early?
Yeah, he said 1900s.
Yeah. So strange.
Early 20th century.
Early 20th century. 1900s Sicily, which I thought was really cool to be able to see that, like the beginnings or the prequel of the criminal underworld there in Italy. Like that's pretty cool.
Yeah. I'm excited to explore that one too. And then you mentioned Onimusha. That was one of the few games that was announced for 2026.
Yeah.
So,
deep tease.
Not coming 2025. I actually never played Onimusha. Tell me why I should be excited.
Onimusha is ancient feudal Japan Resident Evil. So if you like original Resident Evil, it was very much just Resident Evil set in ancient Japan with cool demons and puzzles. But this one looks like it's borrowing a lot from the likes of something like Neo. It looks a lot more action-oriented, combo-heavy. It looks like, I would assume it's taken a little bit more than some inspiration from stuff like Sekiro, Shadows Die Twice. And, in an era where we are seeing more action games set in, like, ancient Japan or China, a la Phantom Blade Zero. I'm just excited to see, like, a PS2 hardcore-style action game be on modern hardware. Granted, the original Onimusha wasn't quite that, but I think it's definitely eking towards that direction more in a modern setting.
All right, well, I look forward to 2026 and checking out the latest Onimusha. And I think that about does it for this year's Game Awards post show right here on IGN. Thank you to my wonderful panelists, to all the people hard at work behind the scenes making this live coverage possible. But most importantly, a huge thank you to all our viewers who took the time to watch from all over the world. Stay tuned to IGN next week as we unveil IGN's Game of the Year awards. Those are still to come. Remember, you can keep up to date with what's going on in the world of gaming by following IGN wherever you like to get your news. We're on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Spotify, Snapchat, and even Pinterest. I checked with Jada. It's true, we're on Pinterest. That's a wrap from all of us here at IGN. We hope the rest of your 2024 is great. You have a safe and happy holiday season. Here's to a great 2025. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next time.
IGN's coverage of the Game Awards is presented by Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
As 2024 comes to a close, there is one question on everyone's mind. What is the Game of the Year? At IGN, we take this award very seriously. And this year, you're invited to join in on the debate. The payoff to our Game of the Year watch begins on the week of December 16th with our podcast, Nintendo Voice Chat.
Hey, what's up, Super Ninfrendos?
Beyond.
I could see you wielding a Buster Sword.
And Unlocked.
What'd you think after playing it?
Where we'll deliberate and bicker about each console's Game of the Year. It all culminates with the reveal of the big winner on December 20th on our special episode of Game Scoop.
It's been a great year for games already so far. Lots of great games.
Log on and join us in celebrating this year's Best in Gaming. Only on IGN.
IGN Store has it all. From clothes and collectibles to vinyl records, accessories, model kits, and action figures from the biggest and best franchises like The Legend of Zelda, Star Wars, Fallout, Dungeons & Dragons, and more. Whatever your pop culture passion, you're guaranteed to find something you love. There are new and exciting products hitting the store every week, like the Wasteland-ready Fallout Vault 33 hoodie, which pairs perfectly with the working wearable Pip-Boy. Plus, high-quality IGN Store exclusives like the powerful and spicy Star Wars Darkside Hot Sauce by Truff. We've even got merchandise for you to rock while tuning in to the IGN shows and podcasts you love. Or cap off a long day by relaxing to the soundtracks of your favorite video games, like Cyberpunk and The Last of Us. And the best part? You don't even need to leave the house to go there. Just head to store.ign.com and start shopping today. The IGN Store. You deserve it.